in his ex-girlfriend's disappearance, even though police haven't found her body. Brandy Merrick has been missing for nearly 2 months now. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell tells us about the evidence that led to a suspect's arrest.
36-year-old Derek Randall Jr. is now accused of murdering his ex-girlfriend, Brandy Merrick, the mother of his 12-year-old child. But after first being reported missing nearly 2 months ago, Merrick's body still has not been found. CMPD says Merrick was last seen at a relative's house in Northeast Charlotte on June 8th. She was reported missing a few days later. Through their investigation, officers learned the couple had just broken up in May and that Randall had a history of abuse. They discovered Merrick's rental car abandoned in the same Northeast Charlotte neighborhood where she was last seen, less than a mile from Randall's home. A witness later came forward and told authorities they believe Randall used an excavator to bury Merrick. Cell phone records led investigators to a wooded area in Catawba County, where records show flock cameras captured Randall's truck and a trailer carrying the excavator. Investigators discovered a shallow grave in the area. They did not find a body, but detectives say DNA found at the site and a spatter of blood found inside Randall's garage belonged to Brandy Merrick. Attorney Bill Powers isn't associated with the case. He says charging someone with first-degree murder before a body is found isn't always common, but with strong evidence, it can typically hold up in court.
They don't have the literal smoking gun or something else that they would prefer to have. That doesn't mean they can't bring charges, and it doesn't mean they won't secure a conviction, to be honest with you.
Power says unless there is a confession, prosecutors must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Randall is Merrick's alleged killer. Online, family members and friends are begging with the community and CMPD to help bring Brandy home. Mr. Randall, though, remains in custody here at the Mecklenburg County Jail. He's being held on no bond. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Now, court records also show the suspect's parents filed a civil summons after Merrick's disappearance, seeking custody of her child with Randall. No word where that case stands right now. Well, the tariff fight is ramping back up in federal court. North Carolina is one of 25 states suing over the president's latest import duties. While state leaders say the tariffs are illegal, President Trump says the countries being taxed haven't done enough to crack down on forced labor. The president also announced the tariffs late last month. Economists say the tariffs, along with the war in Iran, are fueling the affordability crisis.
A lot of economic policy uncertainty being driven by tariffs. Then we have international pressure, geopolitical concerns with the war in the Middle East.
On Capitol Hill, most Republicans are still standing behind the president. Some, though, are starting to acknowledge the tariffs are having an impact, especially in rural areas.
A showdown at the General Assembly over the future of North Carolina's hemp industry. Law enforcement groups say House Bill 328 would close dangerous loopholes, while hemp business owners and advocates say it could wipe out thousands of jobs. Our Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh reports.
House Bill 328 would prohibit anyone under 21 from buying and using intoxicating hemp products.
It represents a significant step toward restricting uncontrolled access to these products and holding businesses accountable when they sell illegal controlled substances.
Hemp industry advocates say they support age restrictions. They say intoxicating hemp products shouldn't be sold at vape shops or gas stations.
Regulation works, prohibition doesn't. And the very points that they're using against us, saying that we don't have age gating, there's no testing requirements, labeling requirements, we've actually been begging for since 2017 to have more guidance and protection.
The bill would also redefine hemp to mirror the federal definition going into effect in November, limiting THC to 0.4 of a milligram per container. That's the provision hemp advocates say will make the industry go up in smoke.
It's not a regulatory bill so much as a ban. It would essentially ban about 95% of the products that were currently being used.
Law enforcement groups are united in support of the bill. They say intoxicating hemp products are being marketed to children.
Intoxicating substances sold in brightly colored packages, often designed to look exactly like popular candy or snacks. But anyone whose business depends on selling these products should not be in business. They're actually peddling poison for profit, and we need to call it exactly what it is.
Hemp business owners say shutting down legal stores would only push consumers to the black market.
Nobody wants to keep children more safe than we do, but putting us out of business actually makes them more at harm and exposes them to much harsher drugs and potential cross-contamination with drugs that could kill them.
Again, that was Shabnam Dinesh reporting it's unclear when the House will vote on the bill. A spokesperson for Speaker Destin Hall says their caucus still needs to discuss it, and then they will determine whether or not it goes to the floor. The bill has already passed in the state Senate. All right, let's get back over to meteorologist Brandon Lawson here on your Wednesday morning visibility issue, and that's the same up there in the gas house.
Yeah, Gastonia. We were talking about very dense fog over downtown Gastonia this morning. It's hard to see some of the cars coming down the road there. So again, very dense fog in certain areas. And let's talk about why the fog is a little bit more denser in some areas than others. Well, we had rain yesterday, and where you saw more rain, you're probably dealing with more fog this morning. The big reason why is you've got very saturated ground. So that leads to moisture down at the ground level. That moisture evaporates into the atmosphere, but guess what? The atmosphere already has too much moisture. So Mother Nature's like, I got to get rid of all this moisture. This is too much for me. So what ends up happening is we get rid of that moisture in the form of condensation, and that saturation of the air leads to the fog forming. That's why we have fog in so many locations, but there's other locations where you barely have any. Gastonia to name one, Concord, Charlotte, Monroe, so pretty much south of I-85. That's where we have the most fog this morning. Coming up in just a bit, we'll talk about the rain chances for this afternoon, evening. Timing it out for you in your Futurecast, Julian.
All right, thank you, Brandon. Want to get back to that area where we have on 77 southbound, those lanes now open. You can see where that crash was, where they had those lanes blocked, but green up until about that 45 loop. There's still a little bit of delay there. Let's take you over and give you a live look at 77 at Westinghouse right now, where you can see traffic moving pretty smoothly. Overall, really calm to start your Wednesday morning. No real concerns. Only thing that we're talking about, yeah, the visibility that Brandon was just touching on right there in areas like Belmont, Mount Holly, Stanley, Dallas, Gastonia, especially up there in Kings Mountain. But for the most part, things starting off really nicely. This is our problem area right there, Gastonia to Belmont. A little bit of fog making things a little bit more dicey for drivers, but no real concerns this morning. We'll give you another check of your traffic coming up right after 6:30. Annie?
Keeping children safe on the internet. That's the topic of focus today on Capitol Hill. What we expect to learn about the bills designed to protect kids and hold major tech companies accountable. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. As students get ready to head back to the classroom, parents are checking off school supply lists, but you shouldn't forget to check in on your child's mental health as well. Cassandra Mishik explains how parents can help with that transition out of summer and back into class.
I feel great. I feel scared.
For many kids, back to school means seeing friends, meeting teachers, and starting fresh. But for others, it can also bring worry, pressure, and uncertainty.
I feel a little bit nervous. We're nervous to meet new friends, but we're gonna make it.
Doctors at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital say it's normal for children to feel these jitters before the school year begins. But they say the key is for parents to stay calm.
Okay.
If we're keeping ourselves calm and modeling excitement, deep breathing, really a good attitude about heading back into school, then our kids are going to see that and be able to reflect that back to us too.
Build them up with the confidence and, be positive. If you're positive, they're going to be positive.
Doctors also encourage families to start easing back into routines about a week before school starts.
Do we want to brush our teeth first? Do we want to get dressed first? Working with your child to determine exactly what that pattern of events should be.
This week we're working on getting back into routine, getting back on our bedtime schedules, and making healthy choices with eating.
I don't believe in, jumping out of bed and throwing the clothes on and rushing them off to school. I want them to kind of ease into the day.
So let's go back to playing our game.
If you notice changes in daily activities like sleep, appetite, or mood, experts say it could be a sign your child may be struggling. So, Dr. Katzenstein says, as a parent,
sit back and listen.
She says it's important to validate your child's concerns rather than asking questions.
That can be one of the hardest things that we do because we want to fix and we want to provide a solve to the problem they're presenting, but really letting them have that space, really sometimes they just want to share more than look for a solution.
And that was Cassandra Mishik reporting. If you or someone you know is struggling with mental health, you can contact the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline any time of day. The number is 988.
Keeping children safe online, that's the focus of the hearing today in the Senate Commerce, Science and Transportation Committee. There are 5 separate bills being considered by leaders. Several deal with children's safety on the internet and on social media. Others look at the impact AI and chatbots are having on minors. The SCREEN Act and the Kids Online Safety Act both deal with the impacts that internet and social media are having on young people. The SCREEN Act would require age verification and enforcement, while the Kids Online Safety Act would force social media companies to find ways to mitigate harms like mental health issues and addiction. These bills come in response to cases where Meta was named responsible for harming children.
The richest companies in the history of the world. The problem is their profits are coming from the exploitation of our children. And what we're saying today is we've had enough.
The other 3 bills being considered all deal with artificial intelligence, privacy, and the safety of chatbots. One aspect leaders are looking at is how to ensure children have resources for help if they ask chatbots or an AI about self-harm or something concerning. Now, today's hearing scheduled to start at 10 this morning.
The man accused of setting a massive wildfire in Washington state was questioned about 2 other fires from last year. Deputies arrested 37-year-old Aaron Farinacci Monday on a first-degree arson charge. He's accused of sparking one of 3 fires in the Spokane area. Authorities say Farinacci served a decade in prison for killing his father back in 2010. He was also questioned about small fires that happened near his apartment last year.
What a sad, sick individual. We pity someone who would have that kind of a response or action that would knowingly cause. So he probably didn't know how much destruction would cause, right? But even just if it's a little bit, like, he must, yeah, I just pity someone who have a brain and a heart like that.
The 3 fires in the Spokane area, Old Trails, Fairview, and Autumn Lake, are now burning more than 8,000 acres. Still 0% containment. The fires have already destroyed more than 700 homes, businesses, and other buildings. Coming up on 6:20, as we check in with meteorologist Brandon Lawson, we are actually kind of getting some of the after effects of that smoke from Spokane.
Yeah, this is a very smoky atmosphere out west here, and we're talking about these fires, 0% contained, many of them. and that leads to just the smoke getting caught up in the upper level flow. So essentially, this smoke is flowing all around this big ridge of high pressure out west. So you have smoky conditions all the way from Seattle to Salt Lake City to Denver to Omaha, and even over our area. I'm sure there's some remnant smoke. We just can't see it because there's so many clouds overhead. Over our region, we're not dealing with smoke. We're dealing with moisture, something they need over there to help out with those fires. We've got a lot of Gulf moisture. It continues to surge into the Carolinas this morning. Area of low pressure to our west, high pressure to the east, helping funnel that moisture in. Radar is dry this morning. There could be a spotty shower or two, but our better chance for showers and storms will come this afternoon. You see those scattered showers and storms developing. Less storm coverage than yesterday, but still a lot of tropical downpours to track, and some of those could produce that isolated flash flood threat that we've been seeing over the last couple of days, really since the weekend. A few showers linger early overnight. We're dry by daybreak tomorrow. Maybe some clearing in the clouds, but where you see rain, probably going to have to deal with a little bit of fog tomorrow morning. Futurecasts also point at more scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow afternoon and evening, and then we tail those storms off by the time we get to Friday morning. Rain chances do decrease by the weekend. Only an isolated storm chance as we get into Saturday and Sunday, even Friday too. And then early next week, we'll really start to dry things out. 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch of rain over the next 5 days. 1 to 2 inches for the mountains. I think they'll continue to see storms into the weekend, unfortunately. The high country probably going to have the best chance of any isolated flooding issues, too. Low pollen levels, grasses, mold, the main concerns. Upper 60s, low 70s here for your forecast this morning, with those mid-80s out the door this afternoon. And we've got those mid-70s up in the mountains. So, again, we're in the 80s for the most part. We're still dealing with those scattered showers and storms daily, but we do get more isolated with the storm coverage as we get into the weekend. Annie?
All right, Brandon, thank you. Here's a live look over New York City this morning. We'll get a check of those Wall Street futures just around the corner. Business correspondent Jane King is up next in about 3 minutes.
Welcome back. Chobani faces a revived lawsuit claiming zero sugar labels deceived consumers, and SpaceX reported its first earnings numbers since the IPO. Jane King live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good Wednesday morning to you, my friend.
Happy Wednesday to you too, Julian. And futures are mixed this morning. Dow's pointing higher. We could see more records today. Oil is steady to a bit higher this morning also, but another massive rally for stocks. The Dow was up 900 points yesterday, new all-time high. So investors hoping the Strait of Hormuz will finally open, perhaps as soon as today, we keep hearing. And also earnings have been really strong, so that's been driving these markets higher. Well, Chobani must face a lawsuit alleging the yogurt company deceived consumers by using a zero sugar label on a product that has the natural sweetener allulose. Now, a federal appellate judge is reviving this 2025 lawsuit against Chobani. It was initially dismissed. Chobani's zero sugar yogurt has 4 grams of allulose per serving, and federal regulations require foods that say they're sugar-free to have less than a half gram of sugar. Chobani argues the government said it wouldn't count allulose as a sugar, so we'll stay tuned on that one. And SpaceX beat expectations in its first earnings report since going public in June, but it burns through so much cash in pursuit of CEO Elon Musk's vision for an AI-powered Mars colonizing future that is putting investors on edge. And SpaceX shares are down about 10% this morning. Also, Gwen Shotwell, who runs SpaceX, says they're also looking to conquer Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. So they could be getting into wireless services at some point. Julian?
Jane, obviously they beat expectations, but they're still bleeding money. At what point do you think investors need to see something from them?
Well, some investors are already bailing. They're like, you know what, we don't have patience for this. We're going to put our money elsewhere. But others are like, look, we're in this for the long term. Elon Musk has had a history of making huge, ambitions and fulfilling them. And so maybe colonizing of Mars is at some point in the future. We'll see. Maybe in our lifetimes. Who knows?
There you go. You got to be in it for the long haul if you're with SpaceX. All right, Jane, thank you. We'll catch up with you in a few hours. All right, let's get you outside and give you a look, I believe, Independence Boulevard, but you can barely see the headlights. Today we're talking about your pinpoint traffic and another look at your pinpoint forecast, where meteorologist Brandon Lawson will explain when this fog might go away.
Now at 6:30, tracking some gloomy conditions across the Carolinas this morning. Some patchy dense fog in a few more areas than others. We'll talk about where the denser fog is, and we're also going to time out some storms for you. Coming up here at 6:30.
The day when that was announced, I'm sure there were a lot of seniors around the state of South Carolina that rejoiced.
The Wild West of college football transfers may be moving to the high school level. The new rule impacting athletes that could bring some controversy with the competition.
And some big shoes to fill for the Palmetto State as voters head to the polls to pick the late Senator Lindsey Graham's potential replacement, which each candidate says they are bringing to the table with the high-level seat up for grabs.
6:30, happy Wednesday. Thank you so much for kicking off your day with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador. Jason Harper is off.
Yeah, I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson for TED this morning, tracking some patchy dense fog over the area. We are seeing more gloomier of a start this morning than yesterday morning.
Yeah.
The big reason why is because we had rain yesterday. So we've added more moisture to the atmosphere, and that moisture's got to go somewhere. So the atmosphere is like, let's create fog.
There we go.
There we go. To get rid of it.
Happy Wednesday.
Yeah, happy Wednesday to you. And this is a live look from West Charlotte. You can see that fog and really the low-hanging clouds just kind of hanging over the area. Now, I will say our West Charlotte tower camera giving us a little bit more visibility now than it was about an hour or so ago. So that's a good news there. The fog lifting a little bit in some areas. But again, if you live in Gastonia, if you live towards Morganton, also spots like south of I-85 towards Chester and York, a little bit more fog in those areas this morning. We do have the stall boundary just kind of hanging tough over the Carolinas. And again, this boundary has just been sitting with us all week long. It's on vacation. It's here in the Carolinas enjoying it. You can see radar mainly dry, but it could catch a spy shower or two somewhere. I would not be shocked if we had a light raindrop or two, if not some drizzle in some of those more foggy areas. Dew points in the 70s. Again, we've got a moisture-packed atmosphere. Whenever you got a lot of moisture like this, especially with a frontal boundary nearby, you got your fog, but you also have your chance for scattered showers and storms, and we'll be seeing that again later today. I do expect storm coverage to be slightly lower today compared to what we had yesterday. And you can see those scattered showers and storms, though, developing for the afternoon, and more of these tropical downpours going to be the case for today, and that could lead to the concern for isolated flash flooding. Weather Prediction Center, once again, going to put us under that level 1 out of 4 risk for flash flooding today. Not expecting widespread threats, but very similar to yesterday. 1 or 2 spots could have some isolated high water. 60s and low 70s this morning, turn into low to mid 80s this afternoon. Coming up in just a bit, we'll be talking about the storm chances for later in the week and also your weekend forecast, Julie.
All right, sounds good, Brandon. Let's get you outside right now. Showing you kind of the contrast here. This is I-77 at Lake Norman, traffic moving smoothly. But then when we switch over now to the west side in Gaston County, Brandon was talking about the visibility issues here. I-85 at Cox Road, you can see where that fog is and kind of how it's low laying and causing some issues for drivers, but not too much. As we take an overall look here, the earlier accidents on 77 South have since been cleared, so those icons not really causing much concern. Highlighting again what Brandon was talking about with the visibility issues in the areas of Gastonia. If you're taking 85 this morning, you know that's a normal slow stretch right there. Independence here is also a big offender as we're sitting pretty much in the middle of a cloud where our camera is there. 77 at LaSalle Street, closer to Uptown. You can see where that fog is as well. But besides the normal rush hour slowing on 85 coming through Gastonia, looking pretty good this morning. We'll give you another check of traffic coming up right after 7 a.m. Annie?
All right, Julian, thank you. Breaking overnight, one person is seriously hurt after a shooting in West Charlotte. It happened just after 12:30 on Freedom Drive near the I-85 interchange. Details into exactly what happened and any information about the victim still very limited. Medic says that person was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. We'll bring you the very latest all throughout the morning and online at QCnews.com. Early voting for the special primary begins today. Polls are open from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. through Friday. This is a Republican primary election. You will need a valid photo ID to cast your ballot. The winner faces off against the Democratic nominee, Dr. Annie Andrews, in November's general election. The special primary election day is Tuesday, August 11th. Todd Blanche is now one step closer to Senate confirmation as the new U.S. Attorney General. Republicans Tom Tillis of North Carolina and John Cornyn of Texas are now siding with their fellow Republicans on his nomination. As Kristen Eskow reports, that's just one part of the Senate's busy agenda.
In addition to Todd Blanche's nomination for Attorney General, the Senate is also taking up government funding this week to try to avoid a shutdown this fall. And meanwhile, Senate Republicans are in talks about potentially moving forward with another GOP budget bill to fund some Republican priorities. The full Senate is now set to vote on Todd Blanche's nomination for Attorney General this week after Republicans advanced it out of committee Tuesday. While Republicans argue Blanche is qualified to be the nation's top law enforcement officer,
I think he's refocused the department on taking on violent crime and actually taking on fraud.
Democrats have concerns.
We have another instance where Donald Trump is going to have his own personal lawyer there, ensuring that he can break the law, be above the law.
Meanwhile, Senate Republicans are in talks about taking the first steps to pass a GOP budget bill that wouldn't need any support from Democrats. It could include money for states to enforce voter ID requirements as outlined in the Save America Act, which is championed by President Trump and has been blocked by Senate Democrats.
Is there somewhere in here with budget reconciliation that we can do pieces of the Save America Act, or at least in a fiscal way deal with funding for some of those things? Maybe.
But in a bipartisan move, the Senate overwhelmingly advanced a short-term government funding bill to prevent an October 1st shutdown. Senate leaders are looking to hold a final vote this week.
No one wants a shutdown. It is a good thing that we were able to come together to produce a reasonable CR.
The House has passed its own short-term government funding bill. The two chambers will need to reach a compromise before a funding bill can be signed into law by the president. Kristen Eskow, News Nation, Washington.
House Speaker Mike Johnson is putting his political power behind the Republicans' candidate in North Carolina's 1st Congressional District. Johnson visited Greenville yesterday to campaign for retired Army Colonel Laurie Buckholt. North Carolina Republicans redrew the lines of the 1st District last year to give them a better chance of flipping the seat currently held by Democrat Don Davis.
We have a great record to run on. We've done incredible things for the people of North Carolina. Just for one example, in the 1st District of North Carolina, the average North Carolinian has $3,300 more in their pocket that they did not have to send to Washington for taxes this year. Why? Because we passed the big, beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cut.
Johnson is campaigning for Republicans in a number of competitive House districts across the country. Well, there's a new commander at North Carolina's Camp Lejeune Marine Corps Base. Lieutenant General Robert Fulford is now leading the 2nd Marine Expeditionary Force. He takes over for another 3-star, Calvert Worth Jr. Fulford says it's like coming home again.
I feel like I'm coming home. This is our 4th tour here. It's our 5th if you count my time as a kid. This is our home in the Carolina. We are deeply, deeply grateful for everything we have benefited. We have deployed, we have gone to combat and come home and benefited from the warm reception that this community provides to the Marines and sailors and their families of the Carolina MAGTF.
Fulford will lead more than 50,000 Marines and sailors in the 2nd MEF.
Regulators are changing the rules for high school athletes who transfer in South Carolina. It comes as school districts across the state start their classes and football seasons. South Carolina Bureau Chief Shakira Speaks explains how those new regulations will work.
Northwestern's football roster could have a very different look soon. State High School League officials eliminated the 3-game sit-out rule for transfer students, opening the door for more senior athletes to switch schools. Now coaches and athletic directors are preparing for the ripple effects of the new policy.
The day when that was announced, I'm sure there were a lot of seniors around the state of South Carolina that rejoiced. A lot of families, a lot of athletic departments that definitely rejoiced that day.
It's back to school time in the Palmetto State. Fall sports are already underway, and the governing body for South Carolina high school sports is changing the transfer rule for senior athletes' first transfer. Under the change, they would not miss the first part of their season if they switch schools before practices start. Rock Hill Northwestern Athletic Director Sarah Hayes says the penalty now counts towards the second and subsequent transfers.
When you make your first decision transferring, you want to make sure you make a good decision, because the second time involves missing games and also the postseason. There's also a penalty for if you come in after the first day of practice and then also after the first day of competition.
Regulators also changed the policy for students who transferred to new attendance zones due to legitimate family moves, as it won't count as their one-time transfer. AD Hayes says there weren't many senior transfers before, but with looser restrictions,
it's a fair, level playing field.
South Carolina is one of 5 states that doesn't allow high school players to profit from their names, images, or likenesses. Hayes believes the new transfer rule could open the door for lawmakers to reconsider the ban.
It will be interesting within the next few years to see how that affects, the movement of our student athletes, opportunities that they might have.
Reporting in Rock Hill, Shakir Speaks, Queen City News.
Football fans, the time is almost here. We'll have a look at how the Panthers are preparing for their first preseason game of the year and the new intensity being brought to training camp. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Welcome back. Tomorrow, football fans across the country will celebrate the official start of preseason play as the Panthers head north for the Hall of Fame game in Canton.
Carolina Sports Live's Joey Ellis was at training camp Tuesday. He has a look at what the team is doing to get ready.
Well, we're just over a day out from the Carolina Panthers officially opening up the preseason with the Hall of Fame game Thursday night in Canton. And the big thing for the Panthers is trying to stay healthy to the week 1 of the regular season. They dodged a bullet on Tuesday, all things considered, for a player who was not going to be suiting up to play Thursday. Anyway, still a scary moment, though, during 7-on-7s. Tuesday morning, it did turn out to be the best-case scenario for the Panthers. Xavier Legette was carted off after a hard and scary-looking fall when going up for a catch. However, after practice, he cleared concussion protocol, and according to Dave Canales, only has a stinger, so that is the good news. But all in all, the practice on Tuesday, the final day of practice before Thursday's game, it was considered the most chippy so far in training camp, with a few fights breaking out during the no-camera periods. And let's just say the intensity there is certainly there for Thursday's Hall of Fame game. And as for Thursday's game in the quarterback situation, we know it'll be Kenny Pickett getting the start Thursday, but it'll be that guy, number 16, the undrafted free agent Haynes King, getting the bulk of the work under center. in Canton. The Georgia Tech product has shown the Panthers really since rookie minicamp that he's ready to put the work in, at least for now here in Charlotte. But the question is now, is he still NFL ready? Well, the Panthers won't be the only ones watching Thursday night to see.
I'm very excited. You know, I hadn't played at this level yet, and just to go out there and showcase my ability and to do it with the guys that, you know, we've been working hard, whether it's training camp, OTAs, all that stuff, and just getting to know the guys, and to finally go out there in a game setting is going to be pretty exciting. It's very important, you know, and it's not just 53 as well. All the teams get to watch this film, so it's almost kind of like a cool little tryout for everything. You know, whatever you put on film, it's going to be there forever. I feel like it'll be fun, but also at the end of the day, like you said, it's important.
All right, as for the other football team here in Charlotte, Phase 1 Leagues Cup Tuesday night was at the bank for Charlotte FC. They took on Pumas of Liga MX. Kickoff was delayed an hour and 20 minutes due to some heavy rain that we had going through the area, but it was worth the wait for all the fans who did show up. It was the mayor, Brant Bronico, who started off the scoring. He notched one in the 26th minute. That was his first goal of the season. Charlotte FC would love to see more of that. Archie Goodwin added his own earlier in the second half, and then Tiger Smalls added his first pro goal, and the CSL Extra Time regular, the guy you saw a lot of times throughout the World Cup, Tyler Miller, had some timely saves for the Crown. Is Charlotte no problem in the opening match? They win that one 3-0. And in college football, life is good if you're an Ohio State Buckeye. The first college poll, the coaches poll, I should say, was released Tuesday afternoon with the Big Ten stalwarts, as usual, standing on top. Defending champs Indiana, they came in at 6th, believe it or not, despite having the second most first-place votes. Oregon, Georgia, Texas, and Notre Dame will round out the top 5, unsurprisingly. The Carolina teams who actually made this list, just one, the Clemson Tigers, who went 7-6 last season. They're ranked 23rd. That actually might be the best-case scenario for Dabo Swinney, as it's their lowest preseason ranking since 2011. So we got a lot more football to get to, inching closer to week 1 of the college football season, inching closer to week 1 of the preseason in the NFL. We got the legendary former Panthers general manager Bill Polian himself coming on the show tonight to talk Panthers, the current state, and looking ahead to a pivotal season for Bryce Young and company. We'll share that, and we got a lot more to get to tonight at 11 o'clock on Carolina Sports Live.
Well, after a well-deserved week off around the track, it's back in America's heartland as we go racing in Iowa. We're going one-on-one with Tyler Reddick as he looks to reclaim the first overall seed in the chase. Plus, we're hearing from the Gillionaire Todd Gilliland on his $1 million in-season tournament triumph. Around the Track is this Saturday, 11:30 a.m. on Queen City News.
All right, here's a feel-good story to brighten up your gloomy Wednesday. It's an annual event called They Will Surf Again in Wildwood on the Jersey Shore. 130 surfers of all ages and all abilities get a chance to get into the water. 700 volunteers, including doctors, nurses, and therapists, all donating their time so people can have a worry-free day in the ocean. It's a day many participants say they won't ever forget.
I look forward to it all year. It's just so great out there. I never thought I would surf again or ride in a wave again. And now this helps me to do it, and I love it.
It just makes you feel included. You don't feel different here. Everyone just sees you as who you are as a person, and they make sure you can get out there, have fun, just like everyone else can any other day.
So good right there. Organizers say they're committed to delivering the safest and highest quality experience possible for longtime surfers and beginners, and those who just want to meet people and hang out for the day.
I love it.
Right?
There's something so healing about the ocean. I'm hoping that everyone can enjoy it in some way, shape, or form. And Brandon, I don't know how we're looking out on the coast, but here we're dealing with this. This is a nice start, right? This is our Dallas camera, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's wild. So that's our Dallas camera. It's over top of the clouds that are on us right now. So,
crazy.
3,000, 4,000 feet up, you're looking down at the low clouds, the low stratus clouds and fog that's hanging over the area. But the good news is there's sun up there. That's the thing. There is sun. I do think we'll see a little bit more sun today, too, compared to what we had yesterday, because we are going to see some less storm coverage later this afternoon. So radar's dry this morning. It's just a patchy dense fog in certain areas this morning that we're continuing to deal with. You look at the timing for scattered storms this afternoon, starting as early as noon and continuing through the afternoon and evening. But notice there are a lot of dry spots here, maybe 3 or 4 storms on the map, and then the rest of the communities are dry. So just watch out for some of those tropical downpours today. Maybe an isolated flash flood instance somewhere, but again, it's a low-end threat for that. As we go overnight, storms might linger a little bit into the early overnight hours. Then by daybreak tomorrow, we are dry. Possibly a little less fog tomorrow and also a little bit more sun to start the day, and then scattered showers and storms back on the horizon for your afternoon or your Thursday and also into Thursday evening. Same can be said as we head into Friday, but by the weekend we should see more isolated storm chances. So it's a quarter of an inch to half an inch of rain through the weekend, 1 to 2 inches up in the mountains. They'll see more rain here over the next several days. Low pressure to our west, high pressure to our east. Both of these are kind of helping funnel in that Gulf moisture. I actually have had some questions here lately about if the tropics have anything to do with this. And there's no tropical systems expected over the next 7 days, but we are in August now. We should start to see the tropics pick back up and heat up again. The activity during hurricane season, the peak of it September 10th, but August 1st, we start to see that activity go up. Towards mid to late August, we should just be seeing like one named storm a week by then. And why are we seeing a calm season? Well, we've talked about El Nino for one. High wind shear limits storm organization. That keeps the warm air from rising. That moist warm air in the Atlantic it can't rise, so that prevents the updrafts. And again, El Nino is a big reason for that. And then also Saharan dust. That produces dry air out in the Atlantic basin. Dry air also suppresses storm development. So those are two things working against the hurricanes from forming right now. Hopefully we can keep it that way and keep hurricane season tame. Upper 60s, low 70s right now as you're out the door. You got mid 80s right now. This is for the afternoon for your today's highs. Mid 70s up in the high country. Upper 60s, low 70s tonight, with those temperatures in the mid to upper 80s tomorrow, getting a little bit warmer with upper 70s in the mountains. So again, we'll be tracking temperatures increasing towards the end of the week, with storm chances coming down a little bit, more isolated by the weekend. And we get hotter and drier for early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now. It's most honored and most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back after this.
right, anyone thinking about starting a family may want to consider which state to move to if you're in the market to move, right? So Massachusetts tops the list of the best states to have a baby, according to WalletHub. Researchers analyzed several factors, including quality of healthcare, childbirth costs, and childcare access across all 50 states. North Carolina ranks 35th on the list, South Carolina 46th. The bottom states include Mississippi, behind Alabama and Florida. Analysts pointed out the increasing costs of childbirth, making parenting overall just more expensive, with the national average conventional delivery costing about $16,000.
Okay.
That is a lot of money.
It is a lot
If
of
you
money.
insurance knocks down a lot. For
Yeah.
perspective, delivering my daughter without insurance would have been $50,000.
So it definitely gets.
I did not
brought
pay
down quite a bit.
$50,000,
Yeah. Okay.
but
Yeah.
it is expensive. Insurance helps out a lot, though.
And that happened here in North Carolina, didn't it?
It sure did.
And you know what? It seems like it went pretty well.
It was cost-wise, it was fine.
Top of the list, North
There we go.
Carolina.
There it is. Rated losses says bump us on up.
Case is done.
There we go. But it's a great place. I mean, North Carolina, if you're thinking about long-term, right? For having a family, there's so much to do around the Charlotte area.
absolutely.
Trips to the ocean, trips to the mountains. Come on now.
I mean, there's a reason why people keep on moving here
Yes.
by the hundreds each and every day.
131, 32?
Yeah, each
Every
somewhere
day.
around
Every
there each
day.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's not a
Wow.
secret.
I mean, I was born in Concord, North Carolina. Up at what used to be Northeast Medical Center, now Atrium.
Yeah.
And honestly, seeing North Carolina grow the way it has, I got to grow up in it. Things have went well. So I think that 35th, man, I don't know. I mean, we probably bumped that up a little bit.
Rated losses starting the
In our
campaign. I like it.
opinion, WalletHub didn't ask us. Bump it up to the top 5.
Top 5.
Yeah.
There we
There
go.
we go.
6:55 the time. We'll be back with more Queen City News now, right after this. Well, are you looking for a romantic getaway? You may not have to travel far. A new ranking is giving the Queen City plenty of love. One study by the dating app Agilus, let's go with that, names New York City as America's most romantic city, with Charlotte landing 7th. This is because of a strong date night spot, proposal areas, and romantic experiences. Charlotte is also highlighted for its mix in Southern charm and great restaurants. So number 7 most romantic, but what, 35
for having a
to give
baby.
birth.
So
Do the math.
Propose here, get married here, and then go somewhere else. I'm not.
Or
just
bump us
kidding.
up into the top 5.
I vote
there we
that
go.
one
It
for
comes
sure.
back. Time is 6:59. Our 7 o'clock hour starts right now.
Now at 7, we're tracking patchy dense fog over our communities this morning. Gastonia to name one spot that's dealing with more denser fog. We'll talk about how long it will take this fog to lift, plus timing out some scattered storm chances for the afternoon. Julian?
All right, Brandon, thank you. We're less than 2 hours away from polls opening for South Carolina's special Senate election. How candidates appealed to voters last night in the race's final debate.
It is not Islamophobic or racist or white nationalist to want to protect our everyday way of life.
I think we as a society need to do a much better job at knowing our neighbors.
A proposed plan to bring a mosque to Mooresville has some outrage, while others are calling for acceptance. Why the project is sparking so much controversy.
Queen City News starts now.
Good morning. Welcome in to Queen City News, now 7 a.m. here on your Wednesday morning. Thanks for kicking off your day with us. I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Annie Satowski. Jason Harper is off.
I'm meteorologist Brad Lawson. Ted Fayton also off today. We're tracking patchy dense fog in a lot of communities this morning, and there's some communities where they're like, what fog?
Right?
Depending on where you are. I mean, on one side of, like 485, you're seeing a lot of fog. Other side, you're completely clear. But Brandon, the good news is people may not get rained on today, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. We're going to see a little less rain coverage this afternoon compared to what we saw yesterday. So looking at our cameras again, you can tell there are some areas that are dealing with more denser fog than others. Monroe and also our exclusive Arlington camera up towards the top right, you can kind of see those clouds trying to lift a little bit. I believe that's Independence bottom left. So again, a lot of dense fog. So our Independence camera, Independence Boulevard showing the foggy conditions. This is what Gastonia looks like. I showed you this at the top of the 7 o'clock hour here. A lot of fog filling into downtown Gastonia. You can't even see the gas house right now due to the foggy conditions. And yeah, the visibility map making it clear, 0 miles of visibility in Gastonia right now. But as you mentioned, as we've been mentioning throughout the morning, again, some of the fog is a little bit more prevalent than other areas. So Charlotte, 8 miles of visibility right now, but Independence Boulevard, it's hard to see anything. So again, even though there could be good visibility report on some of the cities here, it doesn't mean other parts of the county aren't dealing with less than a quarter of a mile of visibility this morning. Radar is dry, but I won't rule out a spotty shower or two here as we go throughout the morning. The top weather story today is that storm chances continue. We're drier to start the morning, but then by about 1 to 2 o'clock today, storm chances turn to more of a 30 to 40% chance. And again, flash flooding going to be the main risk today. But again, it's a low-end threat for flash flooding. Look at those localized high water issues. Coming up in just a bit, we'll time the storms out for you on Futurecast. Talk about your temperatures out the door and later this afternoon in just a bit, Annie.
Breaking overnight, one person is seriously hurt after a shooting in West Charlotte. It happened just after 12:30 on Freedom Drive near the I-580 interchange. Details into what exactly happened and who the victim is limited right now. Medics says the victim was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. We'll bring you the latest throughout the morning and on our website, qcnews.com.
Early voting for the special primary begins today. Polls open in South Carolina in an hour and a half, and they'll stay open until 5, and that'll be today through Friday, so 8:30 to 5. This is a Republican primary election. You'll need a valid photo ID to cast your ballot. The winner will face off against the Democratic nominee, Dr. Annie Andrews, in November's general. The special primary election day is Tuesday, August 11th. Our Queen City News anchor, Savannah Russo, will join us in about 10 minutes with details on where you can cast your vote. Well, 4 of the top GOP candidates participated in a debate last night. The event was produced by Queen City News and our parent company, Nexstar Media Group. The candidates faced a wide range of topics from affordability to Social Security, the war in Iran, and even the Silfab solar plant in Fort Mill. And as our chief political correspondent Andy Weber reports, a disagreement over Silfab led to a back and forth between Congressman Ralph Norman, who represents Fort Mill, and Greenville businessman Mark Lynch.
You advocated for Silfab to come into your backyard and advocated for tax breaks for them, and it's poisoning the ground, the water, the schools that are there.
It's silly season with what you're saying. CILFAB was supported by the governor. They were supported by the lieutenant governor. They took over a vacant building, so you were nowhere to be seen when we were having the debate.
The controversial CILFAB solar plant in Fort Mill was one of several topics in the Tuesday night's debate. It featured 4 of the 5 leading candidates for the South Carolina U.S. Senate seat, once held by the late Lindsey Graham. Candidates were asked about Social Security, affordability, and the Iran war. Former Governor Mark Sanford says he agrees Iran is a threat to national security, but argued Congress needs to weigh in and give approval to continue the war.
And there's a process question. I fought against this with the Clinton administration. I fought against it again with the Obama administration. You have undeclared war that drags on and on and on.
Candidates were also asked about the Senate. All seemed to agree that something needs to change to make the body more efficient. Congressman Russell Fry argued he's able to meet that moment and would vote to eliminate the filibuster.
We need to shake up the Senate. We need to change this way and make sure that this Senate is more responsive. Put a fighter in the United States Senate, somebody who's ready, who's battle tested and ready to fight for you.
Again, that was Andy Weber reporting. Senator Darling Graham was unable to take part in last night's debate because of business in Washington.
The pressure is mounting this morning for North Carolina Congressman Chuck Edwards to drop his bid for re-election. The House Ethics Committee called for Edwards to be censured Tuesday after finding evidence he made unwanted advancements towards female staff members. CNN is reporting House Republicans are privately encouraging Edwards to abandon his re-election effort. McClatchy Media also reporting North Carolina Senator Ted Budd is also calling for Edwards to drop out. Edwards' 11th congressional district is seen as competitive in this fall's midterm election. The impact of North Carolina's new state budget expected to be discussed at tonight's Mecklenburg County Commissioners meeting. The new budget includes a provision to claw back funding from local governments for rejecting the I-77 South Express Lanes project. Avoiding the clawback would require the county to reverse its opposition to the project. The budget also includes more funding to hire and train social services personnel. Commissioners set to meet tonight at 6 o'clock in Uptown.
Iran and Oman say they are closer to an agreement on opening the Strait of Hormuz in the Middle East. President Trump says this means a critical waterway that has 1/5 of the world's oil supply passing through could open as soon as today. The possible agreement would allow ships to enter through an Iranian-controlled route and exit through an Oman-controlled route. Regional officials say they're still negotiating, and a final agreement would have to include a deal on the U.S. lifting the blockade on Iran's ports.
Some Mooresville residents are opposed to the building of a new mosque, but the people behind the project say they just want to be a good neighbor. This morning, Queen City News reporter David Schuman takes a closer look at the argument over the proposed place of worship.
The Islamic Center of Lake Norman has owned this lot in Mooresville for years. Now, town officials say early construction work is underway here on a new permanent location for the nonprofit, which currently rents this space less than a mile away. Town officials say the proposal is for 2 buildings totaling about 5,000 square feet, a prayer hall and a kitchen/office building. Some community members are against the planned mosque. They packed Monday's town commission meeting to protest it for various reasons, including religious opposition.
Islam is more than a religion. It is a political regime with the ultimate goal of takeover in regions and nations.
It is not Islamophobic or racist or white nationalist to want to protect our everyday way of life.
We do not want to become like other areas where Islam is settled into, such as Michigan, Minneapolis, and New York City.
Al Reeder is with the Council on American Islamic Relations, North Carolina.
I think we as a society need to do a much better job at knowing our neighbors.
Reeder says the comments opposing the mosque saddened and scared him.
There's a very large degree in our country of misunderstanding of Islam, not saying that any one of those individuals would ever do harm on anybody, but the rhetoric being said could motivate somebody to do that.
The Islamic Center of Lake Norman said in a statement, "We follow the same laws and regulations as every other community, and the project is not expected to significantly affect traffic. We are your neighbors and an active part of the Mooresville community, and we hope we can all connect better as neighbors."
We're human beings. We're real people. We want to be treated like that. We're proud Americans.
In Mooresville, David Schuman, Queen City News.
A town spokesperson says no public hearings or commission approvals were needed because the mosque project does comply with all zoning and development regulations. Coming up on 7:09, let's get a check of our forecast with meteorologist Brandon Lawson. We have all this moisture hanging out with us, but the good news is it's not really going to rain today.
Yeah, not much rain today like we saw yesterday. We'll still see a few scattered showers and storms this afternoon, but you see things are dry this morning. It's just a patchy fog and low clouds that we'll have to deal with for much of the morning. But notice as we get to the afternoon, there's still a few storms out there popping up. About 4 or 5 storms try to pop up as early as noon, and then we'll continue with those scattered storms into the late afternoon, evening. I do think the storm coverage will be less than what we saw yesterday. That doesn't mean you're not going to get wet at all today. There's a possibility you get a downpour or two over your home, but again, there is a little bit less of a chance of getting wet today than yesterday. These downpours will be tropical downpours. Once again, all the moisture we have in the atmosphere is going to produce that chance for those downpours and also that isolated flash flood risk. Upper 60s, low 70s this morning. It's a muggy start out there. We'll be a little warmer this afternoon, more so towards the mid 80s with those mid 70s in the high country. So again, it's going to be a little bit warmer today, but still very muggy. Visibility very low in spots like Gastonia, Shelby, Lincoln, and really along and south of I-85. We've seen some visibility issues out there with that patchy dense fog. Coming up in just a bit, we'll talk about when the fog can start to lift a little bit and also talk about when rain chances will be diminishing in just a little bit. Julian?
All right, Brandon, thank you. Let's get you outside right now and give you a look at what we're dealing with here. This is up in giving you an idea of the fog that we're dealing with, Gastonia, Belmont area, and where there's some slow areas. Let's take you to that section right now where you can just see how slow it is. Normal 8 minutes, 38 minutes is what's going to take you to get from just Gastonia to Belmont. That's not even all the way to 485. Give you a better look at what they're dealing with there. 85 at Cox Road. I mean, you're at a crawl pretty much there. Things do get better by the time you get to Sam Wilson. Exit on 85 there in West Charlotte. But that is one slow stretch. Also taking a look at 77 northbound. That's not too far from where we had that accident on 77 south earlier this morning. Still slow in that area outside of Arrowwood Road as you work your way up towards Uptown. Also taking a look at a slow spot here, 85 southbound. There's an accident that has a hard shoulder blocked, even though there's not delays there. As you're near the Poplar 10 exit, about 5 miles an hour, and then moving you up towards 77 at Lake Norman. Things look pretty good up in that stretch. We'll give you another check of your traffic, including an update on 85 and 77 coming up right after 7:30. Annie?
A plane crashes in the Bahamas with 10 Americans on board. Still ahead, what one of those passengers says about the terrifying experience and where the investigation stands this morning. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. Early voting in South Carolina's special Republican primary begins in about an hour.
That's right. Registered voters will select a candidate to replace the late Senator Lindsey Graham on the ballot.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell joins us live in Rock Hill at one of just 2 early polling locations for York County voters. Savannah, good morning. What are we seeing before polls actually open?
Yeah, hey, good morning, Annie and Julian. Definitely very quiet here so far this morning. We're at the Holiday Inn Rock Hill, so a lot of cars in the parking lot are just here as hotel guests. But we have seen a few elections workers getting out to put out a few of the signs here, still kind of hidden around some of the cars necessarily. But it's going to be in these meeting rooms here inside this hotel. And elections officials say it's incredibly important if you're looking to vote early in person to double check with the state's website. That's scvotes.gov in order to make sure you know where that polling place is. Again, there's only 2 locations here in York County if you want to go early in person. Here or the York County Fire Training Center, which is, again, in York, about 30 minutes away from this spot. Once again, officials say this is going to be different than some of the other times that people have cast their ballots. Now, early in-person voting is available today, tomorrow, and Friday. Those polls will open at 8:30 each morning and close at 5 in the evening. Election day for the special primary, that's coming up next Tuesday, August 11th. That's about a month exactly after Senator Graham's death. State workers say they had to rely on a lot of different community partners to pull together the logistics for the special primary.
Securing a polling place less than 30 days, it's an event space. Most of our polling places are schools, community centers, event spaces, and a lot of things are booked. So a lot of people helped us out here, and we're very appreciative of that.
If no candidate is able to secure at least 50% of the vote, there will be a special runoff later this month, August 25th. The winner of the special primary will face off against the Democratic candidate, Dr. Annie Andrews, come November. Reporting live in Rock Hill, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. Well, this morning we were taking you inside the cabin of a seaplane that crashed in the Bahamas with 10 Americans on board. Authorities say the small plane was trying to take off Saturday morning when it ran into boat traffic. The pilot turned looking for a safer route, but police say while taxiing on the water, the aircraft started pulling left, and despite attempts to correct it, it slammed into a dock near a resort. All 8 passengers and 2 crew members are safely evacuated with the help of nearby boaters who rushed in to help. One of the passengers talked about what they felt during the crash.
All of a sudden, the dock started getting closer and closer, and one of the people in the plane behind me said, "Where are you going?" And then it just was boom, and it hit.
You can see right here where the plane eventually rolled into the water after everyone safely got out. Now Bahamian accident investigators are working to figure out exactly what happened and why.
Well, we're hearing the moments of chaos and confusion after a car barreled through an intersection on Nashville's most iconic street. Metro Nashville police released 911 calls from witnesses to Sunday's deadly crash on Broadway that killed 1 person and hurt 3 others.
What are you seeing?
They're doing compressions on her right now, and there's more hit. There's more hit.
How many people do you see are hit?
Okay. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, I think. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Tennessee Governor Bill Lee says the 87-year-old man behind the wheel had a medical emergency. Police identified him as Thomas Cahill from Bowling Green, Kentucky. He was with his 90-year-old wife and her caretaker who were in the back seat. Both Cahill and his wife are still in the hospital. Metro Police confirmed that an Australian man was killed in that incident. Also injured, a 44-year-old man from Jacksonville, a 21-year-old woman from Knoxville, and a woman from Parsons, Tennessee. A friend identified that woman as Diane. She says she drove up from Parsons and was on her way to Barry Manilow's concert downtown.
It's like a bad nightmare that you don't think that you'll be able to wake up from. One minute I'm crying, next minute there's hope, next minute it's dashed away. The kind of person that Diane is, she's a fighter, and she's such a good soul. And when I tell you to know Diane is to love Diane. Diane is one of the kindest souls there is. The crash is bringing up new conversations about tourist safety in the heavily traveled area.
The Tennessee Department of Transportation says it's been talking with city leadership and other state departments about installing bollards. Those are thick posts that protect pedestrians and control traffic. Coming up on 7:20, let's get a check of our forecast with meteorologist Brandon Lawson. It is another gloomy start to our day.
Yeah, tracking the gloomy conditions from our West Charlotte tower camera right now. Temperatures in the low 70s and the humidity is 97%. Whenever your humidity reaches 100%, that's usually when we get the patchy dense fog to develop and also some drizzle. And you see rain chances here, 40% today, 40% tomorrow, and then rain chances gradually decrease into the weekend. More of an isolated storm chance by the time we get towards the end of the work week and the weekend. I got a lot of questions yesterday about why were the storms moving from east to west yesterday, because normally we get storms in from the west or storm systems in from the west, but the big difference yesterday is this area of low pressure is back to the west. So I made this graphic this morning, and you can see that counterclockwise flow around the area of low pressure, and that counterclockwise flow is why the storms were coming in from the east and surging to the west. They were just flowing around that area of low pressure, leading to more of that east-west movement of the storms versus the west to east movement that we tend to see around here in the Carolinas. Here's a look at radar this morning. Don't be shocked if you see a spotty shower or two pop up. I'm not seeing anything on radar this morning. The better chance for showers and storms will once again be during the peak heating hours of the day. Afternoon and evening, scattered showers and storms popping up. Likely some heavier rainfall with some of these storms. Again, we've got a lot of moisture, so you're going to see more of those tropical downpours today. Storms could linger through the early overnight hours, drier by tomorrow morning. Hopefully a little bit more sun as you're out the door tomorrow morning. And then scattered showers again developing as we get into the afternoon and evening tomorrow, with those tropical downpours again as the main concern, because those could produce isolated flash flooding. 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch of rain here through the weekend, so not as much as we've seen lately. Now, as you get up towards the mountains, 1 to 2 inches of rainfall is likely, because they'll continue to see rain into the start of the weekend. It's 66 in Boone right now, 70 in Charlotte, 68 Chester, 73 Sherall. High temperatures launching into the mid-80s this afternoon, with those mid-70s up in the high country. Your 7-day forecast is showing those scattered daily storm chances, and temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. We'll get more isolated with the storms as we get into the weekend, and then turn hotter and drier towards the start of next week. Julian?
All right, thank you, Brandon. Taking a look right now at Welcome back. Time is 7:24 as we take you up to New York City. Slightly better shot than what we're dealing with over here. Now, market futures all in the green. And it was another major day of gains on Wall Street yesterday. As we take a look at Tuesday's closing numbers there, the Dow Jones up almost 2 percentage points. NASDAQ up over 2.5 points. S&P kind of in the middle of the two, almost 2 percentage points as well. We'll talk with Jane King live from the New York Stock Exchange. She'll join us coming up at 8:25.
All right, a steakhouse in Hollywood, Florida is switching up their dress code for an unconventional dining experience. On the first Monday of every month, restaurant goers can purchase tickets for a fully naked dinner. No, not naked as in like there's nothing on your steak, there's nothing on your chicken. This is people.
Nothing on your body.
Nothing on your body. And it's legal because staff members will be fully clothed. The chef and owner of Class Soiree Steakhouse came up with the nude dining experience to attract new business and attention. There's going to be a lot of attention.
Yeah.
Tickets, though, are $250 for men, $150 for women. If you're going with your boo, it's $300 for couples. The restaurant is expecting 20 people for the next nude dinner.
You know, I guess it can get business, right? But who wants to eat a steak naked?
No.
Like maybe in your own home, right? The comfort of your own home. But
No judgments. Like,
to sit
you
on a
do
chair or in a booth.
I hope they have like.
And then it's about going to the restaurant the days afterwards.
Right.
Like,
There's got to be
you know,
like
it's just-
some hazmat suits and lots of cleaning. But you know, like the toilet seat protectors in public restrooms.
Yeah.
Maybe they like put one of those down for everyone.
yeah, something like that.
Nothing says relaxing like crinkly paper while you're trying to eat a steak.
Also, like, what is the waiter gonna be like? Just like, yep, you'll have wait. And then,
Good luck getting waiters to sign up for that shift. Like, oh, I'm busy. I'm out of town. I can't do it.
Or if the waiter's really eager to sign up, it's just like, that makes me have so many more questions about you.
Yeah, right.
Why do you want to work tonight?
If the waiter's like really in tune, like, hey, this is what this is, you know, it comes with ranch, comes with some lettuce, you know. Let me just reach over you and
Let me read the specials again.
Oh, all right.
Wow, there's nothing special, I don't think, about that. At least in my opinion, but like you said, some firm.
Different strokes for different folks.
There it is.
All right, there we go.
All right, 7:27 almost. We'll be back with our Queen City News now, right after this.
Now at 7:30, tracking another chance for scattered showers and storms today. Those storm chances will be going up again towards the afternoon and evening. I'm timing it out for you.
Charlotte investigators say they have a suspect and evidence to charge a man in the killing of his ex-girlfriend, but the fight to convict him may not be a slam dunk for prosecutors. The missing piece of the puzzle that could lead to an unusual trial.
Plus, North Carolina entering another legal battle with President Trump and the White House, while the Tar Heel state is joining a growing list of others claiming the president broke the law in his latest round of tariffs.
7:30, happy Wednesday. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador. Jason Harper is off, so is meteorologist Ted Phaeton, but we have meteorologist Brandon Lawson standing by in the Pinpoint Weather Center, tracking a day where visibility is an issue, but rain not as much as yesterday.
Yeah, not as much rain as yesterday. We'll see a little less coverage of those storms as we head towards the afternoon and evening, but as you mentioned, as our Gastonia camera shows behind me, we are dealing with low visibility this morning. This is a live look from our exclusive Arlington camera, and conditions don't look too bad over uptown right now. Now, it's a bit gloomy with all the clouds, and we probably still have some of those low clouds covering up some of our buildings up there in uptown, but we're not dealing with this dense fog as we're dealing with in Gastonia. So you look at radar this morning, things are mainly dry. Could catch a spotty shower or two through the morning. Better chance of those showers and storms, though, will once again come during the afternoon and evening. Scattered storms developing. These heavy downpours will be the big case for today. Could see some of those tropical downpours produce the isolated flash flood threat towards the afternoon and evening. Visibility very low in Gastonia, Shelby, Lincoln, Rockingham this morning, and also down towards Chesterfield County. So those are the spots that are dealing with more dense fog, but there could be some spots in Mecklenburg and Cabarrus County that have low visibility too. You're just not seeing it reported at the airports there. So why is there more fog this morning compared to yesterday morning? It all has to do with yesterday's rain. So we got very saturated ground here. What ends up happening when the rain falls, obviously we get very wet ground, so you've got a lot of moisture down at the surface. That moisture evaporates into the atmosphere, but the atmosphere is already packed full of moisture. So as that moisture evaporates to the atmosphere, it fills the atmosphere up with moisture, so the moisture has to go somewhere, right? Because Mother Nature can only hold so much, so it gets rid of it by the form of condensation, and that saturation can lead to fog, drizzle, mist, things like that, and that's why we're dealing with that this morning. Upper 60s, low 70s as you're out the door this morning. I've got temperatures in the mid 80s this afternoon with mid 70s in the mountains. Coming up in just a bit, we'll be talking about when rain chances will start to dwindle down a bit in just a little bit, Julian.
All right, Brandon, thank you. Taking a look outside right now. Independence not looking too good. As you can see, visibility an issue there, but visibility really is the story of the day. Let's take a look right here, overlaying where the fog is on our Pinpoint speed map. You can see a quarter-mile in parts of upstate South Carolina, half a mile when you're in Dallas, Gastonia, Belmont, about a mile of visibility there. Let's take you over to 85 in that stretch. You can see just how slow it's moving. 85 at Cox Road. They're a little bit better than we were about half an hour ago, but you can see right there, still pretty slow moving. By the time you get to Sam Wilson Road, things are a lot better. Let's swing you on now over to kind of South Charlotte, north of Arrowwood Road, 77 northbound. Slow past Arrowwood. It gets a little bit better as you get closer to uptown there. Giving you a look at 85 at Poplar Tent Road. We had a slowdown there earlier this morning, but things moving smoothly now, just as regular rush hour density. And then you can see 77 at Lake Norman. Not dealing with that fog there, so depending on where you are will depend on what you see in terms of the fog on your morning commute, but slow spots really are usual culprit, 85 north coming out of Gastonia. Annie?
Breaking overnight, one person is seriously hurt after a shooting in West Charlotte. It happened just after 12:30 on Freedom Drive near the I-85 interchange. Very few details are available right now. Medic says that victim was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. We'll keep you updated throughout the morning and online at QCnews.com.
We are just hours away from the start of early voting in South Carolina. Actually, just an hour, less than that, from the start of the South Carolina Special Senate GOP primary. Polls open from 8:30 to 5 through this Friday. The primary set to replace the late Senator Lindsey Graham on the ballot. You'll need a valid photo ID to cast your ballot. The winner faces off against the Democratic nominee, Dr. Annie Andrews, in November's general election. The special primary election day, Tuesday, August 11th. Now, this comes after 4 GOP candidates took part in a debate last night produced by Queen City News and our parent company, Nexstar Media. Senator Darlene Graham says she was unable to take part in the debate because of business in Washington. The debate topics range from affordability, Social Security, and the Silfab solar plant in Fort Mill.
And you advocated for Silfab to come into your backyard and advocated for tax breaks for them, and it's poisoning the ground, the water, the schools that are there.
It's silly season with what you're saying. Silfab was supported by the governor. They were supported by the lieutenant governor. They took over a vacant building, so you were nowhere to be seen when we were having the debate.
Candidates were also asked about the war in Iran. Former Governor Mark Sanford says he agrees Iran is a threat to national security, but argued Congress needs to weigh in and give approval to continue the war. Additionally, the debate touched on the Senate. All seemed to agree that something needs to change to make the body more efficient. Congressman Russell Fry argued he's able to meet that moment and would vote to eliminate the filibuster. Again, the early voting period begins in less than an hour at 8:30.
We're learning more details about a case involving a Charlotte man charged with murdering his ex-girlfriend in her disappearance. Even though police haven't found her body, Brandy Merrick has been missing for nearly 2 months. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell tells us about the evidence that led to a suspect's arrest.
36-year-old Derek Randall Jr. is now accused of murdering his ex-girlfriend, Brandy Merrick, the mother of his 12-year-old child. But after first being reported missing nearly 2 months ago, Merrick's body still has not been found. CMPD says Merrick was last seen at a relative's house in Northeast Charlotte on June 8th. She was reported missing a few days later. Through their investigation, officers learned the couple had just broken up in May and that Randall had a history of abuse. They discovered Merrick's rental car abandoned in the same Northeast Charlotte neighborhood where she was last seen, less than a mile from Randall's home. A witness later came forward and told authorities they believe Randall used an excavator to bury Merrick. Cell phone records led investigators to a wooded area in Catawba County, where records show flock cameras captured Randall's truck and a trailer carrying the excavator. Investigators discovered a shallow grave in the area. They did not find a body, but detectives say DNA found at the site and a spatter of blood found inside Randall's garage belonged to Brandy Merrick. Attorney Bill Powers isn't associated with the case. He says charging someone with first-degree murder before a body is found isn't always common, but with strong evidence, it can typically hold up in court.
They don't have the literal smoking gun or something else that they would prefer to have. That doesn't mean they can't bring charges, and it doesn't mean they won't secure a conviction, to be honest with you.
Power says unless there is a confession, prosecutors must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Randall is Merrick's alleged killer. Online, family members and friends are begging with the community and CMPD to help bring Brandy home. Mr. Randall, though, remains in custody here at the Mecklenburg County Jail. He's being held on no bond. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Court records also show the suspect's parents filed a civil summons after Merrick's disappearance, seeking custody of her child with Randall. No word where that case stands right now. Our chief legal analyst, Kali Rhodes, will join us to share more insight into that case coming up in our 9 o'clock hour. The tariff fight is ramping up in court. North Carolina is one of 25 states suing over the president's latest import duties. While state leaders say the tariffs are illegal, President Trump says the countries being taxed haven't done enough to crack down on forced labor. The president announced the tariffs late last month. Economists say the tariffs, along with the war in Iran, are fueling the affordability crisis.
A lot of economic policy uncertainty being driven by tariffs. Then we have international pressure, geopolitical concerns with the war in the Middle East.
On Capitol Hill, most Republicans are still standing behind the president. Some, though, are starting to acknowledge the tariffs are having an impact, especially in rural areas.
A California man is facing weapons charges after police say that he was photographing a Trump golf course property and monitoring security operations days before a presidential visit. It happened Sunday outside of Trump National Golf Club near Los Angeles. Investigators say they found a loaded handgun in Janine Tallay's vehicle and ammunition on his person. They later seized additional weapons, body armor, and high-capacity magazines from his home. The 38-year-old suspect was already under investigation in a robbery case. He now faces federal weapons charges. Officials say there was no confirmed direct threat to President Trump, who visited the golf resort Tuesday. Classroom gender dress codes causing parents, teachers, and students to get into a heated debate in one North Carolina school district. As Haley Kennedy reports, the controversy started after a state representative posted on social media about a local transgender teacher.
Wake County Public School teachers, parents, and students all had something to say at Tuesday's school board meeting.
I also sent my kids to public school so that they would experience some of the diversity that I lacked as a result of going to private school.
I think it is insulting and unnecessary that trans people live their lives. Let's get back to educating our kids.
Opposing an emotional public comment.
We need to end the... I'm sorry.
About a transgender Wake County Public School music teacher. The conversation stems from this Facebook post made a week ago by North Carolina State Representative Aaron Perret, stating in part, "I don't care how adults choose to live outside of the professional workday, but I will always protect our children. And it may be time to introduce a bill requiring gender-appropriate professional attire for public school employees."
Elementary-age children are now asking questions about sex, gender identity, pronouns, and gender presentation. That creates an educational issue, and therefore a parental rights issue.
According to Perret's post, she calls the teacher a, quote, transgender biological male who dresses like a woman.
Is how I'm dressed making anybody uncomfortable? Should I be in like a t-shirt, jeans, anything like that?
Christina Langry was born a woman but is a trans man. In Tuesday's meeting, wearing a dress challenging gender dress code policies.
I'm dressed and looking exactly the way everybody who wants this bill to pass wants me to look. This is what you guys want.
CBS 17 reached out to Representative Perret regarding Tuesday's comments. She said in a statement, "I am standing firm on this issue for the protection of children." Going on to include, "I'm not sure what a legislative solution could look like, but I have received a lot of ideas from concerned parents, and I'm open to suggestions."
Well, still ahead, as scouts are in Charlotte this morning looking for some hidden gems. We're checking in with leaders from the Knothole Foundation, talking about a very special event in its 7th year, shining a light on the often overlooked HBCU talent taking part in America's favorite pastime. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored in local news in Charlotte.
Welcome back. Today, 90 high school baseball players and 25 college coaches from around the country taking part in the Knott Hall Foundation's Diversity in Baseball HBCU Showcase.
So who did we have to bring in here? None other, Chief Communications Officer for the Knott Hall Foundation, Tommy Viola, joining us to talk about this very special event in its 7th year, and it gets underway today. What can we expect out at Stick Field?
Yeah, this is a very special event. I'm very excited. I'm like a kid in the candy store today. I really am. Like, this is one of those events that you look forward to all year. You know, we do a ton of events out there. We do a ton of free baseball and softball clinics, camps. This is one of our signature events. This is what we work on. I mean, we've been, putting things together since February on this. It's scheduling, it's inviting college coaches, it's booking hotel rooms. It's inviting high school baseball players, really good high school baseball players, and not just from the Charlotte area, but from all over the country. I mean, we have kids now that are coming in from Pittsburgh, from Chicago, Virginia, all across the country that want to be here for this event. There's not many of these type of events that go on. I mean, you don't have a lot of HBCU showcases. There's maybe only 3 or 4 that I know of that are out there. So this is a very special event. So a lot of planning goes on, and it's just a great opportunity for these high school baseball players.
Tommy, one of the things that we see with travel baseball, the cost is so high to get your kids into some of these showcases. And for many of them, this could be a chance to continue playing on. How important is it to offer something for these students where they get to have college coaches come see them all in one place at one time?
That's the beauty of this, is that they're going to be on the field, they're going to be in our batting cages, they're going to hear financial advice. We have True Liant Federal Credit Union is going to be out talking about financial education. There's so many different things that they're going to learn as part of this event. So it's really special for them. And you're right. I mean, and the coaches love it because, you think about a coach and you got to go visit this place or that place. You're coming out and you're going to see, 75 to 90 different players out here with an opportunity. And we found that over the past, 6 years now, this being our 7th, about 20 to 25% of these kids will receive a college offer. So that's really great. So it's exciting for us.
That's incredible. So obviously easy for coaches, a nice recruiting stop for them. But what of those athletes who have gotten an offer? What have they said to you about the meaning of this experience and what it did for them?
Yeah, it's special for us because we love to follow their stories, and that's really great. I mean, we have a kid that was here a couple years ago now. He's at Norfolk State University. We love following his, all the things he's doing, and it's just so important for us to be able to say that, hey, they were over here in West Charlotte at the Stick Williams Dreamfields, and they've taken that and they've gotten this opportunity, and they continue to grow, and it's exciting. I mean, you played college baseball. I mean, it's exciting for these kids, and this is an opportunity for them to take that next step. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited. You know me, I get very excited.
Jittery. Come on.
Very excited.
Obviously, we got to show this off here. These are the shirts that they're going to be wearing there. Some have the numbers on the back. The hats are going to have on too. And you got colleges all over that are coming in the University of Maryland Eastern Shore. I saw that's going to be there. Rep in Maryland, got to throw in my home state there. But also you have a legend coming in to speak with him. Mookie Wilson coming in, member of World Series champ too, right?
That's right. I brought his baseball card. I'm like, I could show that off on TV. A little small to see, but this is a Mookie Wilson baseball card. I'm so excited to meet him. I met him a couple years ago. He just had a big weekend, the 40th anniversary of the 1986 World Series Mets. They just had a big celebration at Citi Field, so he's coming from New York right here to West Charlotte to visit us, talk to all the high school baseball players. It's going to be a lot of fun.
You got to move your jersey.
There you go. They got the mic on, man.
Oh, no, did I cover my mic?
I do have to ask, part of the reason why you might just be excited, I mean, it's not like you're a Mets fan.
I am. Well, not anymore. I mean, I don't watch them anymore this year. But that's a whole other story. That's for sports. But
so you're going to relive the good years?
I'm going to relive the good years when I was 5 years old, 1986.
All right, so we've got clinic, lunch, dinner tonight, games tomorrow. You're full. You were over capacity.
We are.
So for next year, for any athlete that might be seeing this, what do they have to do to mark their calendars and to get ready?
Jump on this opportunity early. We always announce this, very early on. So we'll even probably announce a lot of this after this year. So, jump on it early because we did see that in the last couple of weeks, the numbers just continue to climb up as we continue to post more information. So jump on it now for next year if you didn't make it this year, and just come out and it's going to be a great event. event. Looking forward to it.
And Tommy, here's a great thing too. It's not just this one event. You guys do things year-round. So go ahead, check out the Mount Hall Foundation.
Yes.
Great program over there in West Charlotte. Tommy, thank you. We're going to
Thank
let you
you.
run because that kicks
I gotta
off
run.
today. Busy man, busiest man in baseball. We always like to say, Tommy V, thanks for stopping in, brother.
Thank you.
All right, now as far as the weather today, Brandon, yes, visibility isn't great, but I think a lot of people out there are going to be happy that we don't have the rain chances we had yesterday when you're hitting the ball field.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Julian. Storm chances are going to be slightly lower this afternoon and evening compared to what we had yesterday. Here's a live look from our West Charlotte Tower camera showing the dreary conditions out there. But as you take the live look from Gastonia, it's a little bit more foggy there. The dense fog taking over Gaston County at the moment. And as you get farther west, there were spots like Cleveland County, Chester, York County. That's where we're dealing with the more denser fog this morning. And we have all that mugginess still building into the area. We have two systems essentially helping funnel in the moisture from the Gulf. We got the area of low pressure back to our west, and then you have the high pressure center back to the east, the Bermuda high, the subtropical high that's essentially funneling in all that Gulf moisture into the Carolinas. Nothing coming out of the tropics right now. We don't have any tropical systems nearby. No tropical systems are expected over the next 7 days. And again, the tropics are shut down because of a lot of wind shear out in the Atlantic, and we also have a lot of Saharan dust that is creating dry air and suppressing hurricane development. Radar is dry this morning. We do have the fog and maybe some mist in a few areas. I wouldn't be shocked if we're seeing that farther west of Charlotte this morning. But you can see scattered showers and storms popping up this afternoon and evening. Tropical downpours, that is the story as we go through the day today. Some of those heavier downpours could produce a chance for isolated flash flooding. As we go into tomorrow morning, we're dry, possibly a little bit more sun tomorrow morning than what we've been seeing lately, but I do expect some patchy fog in a few areas. Scattered showers and storms as you're out the door tomorrow afternoon and evening. Heavier downpours, again, going to be the main concern because we could see some isolated flash flooding out of some of those storms. Just heavy rain and some of those moving over the same areas over and over again could produce that flood threat. 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch of rain over the next 5 days. The higher rain totals will come in the mountains, 1 to 2 inches. They'll just be seeing more rain here even through the weekend. So we could forecast for Charlotte isolated storm chances here for the weekend. We're near 90 degrees this weekend too, so it gets hotter. We're still dealing with the mugginess, but the storm chances will be coming down a bit for Saturday and Sunday. Then the mountain forecast, notice a bit more wet on Saturday, temperatures in the 70s. Bit drier for Sunday, scattered storms. Pollen levels remaining low. Grasses, mold, the main deal with the pollen, but overall things are pretty calm in that department. Ragweed going to start to increase though. We're in the mid upper 80s here as you look at your 7-day forecast with those daily scattered storm chances. Isolated storms for the weekend, hotter and drier for early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning. And we still have 2 hours left to go. So here's a preview of what's ahead in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. A woman missing for nearly 2 months and her body still hasn't been found. Her ex, though, is charged in her murder and allegedly using an excavator to bury her. Our chief legal analyst, Kali Rhodes, will join us to discuss the chilling details about the case of Brandy Merrick. Plus, primaries across the country are testing the strength of the progressive Democrat platform in places like Michigan and Kansas. We'll go live to our nation's capital for the latest on some big races still being tallied as we speak. And it's either a terrible idea or the best marketing tactic we have ever seen. How one college football team is giving a lucky season ticket holder the chance of a lifetime to call the plays. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. As a new school year begins, students tell state leaders the new cell phone restrictions in class have made a positive impact on participation and engagement. The state law bans public school students from having their phones turned on during instructional class time. A study from UNC researchers found students were spending 20 minutes of every school hour on the phone. Students also say schools can make the policy more effective by consistently enforcing that cell phone ban and keeping students engaged through more interactive classroom activities. Stay with us. Our 8 o'clock hour starts right now.
City News starts now.
All right, almost 8 o'clock here on your Wednesday. Good morning, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Andy Satowski. Julian Sador heading out the door for a special assignment, and Jason Harper is off.
Yeah, I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson in for Ted Payton this morning with your pinpoint weather forecast, and we're dealing with that patchy dense fog this morning, Andy. It's kind of lifting a little bit over Independence, still holding tough in some areas, but still kind of another gloomy start to the day today.
It is. It's like what we had on Monday, and the good news, though, is that we're not going to get rained on as much, right?
Yeah,
like
that's
just popping up here and there?
Yeah, so I expect we'll still see those pop-up storms, but there'll be a little less in coverage today compared to yesterday. So better chance of staying dry out there today, but there is that chance that you do get that heavy tropical downpour as you're out and about today. So definitely have the rain gear handy, have the poncho if you're going to be heading out to any outdoor events, but if you're able to have the umbrella, have that handy as well. This is a live look around the crown. You can see the lower left camera, that's Independence, so that fog's starting to lift a little bit. We can see the bridge there now, and then as you're looking towards the top right, that's Arlington, our exclusive camera looking towards Uptown, and you can see the low clouds still hanging tough over the top of the big buildings there in Uptown. And unfortunately, these foggy conditions, they're going to really linger, I'm thinking, for at least the better half of the morning. As we get towards late morning, we should start to see a little bit more clearing out there. But you can see 0 miles of visibility in Shelby, 0 miles of visibility in Gastonia, 0 miles of visibility in Sherrill, and 1 mile of visibility in Rockingham. And there's a few areas in Mecklenburg County, as you saw from our Independence camera, as you're getting a little bit farther west, where we're dealing with those lower visibility levels there. Radar right now is dry. We could catch a spotty shower or two, but most of us will be dry today. But again, radar is going to be showing those scattered showers and storms developing as we get into the afternoon and evening. And as Andy mentioned, there will be a little less coverage of storms today, so you do have a better chance of staying dry. But that also means you could see one of those downpours too. We'll see who the lucky ones are that get the downpours later today. Help out with a little bit more of the drought as we go into the afternoon and evening. Tropical downpours, obviously, with these storms, so isolated flash flooding going to be the main concern. If we see any threats today, the localized flash flooding, again, that would be the main issue. We're in the 70s this morning, upper 60s for some, and then we're going to be heading out to South Carolina for early voting. Temperatures in the 70s, rising into the 80s with that chance of storms to the afternoon. Polls open at 8:30 there in South Carolina. Samir Roussel will be talking more about that from South Carolina coming up in just a little bit. Annie?
All right, Brandon, thank you. Let's get a check of our pinpoint traffic, shall we? Taking a bird's eye view of the city here. We have our usual slow spots. We've got 77 coming into Uptown, slowing us down. Also 85 heading into town as well. We are used to seeing that, but we are having a couple of backups as we take a look at 85 here. Let's zoom in, shall we? Is it going to go? Nope, it's not. Brandon's going to hit the computer for me. There we go. Thanks, buddy. Here's Gastonia into Belmont. We see that slow down quite a bit per usual this time of day. Going to take you about 29 minutes to get where you're going. Let's take a closer look at that. Things clear up, though, once you clear that bottleneck. I went a little bit too far past that. But once you get to Sam Wilson, things are good. This is I-85 at Poplar 10 Road. Traffic moving smoothly through that area around Concord. Still, obviously, a lot of people on the roadways there. Here's a look at the state line near Carowinds. Not too bad going in either direction. So unless you have that exit ramp there to Pineville, that in Huntersville, that backed up per usual in those two different lanes. If you know, you know. Hey, if you're going to Lake Norman or if you're coming from the area into Uptown, things are smooth sailing there. One last look at Independence Boulevard. Can't see much there, but things have been moving quite nicely all morning long. We'll have another check of your traffic coming up. Staying on top of some breaking news this morning, embattled Republican North Carolina Representative Chuck Edwards is dropping his campaign for re-election. Edwards made that announcement on Facebook and X this morning. The decision comes after the House Ethics Committee recommended Edwards to be censured for engaging in persistent, unprofessional, and inappropriate behavior with young female aides in his congressional office. In his social media post, Edwards wrote, quote, "After much prayer, a thoughtful reflection, and many conversations with my family, I've made the difficult decision to withdraw from my re-election campaign," end quote. We'll have much more on this throughout the day. Well, early voting, meantime, is about to get underway for South Carolina's special Senate primary. Registered Republicans and unaffiliated voters can cast their ballot for who they want to see fill Lindsey Graham's spot on the GOP Senate ticket. Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live in Rock Hill for us as polls get ready to open. We're about 25 minutes away. Savannah.
Yeah, that's right, Annie. What we're seeing here is we've got a lot of extra signage out at the Holiday in Rock Hill here off to Galleria Road. They're making sure the poll workers are putting up a lot of different spots, marking all of these entrances just about as well as they can, because this location, several others around the state, not your typical voting locations. A lot of these had to come together special here as this special election was called just 30 days ago. So this early voting is going to happen today, tomorrow, and Friday. That's when you can vote early in person. Polls will be open from 8:30 until 5 o'clock, and then Election Day itself is going to be August 11th. Now, ahead of this early voting period, we had 4 of the 9 Republican candidates join Queen City News and our parent company, Nexstar Media Group, for a last-minute debate. They were working to get some extra support here right before these polls opened, talking about several different issues, a wide range of topics, including how AI could be impacting South Carolina.
Is that you have to make sure that it's not displacing the American worker.
You've got to make sure that what's coming down from the federal government makes sense. How do you do that? You get with your cybersecurity experts.
We need politicians that understand guardrails. You know, data centers are a threat to our neighborhood.
You do not have a Washington entity deciding where AI is going to go here in South Carolina.
So polls will close at 5 o'clock this evening. Once again, Election Day, August 11th. If none of the candidates are able to secure at least 50% of the Republican vote, there'll be a special runoff later this month. Reporting live in Rock Hill, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. Results are rolling in after key primaries across the country last night. Democrats are looking to take back control of Congress. News Nation Washington correspondent Vinay Simlat joins us live with a look at some of those results. Vinay, good morning.
Annie, good morning to you. A couple of big races across the country yesterday. The marquee race of last night was the Michigan Democratic Senate primary, and the race is still too close to call. Right now, there are about 19,000 votes separating Abdul El-Sayed, the progressive candidate. He is up right now against Haley Stevens, who is the establishment favorite. And right now, again, it's too close to call.
Thank you. In a race that put progressives against the establishment favorite, the vote counting in Michigan stretched well into Wednesday morning. Both Congresswoman Haley Stevens and Abdul El-Sayed sent their supporters home.
Look, I wish I could tell you that I was declaring victory right about now. Turns out it takes a long time to count some votes in Michigan.
I am feeling good.
They're vying for the Democratic nomination after the Democratic Senator Gary Peters announced he'll retire at the end of this term. The Trump-endorsed Republican candidate, former Congressman Mike Rogers, won his primary.
He's smart, he's tough, he's fair. His name is Mike Rogers.
Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer's endorsed Stevens over the more progressive El-Sayed. It's a crucial seat for Democrats if they want to take over control of the Senate from Republicans.
We're going to take Michigan, and we're going to win back the Senate.
Across the country, more moderate candidates in the House and Senate primaries have lost. Democratic Socialist candidates have beat sitting members of Congress for their party's nomination in New York and Colorado. But in Missouri, Congressman Wesley Bell beat his DSA challenger, Cori Bush.
Is the rise of the DSA good for your party?
Look, we are a big tent party, and being a big tent party is a strength, not a weakness.
And the Democrats say they need to hold on to Michigan, otherwise their path to taking back control of the Senate gets a lot more difficult. Georgia is another race where they're defending a seat, Senator Jon Ossoff running for re-election there. And then Democrats would have to pick up 4 other seats across the country to try and take back control of the Senate. Again, a big race. One that the Democrats are targeting is over there in North Carolina. Annie?
Yeah, absolutely, Vinay. We've got a lot to focus on in the next coming days, so thank you so much. House Speaker Mike Johnson is putting his political power behind the Republicans' candidate in North Carolina's 1st congressional district. Johnson visited Greenville yesterday to campaign for retired Army Colonel Lori Buckout. North Carolina Republicans redrew the lines of the 1st District last year to give them a better chance of flipping the seat held by Democrat Don Davis.
Have a great record to run on. We've done incredible things for the people of North Carolina. Just for one example, in the 1st District of North Carolina, the average North Carolinian has $3,300 more in their pocket that they did not have to send to Washington for taxes this year. Why? Because we passed the big, beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cut.
Johnson is campaigning for Republicans in a number of competitive House districts across the country. Regulators are changing the rules for high school athletes who transfer in South Carolina. It comes as school districts all across the state start classes and their football seasons. South Carolina Bureau Chief Shakira Speaks explains the new regulations.
Northwestern's football roster could have a very different look soon. State High School League officials eliminated the 3-game sit-out rule for transfer students, opening the door for more senior athletes to switch schools. Now coaches and athletic directors are preparing for the ripple effects of the new policy.
The day when that was announced, I'm sure there were a lot of seniors around the state of South Carolina that rejoiced. A lot of families, a lot of athletic departments that definitely rejoiced that day.
It's back to school time in the Palmetto State. Fall sports are already underway, and the governing body for South Carolina high school sports is changing the transfer rule for senior athletes' first transfer. Under the change, they would not miss the first part of their season if they switch schools before practices start. Rock Hill Northwestern Athletic Director Sarah Hayes says the penalty now counts towards the second and subsequent transfers.
When you make your first decision transferring, you want to make sure you make a good decision, because the second time involves missing games and also the postseason. There's also a penalty for if you come in after the first day of practice and then also after the first day of competition.
Regulators also changed the policy for students who transfer to new attendance zones due to legitimate family moves, as it won't count as their one-time transfer. AD Hayes says there weren't many senior transfers before, but with looser restrictions,
it's a fair, level playing field.
South Carolina is one of 5 states that doesn't allow high school players to profit from their names, images, or likenesses. Hayes believes the new transfer rule could open the door for lawmakers to reconsider the ban.
It will be interesting within the next few years to see how that affects, the movement of our student athletes, opportunities that they might have.
Reporting in Rock Hill, Shakira Speaks, Queen City News.
8:12, your time now here on your Wednesday morning. A very muggy day ahead. Scattered showers and storms. This is a copy and paste forecast from yesterday, except I have dropped the rain chance down 20% from yesterday. So a little less storm coverage this afternoon. We'll time out the storms for you on Futurecast and talk about when we'll get into more of a drier pattern. We'll discuss it coming up in just a bit. You're watching Queen City News now. Live look from Independence Boulevard. That fog's starting to lift a little bit this morning, creating some better visibility for you as you're out on the roads this morning. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. North Carolina is once again joining several states to sue the Trump administration over tariffs. State leaders joined a coalition of 24 other states over tariffs of 10% or 12.5% on goods from 60 trading partners. The lawsuit asks the court to block and overturn the tariffs and refund what states have already paid. State leadership argues that these tariffs function as an illegal multi-billion-dollar tax on everyday consumers and local businesses. It also comes following a Supreme Court decision ruling other tariffs placed by the Trump administration are unconstitutional. So we're going to bring in our chief legal analyst, Kali Rhodes, to talk about this. Based on those rulings by the Supreme Court, do you see these latest lawsuits being successful?
Yes and no. Light success on the Trump administration's, and I'll say for a couple reasons. Let's look at what he did before. First of all, that was that International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Supreme Court instantly shut those down because what Trump administration was attempting to do was have this uniform policy for tariffs, and it didn't allow for that. And so now Letitia James comes out, that's the Attorney General for New York, and says after losing at the Supreme Court, the administration is once again trying to illegally raise taxes on families and businesses with a new round of tariffs. While I agree they are trying something and it does appear to look the same, I think this Section 301 of the Trade Act of 1974 gives them the authority, that broad authority to do that. And why? Because courts aren't going to really want to interfere with the international trade affairs of the executive branch. It's just you have to use, and I said this at the time, you have to use the right mechanism to get there. When he attempted to use that IEEPA, I recognize that was clearly not that, because first of all, it was an emergency. Point to the emergency. You couldn't. This is not on an emergency basis. This is something that's hurting us. It's unfair. It's deceptive. It's a trade practice that's hurting U.S. commerce. Legally, I don't think there's a way they can stop them. They can file this complaint. They can try, but I think the court ultimately, when it gets to the Supreme Court, will be reluctant to stop something like this.
As an attorney general, you know, kind of looking at that information that you just pointed out there, that, hey, like this one's actually okay because it's a different rule that they applied under. Why even bother then suing? Is it more of just for optics, or is there a slight chance of success?
Well, they're going to argue that it's the same tariff, just using a different name. So that's going to be the first argument that they'll make, and they'll say, court, this has the same intent. This is him trying to do what he wanted to do before. You smacked his hand and said he couldn't do it, and so now he found another way. I'd say on the other side of that, if he would have come with this originally with Section 301, we wouldn't even be having this argument. I think that's the only place they can go, is to try to develop that this is a bait and switch. You said he couldn't do it under those tariffs. They are very, very similar in their approach and what they're trying to do. And for those reasons, court, not for policy reasons, not for authority reasons, but for the reasons that this is something you already said he couldn't do and he's just trying to find a workaround, don't allow it to occur. I just don't think that's going to be a strong enough legal basis to be able to stop something like this from being implemented.
Okay, so also in their complaint, you know, asking for money that they've already paid, right, to be given back to states. Would that be tariffs from, you know, the first round that we saw when the Trump administration took effect, or is this from this new round?
It's going to be from that first. You're talking about the tariffs to get paid back. Yeah, that's going to be from the first round.
Okay.
I mean, Apple just announced that they got $2.2 billion with the B back, and so those are the types of things where you have a split of opinion in terms of the impacts of these tariffs. While the Trump administration says, look, a foreign company's failure to impose and effectively enforce a prohibition on the importation of goods produced with forced labor, because that's the biggest thing they're saying, is an unreasonable and burdens U.S. commerce, right? But folks are saying, well, if it affects U.S. commerce, how is it impacting the consumers, the end users? Are you raising prices? A company that pays these tariffs, are you eating and absorbing some of that cost? Now, so remember, the tariffs went into effect. At some point, either Apple paid the tariffs, and now they have to figure out how you deal with that cost. Are you raising the price on your goods? Are you absorbing that cost? So now, fast forward to today, they start to get that money back. Now, does the consumer get that money back? Did you actually raise costs? Did you absorb the cost? Nobody really knows, but we do know that they received $2.2 billion back. So now when you have this second round of tariffs, first of all, you have the legal fight of, are they legally allowed to do this? But now they're still going to already be implemented, so companies will continue to pay the tariffs, and we'll kind of be in that same cycle again. I think this is something to continue to watch, but I think if you're ultimately looking at the court precedent for this type of case, I think they will be able to do it if they can show that it's causing an unreasonable, unfair unfair restraint on consumers in the United States. And what are they pointing to as the unfair? It's this forced labor. You're not paying labor fees. You're using child labor. You're using human trafficking to fund this, and you're not doing enough to police it. The other thing that you ask is, what will the states point to? They'll say that you're trying to do a global tariff, and you're not pointing to specific countries. You're not saying it's itemized into this is the country that's failing to do this. So that's something I think will give them a little bit of a push, but not enough to stop it.
All right. Well, again, always something to keep an eye on. Thank you. All right, let's get a check of our weather with meteorologist Brandon Lawson. A gloomy start to our day, but as you've mentioned, hey, things are clearing up in the gas house there, so we're improving already.
Yeah, Gastonia clearing up, so we're starting to see some encouraging news when it comes down to the fog this morning. You can now see downtown Gastonia, the clouds lifting up now, so that's some good news for you in Gastonia. A little bit better visibility for your morning commute. Here's a look at Independence Boulevard, another area that was dealing with dense fog. Couldn't even see the bridge there. Things are starting to clear up there too. Still a lot of low clouds though. That's going to take a little bit to get through, but at least we can get the visibility to get you to work, get the kids to school this morning. We've got a few scattered showers and storms today and tomorrow. I'm thinking more of an isolated storm chance as we get towards the weekend. So the weekend will be a bit drier. Radar is dry this morning. No concerns for us. Just east of Chesterfield County. Got a few showers down in Dillon, South Carolina, but luckily for us, we're dry. Now we are going to be expecting scattered showers and thunderstorms to develop this afternoon. You can see the storms will be very hit or miss. I'm actually thinking more of a 40% chance of storms today versus 60% like we saw yesterday. So a better chance of staying dry, but there's also that chance that you get wet today too. Downpours will be the main concern, maybe an isolated flash flood threat from those. And then as we go into the overnight hours, a few storms linger into the early overnight hours, and then by daybreak tomorrow, we're drier, probably dealing with some patchy dense fog again. And then for your Thursday afternoon, there's more storms firing up. Scattered showers and storms that Thursday afternoon and into the evening. And then overnight, Thursday, we dry things out. So a quarter of an inch to a half an inch of rain through the weekend here. But as you get up into the mountains, I'm thinking 1 to 2 inches of rain. They're going to be seeing rain into the weekend forecast. Now, yesterday, we still have this area of low pressure. It's still bringing in a lot of moisture. But I had a couple questions yesterday. Folks were asking why the storms are going from east to west. Normally here in the Carolinas, we expect, storms to come in from west to east, but the storms are just flowing around this area of low pressure. So that flow, that counterclockwise flow around the low pressure center was taking the storms from east to west versus that typical west to east fashion we tend to see. Grasses and mold, that's the main story when you're looking at pollen. But pollen levels are low. We're getting the rain. We're in the 70s right now out the door, 60s in the mountains with highs in the mid-80s this afternoon and mid-70s up in the high country. So again, we're looking at those scattered showers and storms continuing at least through the end of the work week. Then it's more isolated for the weekend, hotter and drier into early next week, Annie.
All right, Brandon, thank you. A live look over New York City. Say hello to Lady Liberty. Jane King joins us coming up in about 3 minutes. We'll see how the markets are shaping up in just a little bit. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. Apparently, it's the roaring 20s again as stocks hit record highs, and parents say kids should start to learn digital literacy as young as 3. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good morning.
Hi. Good morning, Annie. So it looks like another big open for the Dow today, 200 points or so. Oil is steady this morning. The Dow gained 900 points yesterday, and that was on top of a 700-point gain the day before. So we've hit several all-time highs in the blue chips this week. Also this morning, Disney and TikTok announced a partnership on content. Well, as screens become a bigger part of childhood, the average parent says digital literacy education should start before kindergarten. This was commissioned by Primrose Schools and conducted by Talker Research. And the study found when it comes to responsible technology use, the majority of parents said it's important that their children's screen time is educational. Parents also say their kids start to become curious about technology like cell phones and tablets and computers around the age of 3. And Wayfair says that U.S. business is showing signs of recovery after a long period of sluggishness following the pandemic. Wayfair has been waiting for a rebound for several years as the home buying market's been sluggish and people pulled back on home goods purchases. It was the high-earning Americans that fueled much of the growth for Wayfair, according to the CEO, as their luxury brands outperformed. Annie, back to you.
All right, everyone needs a little refresh sometimes, Jane, even if you've lived in your home forever, especially if you were cooped up during COVID.
I could use a refresh.
I certainly could too. I might pop on Wayfair in the commercial. All right, Jane, thank you so much. We'll see you in our next hour. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. 8:30. Thank you so much for staying with us this morning. I'm Andy Satowski, Julian Sadora on special assignment, and Jason Harper is off all week.
Yeah, and I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. We've got, again, some of those storm chances will go into the afternoon. Later this afternoon, maybe we could see some drier conditions for some today. But at the end of the day, there's still going to be a few areas that see those downpours today.
So I know that we have had a drought for the past couple of months. So every time when we get these big downpours, I look out the window and say, man, we needed this. Just like a farmer in Iowa, right? But are we making a dent?
We are, for sure. We're making a really good dent in the drought. And not only are we making a dent in the drought, I believe by the end of October, just based on some of the things released from the Climate Prediction Center, we'll probably see this drought completely going across many parts of the Carolinas, especially with the wet August that we're continuing to see. Again, this is a live look from West Charlotte. Still a little gloomy out there, but that fog is starting to lift a little bit, which is some good news for you if you're going to be out for your morning commute. Now, Gastonia is still reporting 0 miles of visibility there. Shelby also reporting 0 miles of visibility. Rockingham 1 mile of visibility. So again, you can see that fog. It's dense in some areas, but I have seen the Gastonia camera. It's clearing up. Things are clearing up in Gastonia. Things are clearing up in spots like Lancaster. Again, so we'll continue to see the visibility update as we go throughout the morning. Radar is dry right now. Again, there could be a spotty shower or two try to pop up as we go through the morning, but better chance for storms will by far be the afternoon. We're looking at scattered showers and thunderstorms later this afternoon, evening. Some of those storms could produce a chance for isolated flash flooding. Low end threat for that, but still a threat due to the tropical downpours. Temperatures in the 70s this morning, upper 60s in the mountains. And today's highs will land right around the mid-80s. Very muggy with those scattered shower and thunderstorm chances into the afternoon. Annie?
All right, Brandon, thank you. Let's get a check of our pinpoint traffic after rush hour, but things still looking a little dicey no matter where you are. Slowing down coming into Uptown on I-77. That slow spot that we've been keeping an eye on, well, actually, here's our drive times. Gastonia to 485, 22 minutes. Mooresville to 485, 22 minutes. Rock Hill to 485, 20 minutes there. So things still moving pretty slow, even though we are past our rush hour time. This part right here that we've been keeping an eye on, it's getting a lot better. We see a lot more green than we do red here. Still going to take about 18 minutes. Gastonia into Belmont on 85, and things really do open up once you get over the bridge on 85 onto Sam Wilson Road, so things moving smoothly there this morning. We're seeing some backups though on a different part of 85 Cox Road here and some on and off ramps, so as always, keep that in mind if you are heading to work a little bit later. Down south near the Carowinds state line here, still going to be slow on that off ramp onto 485 to get to Pineville, Huntersville, etc. Taking a look, if we advance here, let's go. There we go. Lake Norman, things are moving smoothly there. That rush hour over. And as we take a live look over Independence Boulevard, things now that we can see the road, no backups there. So things should be smooth sailing heading into Uptown. Staying on top of that breaking news we brought you just about a half hour ago, embattled Republican North Carolina Representative Chuck Edwards is dropping his campaign for re-election. Edwards made the announcement on Facebook and X. The decision comes after the House Ethics Committee recommended Edwards be censured for engaging in persistent, unprofessional, and inappropriate behavior with young female aides in his congressional office. In his social media post, Edwards wrote, quote, "After much prayer, thoughtful reflection, and many conversations with my family, I've made the difficult decision to withdraw from my re-election campaign." We'll have much more on this throughout the day on Queen City News. Early voting for the special primary in South Carolina begins today. Polls are open now until 5 p.m. today through Friday. This is a Republican primary election. You will need a valid photo ID to cast your ballot. The winner will face off against Democratic nominee Dr. Annie Andrews in November's general election. The special primary election day is next Tuesday, August 11th. Now, 4 of the top GOP candidates participated in a debate last night. The event was produced by Queen City News and Nexstar Media Group. The candidates faced a wide range of topics, from affordability to Social Security, the war in Iran, and even the Silfab solar plant in Fort Mill. As our chief political correspondent Andy Weber reports, a disagreement over Silfab led to some back and forth between Congressman Ralph Norman, who represents Fort Mill, and Greenville businessman Mark Lynch.
and you advocated for CILFAB to come into your backyard and advocated for tax breaks for them, and it's poisoning the ground, the water, the schools that are there.
It's silly season with what you're saying. CILFAB was supported by the governor. They were supported by the lieutenant governor. They took over a vacant building, so you were nowhere to be seen when we were having the debate.
The controversial CILFAB solar plant in Fort Mill was one of several topics in the Tuesday night's debate. It featured 4 of the 5 leading candidates for the South Carolina U.S. Senate seat, once held by the late Lindsey Graham. Candidates were asked about Social Security, affordability, and the Iran war. Former Governor Mark Sanford says he agrees Iran is a threat to national security, but argued Congress needs to weigh in and give approval to continue the war.
And there's a process question. I fought against this with the Clinton administration. I fought against it again with the Obama administration. You have undeclared war that drags on and on and on.
Candidates were also asked about the Senate. All seemed to agree that something needs to change to make the body more efficient. Congressman Russell Fry argued he's able to meet that moment and would vote to eliminate the filibuster.
We need to shake up the Senate. We need to change this way and make sure that this Senate is more responsive. Put a fighter in the United States Senate, somebody who's ready, who's battle tested and ready to fight for you.
That was our Andy Weber reporting. Senator Darlene Graham was unable to take part in Tuesday night's debate because of business in Washington. Well, new overnight, one person is seriously hurt after a shooting in West Charlotte. It happened just after 12:30 on Freedom Drive near the I-580 interchange. Details into what happened and who the victim is are limited right now. Medic says that person was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. We'll bring you the latest updates as soon as we get them here on air and on our website, qcnews.com. The impacts of North Carolina's new state budget are expected to be discussed at tonight's Mecklenburg County Commissioners meeting. The new budget includes a provision to claw back funding from local governments for rejecting the I-77 South Express Lane project. Avoiding the clawback would require the county to reverse its opposition to the project. The budget also includes more funding to hire and train social services personnel. Commissioners set to meet tonight at 6 in Uptown. Some Mooresville residents are opposed to the building of a new mosque, but the people behind the project say they just want to be a good neighbor. This morning, Queen City News reporter David Schumann takes a closer look at the argument over that proposed place of worship.
The Islamic Center of Lake Norman has owned this lot in Mooresville for years. Now, town officials say early construction work is underway here on a new permanent location for the nonprofit, which currently rents this space less than a mile away. Town officials say the proposal is for 2 buildings totaling about 5,000 square feet, a prayer hall and a kitchen/office building. Some community members are against the planned mosque. They packed Monday's town commission meeting to protest it for various reasons, including religious opposition.
Islam is more than a religion. It is a political regime with the ultimate goal of takeover in regions and nations.
It is not Islamophobic or racist or white nationalist to want to protect our everyday way of life.
We do not want to become like other areas where Islam is settled into, such as Michigan, Minneapolis, and New York City.
Al Reeder is with the Council on American Islamic Relations, North Carolina.
I think we as a society need to do a much better job at knowing our neighbors.
Reeder says the comments opposing the mosque saddened and scared him.
There's a very large degree in our country of misunderstanding of Islam, not saying that any one of those individuals would ever do harm on anybody, but the rhetoric being said could motivate somebody to do that.
The Islamic Center of Lake Norman said in a statement, "We follow the same laws and regulations as every other community, and the project is not expected to significantly affect traffic. We are your neighbors and an active part of the Mooresville community, and we hope we can all connect better as neighbors."
We're human beings. We're real people. We want to be treated like that. We're proud Americans.
In Mooresville, David Schumann, Queen City News.
A town spokesperson says no public hearings or commission approvals were needed because the mosque project complies with all zoning and development regulations. Iran and Oman say they are closer to an agreement on opening the Strait of Hormuz in the Middle East. President Trump says this means the critical waterway has 1/5 of the world's oil supply passing through could open as soon as today. The possible agreement would allow ships to enter through an Iranian-controlled route and exit through an Oman-controlled route. Regional officials say they're still negotiating, and a final agreement would have to include a deal on the U.S. lifting the blockade on Iran's ports. 8:40 still ahead. Football fans, the time is almost here. We'll have a look at how the Panthers are preparing for their first preseason game of the year and the new intensity being brought to training camp. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. Tomorrow, football fans all across the country will be celebrating the official start of preseason play as the Panthers head north for the Hall of Fame game. Carolina Sports Live's Joey Ellis was at training camp Tuesday and has a look at what the team is doing to prepare.
Well, we're just over a day out from the Carolina Panthers officially opening up the preseason with the Hall of Fame game Thursday night in Canton. And the big thing for the Panthers is trying to stay healthy to the week one of the regular season. They dodged a bullet on Tuesday, all things considered, for a player who was not going to be suiting up to play Thursday. Anyway, still a scary moment, though, during 7-on-7s. Tuesday morning, it did turn out to be the best-case scenario for the Panthers. Xavier Legette was carted off after a hard and scary-looking fall when going up for a catch. However, after practice, he cleared concussion protocol, and according to Dave Canales, only has a stinger, so that is the good news. But all in all, the practice on Tuesday, the final day of practice before Thursday's game, it was considered the most chippy so far in training camp, with a few fights breaking out during the no-camera periods. And let's just say the intensity there is certainly there for Thursday's Hall of Fame game. And as for Thursday's game and the quarterback situation, we know it'll be Kenny Pickett getting the start Thursday, but it'll be that guy, number 16, the undrafted free agent Haynes King, getting the bulk of the work under center in Canton. The Georgia Tech product has shown the Panthers really since rookie minicamp that he's ready to put the work in, at least for now here in Charlotte. But the question is now, is he still NFL ready? Well, the Panthers won't be the only ones watching Thursday night to see.
I'm very excited. You know, I hadn't played at this level yet, and just to go out there and showcase my ability and to do it with the guys that, you know, we've been working hard, whether it's training camp, OTAs, all that stuff, and just getting to know the guys, and to finally go out there in a game setting is going to be pretty exciting. It's very important, you know, and it's not just 53 as well. All the teams get to watch this film, so it's almost kind of like a cool little tryout for everything. You know, whatever you put on film, it's going to be there forever. I feel like it'll be fun, but also at the end of the day, like you say, it's important.
All right, as for the other football team here in Charlotte, Phase 1 Leagues Cup Tuesday night was at the bank for Charlotte FC. They took on Pumas of Liga MX. Kickoff was delayed an hour and 20 minutes due to some heavy rain that we had going through the area, but it was worth the wait for all the fans who did show up. It was the mayor, Brant Bronico, who started off the scoring. He notched one in the 26th minute. That was his first goal of the season. Charlotte FC would love to see more of that. Archie Goodwin added his own earlier in the second half, and then Tiger Smalls added his first pro goal in the CSL Extra Time regular, the guy you saw a lot of times throughout the World Cup. Tyler Miller had some timely saves for the Crown. Charlotte, no problem in the opening match. They win that one 3-0. And in college football, life is good if you're an Ohio State Buckeye. The first college poll, the coaches poll, I should say, was released Tuesday afternoon with the Big Ten stalwarts, as usual, standing on top. Defending champs Indiana, they came in at 6th, believe it or not, despite having the second most first-place votes. Oregon, Georgia, Texas, and Notre Dame will round out the top 5, unsurprisingly. The Carolina teams who actually made this list just won. The Clemson Tigers, who went 7-6 last season. They're ranked 23rd. That actually might be the best-case scenario for Dabo Swinney, as it's their lowest preseason ranking since 2011. So we got a lot more football to get to, inching closer to week 1 of the college football season, inching closer to week 1 of the preseason in the NFL. We got the legendary former Panthers general manager Bill Polian himself coming on the show tonight to talk Panthers, the current state, and looking ahead to a pivotal season for Bryce Young and company. We'll share that, and we got a lot more to get to tonight at 11 o'clock on Carolina Sports Live.
Well, after a well-deserved week off, Around the Track is back in America's heartland as we head to Iowa. We're going one-on-one with Tyler Reddick as he looks to reclaim the first overall seed in the chase. Plus, we're hearing from the Gillionaire Todd Gilliland himself talking about his $1 million in-season tournament triumph. Around the Track this Saturday, 11:30 a.m. right here on Queen City News. All right, this is a story that we know will brighten up your gloomy Wednesday. It's an annual event called They Will Surf Again in Wildwood on the Jersey Shore. 130 surfers of all ages and abilities get the chance to get into the water. 700 volunteers, including doctors, nurses, and therapists, all donate their time so people can just have a worry-free day in the ocean. It's a day that a lot of participants say they will never forget.
I look forward to it all year. It's just so great out there. I never thought I would surf again or ride in a wave again. And now this helps me to do it, and I love it.
Just makes you feel included. You don't feel different here. Everyone just sees you as who you are as a person, and they make sure you can get out there, have fun, just like everyone else can any other day.
I love it. Organizers say they're committed to delivering the safest and highest quality experience possible for longtime surfers and even beginners and anyone who just wants to meet people and hang out for the day. No better place to hang out than the beach. Getting to surf, you can't beat it. But what you can beat is our weather here, Brandon. We wish that we had.
Yes, you
can beat this weather. I know we can. We're just not going to do that for the rest of the week at least, right?
Yeah, we'll have the clouds and storms still around. I do think we get a little bit drier towards the weekend, maybe a little bit more sunshine too, but still going to be very buggy out there. Visibility increasing in some areas this morning. You know, Gastonia, it says 0 miles of visibility, but that's more like 2 or 3 now. I think visibility is really coming up in Gaston County and over towards Cleveland County. Notice Lancaster County, though. You see how all of that red's coming into Lancaster and parts of Chesterfield County? Well, that is where some dense fog has really developed here towards the mid-morning hours, which is why the National Weather Service in Columbia has put out a dense fog advisory for Lancaster and Chesterfield County. If you're like, man, I didn't see that this morning when I left for work or school, well, that is because there wasn't a dense fog advisory. It was just issued about 30 minutes ago for Lancaster and Chesterfield County. We just have this surge of moisture. We've got an area of low pressure, that counterclockwise spin to the west, and then you have the clockwise spin of the subtropical high to the east. Both of those systems are helping funnel in more and more moisture from the Gulf. Now, this isn't necessarily a tropical system type setup. We don't have any tropical systems out there, and there's no tropical systems expected in the Atlantic Basin for the next 7 days. The big reason why is because of wind shear. We start to see the activity in the Atlantic increase around this time of year. So August 1st, and then you just see this gradual ramp up through August and up towards September 10th. That is the peak of hurricane season. That's when we see that very high activity. Here's the deal, though. El Nino is the big story this year. So high wind shear, that limits storm organization. It keeps the warm, moist air out in the Atlantic from rising. That prevents the updrafts. And El Nino is increasing wind shear this year. There's also another element. We see it during this time of year. The Saharan dust, it produces dry air, and that dry air suppresses storm development. So that's why the tropics are staying pretty tame for now. Radar is staying dry this morning, but as we get towards the afternoon, you can see those scattered showers and thunderstorms popping up through the afternoon and evening. I do think there's a better chance of staying dry today versus yesterday. I've got a 40% chance of rain today. There was a 60% chance yesterday. Storms continue through the early overnight hours. We dry out, and then notice storm activity tomorrow increasing during the afternoon and evening. Heavier downpours and the potential for maybe some isolated flash flooding, the main concerns. Quarter of an inch to half an inch of rain, 1 to 2 inches up in the mountains over the next 5 days. Definitely going to be more active there. Also, if you're hitting the road today or tomorrow early, you're headed to Canton, Ohio for the game up there. Cardinals versus Panthers Hall of Fame game. Luke Kuechly getting inducted. We're tracking scattered showers and storms for that game tomorrow night. Hopefully we can dodge them and everything goes well okay there. Scattered showers and storms daily until Friday. We start getting more isolated with the storms. Mid to upper 80s, low 90s by early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now. The most iron, most local news in Charlotte as our director Emily takes us to break.
All right, this is the time of year we start talking about football, right? The best time of year. So this is either a terrible idea or the best marketing tactic that we've ever seen. A college football team is giving one lucky season ticket holder the chance to script the opening drive of the home game, the first one of the year. And this is happening at the University of Akron in Ohio. The team posted this on social media outlining the idea. A random drawing will choose one fan to decide which plays will be called during the team's game against Robert Morris. There is an asterisk with the fine print saying that the deal does come with the help of the head coach. If I won, I would want that help too. There's also a disclaimer saying it has never been done before, but the team is not crazy. If you want to drum up attention for a football team, they've done it.
Yeah.
When have we ever talked about the University of Akron, Ohio?
No,
Sorry.
not very often. Yeah.
They're the team that like the bigger teams in the Big Ten will play as like their first or second game to just like have someone to beat up on.
I'm almost wondering, what does this say about Robert Morris?
Yeah.
Because it's like the team that you're going up against, it's like, okay, we're going to just have a random offensive coordinator just win this nice all-time experience. They get the offensive coordinate the first drive of the game. And what if they put them in a hole for the first drive? And they're like,
seriously,
it's Robert Morris. We'll be all right. We'll just come back.
We'll just come back and
we'll
put 30 up on them.
Yeah.
Would you need the help from an offensive coordinator or the head coach? Like,
no.
if you won this, what would you do? Would you just drop the play on your own?
I'd go right into it. I'd go right into it.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I played football in high school.
You did.
I mean, I don't know if I could draw up an offensive scheme, but I played enough Madden.
Yeah.
I played enough Madden
right?
growing up that I
that
could
gives
do
us
some
all the
slants,
experience we
some
need.
vertical routes, and Hail Marys and things like that. I'd be perfectly fine. Halfback drive. I've got it all figured out.
Go deep. Just use that. I think if it were me, I love football, I could not draw up an opening drive to save my life.
Yeah.
So if I got maybe multiple choice of here's these 4 plays, you choose, and then you get to choose the next one. All I know is don't be like Iowa and run it up the middle every single play. And then punt.
Yeah, I was going to say, I played those little street games, out on the street, just kind of playing with the friends in the backyard and stuff, and just drawing the play on the football.
With your stick in the sand and the X's and O's.
Yeah, just I
That's
need
all
you to go
need.
here and in. So, yeah, we'd be okay.
I can't wait to see what happens. I'm going to be watching that game. Everyone is. All right, we're going to head to a quick break now. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
Queen City News starts now.
All All right, almost 9 o'clock here. Happy Wednesday, and thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm Andy Satowski. Julian Sador was here.
Yeah?
But he's gone now. He's on a special assignment. He is dipped out. Jason Harper's been off all week.
Yeah, and I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson in for meteorologist Ted Payton this morning. It's just tracking the fog this morning. It is starting to lift a little bit.
Okay.
Now, the National Weather Service down in Columbia, they did issue a dense fog advisory for Lancaster and Chesterfield County.
Okay.
Just because the fog is kind of getting a little bit more dense there this morning. This is a live look from Charlotte Motor Speedway, America's home for racing this morning. Up in Concord, North Carolina, you can see the water tower off in the distance there, that big blue stick there, which is a little bit bigger than just stick, but you can see the water tower off in the distance just above the screen. You can see that a little better than what we were seeing earlier this morning because, again, the fog was holding tough over the speedway. But you can see where the fog is more prevalent this morning now. Lancaster County and Chesterfield County now under dense fog advisories until 10 o'clock this morning. So only another hour. And again, this did not get issued until about 8:10 this morning. So if you're wondering in Chesterfield County, Lancaster County, why did you not see this on your way out the door? Well, that's why, because the fog is actually getting a little bit more dense there now. And you can see Lancaster County, 2 miles of visibility, 1 mile of visibility in Sherall. Now there's 1 mile of visibility in Gastonia, but I want to point out Gastonia, it's clearing up quite a bit. You look over the gas house this morning and the low clouds are lifting. You're getting a little bit higher in the sky there. So visibility increasing for you all in Gaston County and also Cleveland County. Radar is dry this morning. We will be tracking those scattered showers and storms as we get into the afternoon and evening. About a 10 to 20% chance of a shower this morning, and then by the afternoon and evening, that's when those chances for rain go up to about 30 to 40%. Could even see a few thunderstorms in there too. And again, with the tropical downpours forming again this afternoon, it's not like a broken record, but we can't rule out some localized flash flooding. We actually saw it yesterday in Stanley County, just too much rain in a limited amount of time. Temperatures in the mid-70s this morning, 73 Charlotte, 73 Concord, mid to upper 60s in the mountains. Today's highs will be right around the mid-80s today. We'll be slightly warmer, and that's because we'll be slightly drier as well. 40% chance of rain versus 60% from yesterday. That should get us up to 86. The very muggy conditions with scattered storms, and then later tonight, a shower early. Patchy fog likely develops. We'll track that for you tomorrow morning as well. Coming up in just a bit, I'll time out the storms for you on Futurecast. We'll also talk about the weekend ahead and if it's trending drier in just a little bit. Annie?
All right, Brandon, thank you. One last check of our traffic. If you are heading into work a little bit later, things are starting to clear up there. We've got a couple of incidents in the inner loop of 485, so you might run into some slow spots, but our drive times are improving. Gastonia, Mooresville, Rock Hill to 485, all cutting down that time by quite a bit, so smooth sailing there. The spot that we always keep an eye on this hour, pretty much all throughout the day, 85 heading into Uptown. Much better. Green means go. We love to see that. Things cleared up nicely as you get to Sam Wilson Road. You should be good to go for the rest of I-85 there. We were seeing some backups here on 85 at Cox Road. That is now clearing out as most people get to work or wherever they are going. School for some spots, obviously not in the Charlotte area. One more slide. Let's go. There we go, a little bit slow. State line, still a little bit heavier on the traffic end, but that off ramp heading into Pineville onto 485 in Huntersville, that is looking a lot better this morning. And Lake Norman, nary a car in sight. All good things there. Independence Boulevard also looking clear. Have a safe drive for your afternoon commute. Well, staying on top of that breaking news we've been following since about 8 o'clock, embattled Republican North Carolina Representative Chuck Edwards is dropping his campaign for re-election. Edwards made the announcement on Facebook and X this morning. The decision comes after the House Ethics Committee recommended Edwards be censured for engaging in persistent, unprofessional, and inappropriate behavior with young female aides in his congressional office. In his social media post, Edwards wrote, quote, "After much prayer, thoughtful reflection, and many conversations with my family, I've made the difficult decision to withdraw from my re-election campaign." We'll have much more on this throughout the day here on Queen City News. South Carolina voters can now cast their ballots in the special Senate Republican primary. Early voting is now open. Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live in Rock Hill as GOP candidates continue to make their case. Savannah, have we seen many people coming in to take advantage of early voting?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not a ton of crowds here at the Holiday Inn Rock Hill, but it has definitely been at least a couple of dozen people here just since these polls opened at 8:30 this morning, making their way in. We've seen a lot of elections officials making sure there are signs posted all over the place because this may not be people's typical voting location. In fact, South Carolina elections officials really encourage people to go to the website scvotes.com to double check these sites. There are only 2 in York County, this one and one in York as well. These early voting sites might be a little bit different because this is a specially called primary just for the Republican Senate seat. Now, early voting begins today. It's going to be open through Friday. Polls open at 8:30 in the morning, close at 5 in the evenings. If you can't make any of those, primary election day itself, that's going to be next Tuesday, August 11th. Now, 4 of the 9 candidates joined Queen City News and Nexstar Media Group for a debate last night. Senator Darlene Graham declined, citing scheduling conflicts with business in Washington. Now, the participants agreed on several topics, such as ending congressional filibusters, but disagreed on things like the war in Iran.
He's done a tremendous job to destroy him, and he'll continue to.
It's time to bring our troops home now.
I believe that the Constitution is absolutely clear that only Congress can authorize war.
What we have to think about is resolving this conflict. We can do that without putting boots on the ground.
Now, if none of the candidates are able to secure more than 50% of the vote, there will be a runoff on August 25th. The winner of the special primary will face off against the Democratic candidate, Dr. Annie Andrews, come the November general election. Reporting live in Rock Hill, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. We're learning more details about a case involving a Charlotte man charged with murder in his ex-girlfriend's disappearance, even though police haven't found her body. Brandy Merrick has been missing for nearly 2 months. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell tells us about the evidence that led to a suspect's arrest.
36-year-old Derek Randall Jr. is now accused of murdering his ex-girlfriend, Brandy Merrick, the mother of his 12-year-old child. But after first being reported missing nearly 2 months ago, Merrick's body still has not been found. CMPD says Merrick was last seen at a relative's house in Northeast Charlotte on June 8th. She was reported missing a few days later. Through their investigation, officers learned the couple had just broken up in May and that Randall had a history of abuse. They discovered Merrick's rental car abandoned in the same Northeast Charlotte neighborhood where she was last seen, less than a mile from Randall's home. A witness later came forward and told authorities they believe Randall used an excavator to bury Merrick. Cell phone records led investigators to a wooded area in Catawba County, where records show flock cameras captured Randall's truck and a trailer carrying the excavator. Investigators discovered a shallow grave in the area. They did not find a body, but detectives say DNA found at the site and a spatter of blood found inside Randall's garage belonged to Brandy Merrick. Attorney Bill Powers isn't associated with the case. He says charging someone with first-degree murder before a body is found isn't always common, but with strong evidence, it can typically hold up in court.
They don't have the literal smoking gun or something else that they would prefer to have. That doesn't mean they can't bring charges, and it doesn't mean they won't secure a conviction, to be honest with you.
Power says unless there is a confession, prosecutors must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Randall is Merrick's alleged killer. Online, family members and friends are begging with the community and CMPD to help bring Brandy home. Mr. Randall, though, remains in custody here at the Mecklenburg County Jail. He's being held on no bond. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
All right, so joining us to join in on the conversation is our chief legal analyst, Collie Frodes. This is really interesting, right? So we don't have a body, but she's been missing for 2 months now. How do you make that connection, and how difficult is that to really prove?
Extremely. Let me start here. I mean, as someone that does these cases all the time, there are a number of concerns I have with this case. Let me first start by saying, obviously, I can understand and appreciate the family wanting to figure out what's going on with their daughter. Why is she missing? What's going on, right? That is a separate from the criminal process and still connected as well, obviously. But what I can say is, so you charge this individual with murder. Not with just kidnapping or not with, some type of assault connection, because you found blood, but you found no body. A couple of things are problematic for me. First of all, we talk about probable cause. The standard for probable cause is it more likely that a crime has occurred, and is it more likely that you committed that crime? So the evidence that they have at this crime scene is a blood splatter in the garage, right? So that would be indicative of a crime, making the assumption but it also could be indicative of a number of things that occurred outside of a crime. And so if that is, and I know that's not the only thing, but if that's the only thing that we're pointing to, they mentioned that there was a grave, a shallow grave dug out, but no body found. So a number of these things are concerning for me when you're just talking about the bare minimum of probable cause standard of, do we even have enough to charge? So then even after you charge him, it oftentimes, and this is why I say it's hard to talk about these things, but our law requires it. So you talk about what justice looks like. This person is charged with a crime where I think probable cause may be an issue. So now we talk about, well, how do we hold this person? How do you detain this person? What does conditions for release look like? Well, for a situation like this, you're required to look at the strength of the evidence, the weight of the evidence, the nature of the charge. So the nature of the charge for a homicide case is horrific, but the weight of the evidence is barely there. And so a judge is supposed to take that in the hand. So when you say this person is still sitting in jail with no bond, when the weight of the evidence is extremely low, is troubling and concerning. But I understand when you have these homicide cases, the thought is that I don't want to set a bond, period, even if the facts are extremely weak, which it seems like they are right now.
But there are cases where people are charged with homicide, right? And they do get bail or bond. So I guess what is a judge really looking at here if the evidence is kind of meh? But
it's a case-by-case factor. I mean, there's the 15A533, 15A534, the statutes in North Carolina that determine how judges set conditions for release. One of the conditions for release is bond. So you can set a bond, but a judge doesn't have to set a bond, specifically in homicide cases. They don't. But when you're doing that, you're looking at ties to the community. You're looking at their past criminal history. You're looking at their likelihood of appearing, their likelihood of committing some new crime, specifically a violent crime. But you're taking into account all of those things, and then you're saying, hey, based on everything I have, I'll make my determination. I brought up the standard in terms of the probable cause because that's the lowest. So now that we're talking about conviction, reasonable doubt, which is the highest, it's I am entirely satisfied and fully convinced. That's what a jury would take to convict someone. So while I know Bill Powers is a good guy, I would agree with him that, yeah, you don't need a smoking gun to convict. But you're going to need a lot more than that for them to be able to secure a conviction with a case like this, where you're saying that everything that you pointed to so far leads you to no closure, or no body at least.
Okay.
Oftentimes, no murder weapon is hard, but no body is even harder.
Is there anything else, real quickly, as a defense attorney, if this is your client that you're using to poke holes into, my client shouldn't be charged with this?
100%. I mean, timeline theory is that first of all, how do you connect my client to the criminal act? And then what is the criminal act? If anything, the most that we have is blood, but we have nothing else. And so I would say that right now, as this thing goes like this with these kind of cases, at this portion, with if discovery was turned over and they have obviously mountains of more discovery than this, if there's phone data linking them to that place where they think the shallow grave was, if there's some type of video evidence connecting them, I know they got flock cameras. If there's any of those types of things, okay, that's great. But I'd want to see connecting the client to the criminal act. And right now, I just don't see that.
All right. Well, obviously, very interesting case, so we're going to be keeping our eye on it. Khalif, thank you. Well, still ahead, a plane crashes in the Bahamas with 10 Americans on board. What one of those passengers says about that terrifying experience and where the investigation stands this morning. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. This morning, we're taking you inside the cabin of a seaplane that crashed in the Bahamas with 10 Americans on board. Authorities say the small plane was trying to take off Saturday morning when it ran into boat traffic. That pilot turned looking for a safer route, but police say while taxiing on the water, the aircraft started pulling left, and despite attempts to correct that, slammed into a dock near a resort. All 8 passengers and 2 crew members were safely evacuated with the help of nearby boaters who rushed in to help. One of the passengers talked about what they felt during that crash.
All of a sudden, the dock started getting closer and closer, and one of the people in the plane behind me said, "Where are you going?" And then it just was boom, and it hit.
And you can see here the plane eventually rolled into the water after everyone got out safely. Now Bahamian accident investigators are working to figure out exactly what happened and why. We're hearing the moments of chaos and confusion after a car barreled through an intersection on Nashville's most iconic street. Metro Nashville police released 911 calls from witnesses to Sunday's deadly crash on Broadway that killed 1 person and hurt 3 others.
What are you seeing?
They're doing compressions on her right now, and there's more hit. There's more hit.
How many people do you see are hit?
Okay. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, I think. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Tennessee Governor Bill Lee says the 87-year-old man behind the wheel had a medical emergency. Police identified him as Thomas Cahill from Bowling Green, Kentucky. He was with his 90-year-old wife and her caretaker who was in the back seat. Both Cahill and his wife are still in the hospital. Metro police are also confirming an Australian man was killed in that incident. Also injured, a 44-year-old man from Jacksonville, a 21-year-old woman from Knoxville, and a woman from Parsons, Tennessee. A friend identified that woman as Diane. She says she drove up from Parsons and was on her way to a Barry Manilow concert downtown.
It's like a bad nightmare that you don't think that you'll be able to wake up from. One minute I'm crying, next minute there's hope, next minute it's dashed away. The kind of person that Diane is, she's a fighter, and she's such a good soul. And when I tell you to know Diane is to love Diane. Diane is one of the kindest souls there is.
The crash is bringing up some new conversations about tourist safety in the heavily trafficked area. The Tennessee Department of Transportation says it's been talking with city leadership and other state departments about installing bollards. Those are thick posts that can protect pedestrians and control traffic. Brandon?
9:18 your time now. We're tracking again the chance for those thunderstorms later today. Radar is dry for now. You can see maybe a spy shower or 2 as we go through the morning, but as we get into the afternoon, that's when we'll see the atmosphere get juiced up and more of those scattered showers and storms will pop up. And we're looking at these tropical downpours once again today. A lot of moisture in the atmosphere, so these downpours could produce an isolated flood risk in some areas, but again, that is a low-end threat. We get drier later this evening, maybe a lingering shower or 2 overnight tonight, drier by tomorrow morning. And then as we get into the afternoon tomorrow, more scattered showers and storms popping up. Very hit or miss. I mean, there's some areas over the next couple of days that could be dry, or you could be one of those neighborhoods that get rained on twice the next couple of days. So again, it is going to be a very hit or miss storm pattern over the next couple of days. And I had some questions yesterday. A lot of folks were wondering, why are the storms moving from east to west? I actually had that question here in the newsroom yesterday. It's just this area of low pressure. It's moving counterclockwise. So that flow around it is bringing those storms from east to west. Normally we see the storms come in from west to east, right, with a cold front or an area of low pressure moving in. But this area of low pressure is just sitting here, and it's just creating that big counterclockwise swirl, and that's why the storms are moving from east to west. And we will probably see that a little bit today, although I do think the storms today will have more of a south to north movement. Here's a look at rainfall totals that we'll see over the next 5 days. Projections are looking at about 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch of rain, 1 to 2 inches in the mountains. They're going to be getting more rain as we head through the weekend. Charlotte mainly dry this weekend. Some isolated storms, temperatures in the mid to upper 80s, possibly some low 90s southeast of Charlotte. And then your weekend forecast of the mountains, it's wet on Saturday. Likely pretty wet, especially during the afternoon and evening, with a little bit more scattered storms for Sunday. temperatures this morning, 70s. Again, we are warming things up, and I do expect mid-80s this afternoon. It's another warm and just very muggy day today. Mid-70s in the mountains. Lows tonight, 60s and low 70s, with highs tomorrow in the mid to upper 80s, upper 70s in the mountains. And then your pollen forecast, grasses, mold, the main thing, but overall pollen levels are low across the area. Mid to upper 80s here for the next several days. A few low 90s this weekend, with those daily chances for scattered showers and storms each day until the weekend where it turns more isolated. You're watching Queen City News now. It's the most local news in Charlotte, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back. The man accused of setting a massive wildfire in Washington state was questioned about 2 other fires last year. Deputies arrested 37-year-old Aaron Farnacci Monday on a first-degree arson charge. He's accused of sparking one of 3 fires in the Spokane area. Authorities say Farnacci served a decade in prison as well for killing his father in 2010. He was also questioned about some small fires near his apartment last year.
What a sad, sick individual. We pity someone who would have that kind of a response or action that would knowingly cause. So he probably didn't know how much destruction it would cause, right? But even just if it's a little bit, like, he must, yeah, I just pity someone who have a brain and a heart like that.
The 3 fires in the Spokane area, Old Trails, Fairview, and Autumn Lane, are now burning more than 8,000 acres and counting. They're still 0% contained. The fires have already destroyed more than 700 home, businesses, and other buildings. Well, this is pretty cool. A large World War II era ammunition cache has been uncovered in the aftermath of wildfires in France. Demining experts reportedly found more than 400 shells and munitions hidden in a municipality in southwest France. Local leaders say the municipality wasn't aware of the hidden cache, which had remained buried beneath dense pine forest for about 80 years. Some residents and firefighters said they think they heard explosions triggered by the fire that's believed to have been blasts from those old shells. One cat was forced to use one of his 9 lives to survive a house fire. A couple in Salt Lake City, Utah say they were forced to leave everything behind after their apartment complex caught on fire. Unfortunately, that included their cat Toast Malone. I love that name. Almost everything in their apartment was destroyed and they really feared the worst. But even after he was missing for days, Toast Malone finally made himself known.
The animal services is calling me, and I ran across the room, pick up the call. Hello. He said, hi, this is Sergeant Cantor with Salt Lake County Animal Services. I have some news about your cat.
It felt like a dream come true. Like I just, it almost felt like I spoke to a genie and was like, I wish to have my cat back. And it's just like, bam, done.
Pretty incredible. Crews say they found Toast hiding in a closet, poor guy. They got him out and they kept him safe until his owners arrived. He was rushed to the vet where he was found with no injuries. Definitely cashed in one of those 9 lives, but worth it. All right, here's a live look over New York City this morning. We'll see how Wall Street is shaping up shortly after opening bell. Jane King joins us in about 3 minutes. All right, 9:30 here. Happy Wednesday. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm Andy Satowski, Julian Sador on special assignment, and Jason Harper is off.
I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson, and for meteorologist Ted Fate this morning. The fog is finally lifting. Hopefully we can get some sun here soon. I'm, ordering that up for you here over the next couple of hours, and then we'll track the storm chances.
When the sun comes up, though, it's going to be hot.
It will be a steamy day today, so when that sun starts shining, it will be steamy. You can actually see it from our exclusive Arlington camera. Look at that little bit of clearing in the stratus cloud layer over uptown this morning. Starting to get a little bit of sun out there. A little bit of the Carolina blue sky starting to shine bright here as we get into your August 5th. Again, you see visibility coming up. We're still 1 mile of visibility in Gastonia. That's being reported, but at the end of the day, Gastonia, I've been seeing the live look there from you all. You're starting to clear up as well. Now, the dense fog advisory that was out for Chesterfield County and Lancaster County down in South Carolina, that has been canceled, but you can still see some areas of dense fog in Lancaster County Valley as we speak. Sherrall still reporting 1 mile of visibility there. We're not dealing with any rain this morning, but later into the afternoon as we juice up the atmosphere, I do expect those scattered showers and storms to pop up. As early as noon, we've got a few isolated storms, and then as we get towards the later afternoon and evening, that's when those storms will increase in coverage. I actually expect slightly less coverage in storms than what we experienced yesterday, probably more of a 40% chance of a thunderstorm versus a 60% chance of a storm. So there's going to be some areas that do luck out and stay dry today for maybe any outdoor activities you might have. We're looking at a 40% chance of storms today and tomorrow. Then it turns more isolated as we get towards the weekend. So your weekend plans, I wouldn't cancel those. I would just keep an eye on the radar, the Pinpoint Weather app. As we get towards the weekend, I'll let you know if lightning or storms will be near you. But man, dew points, it is very muggy out there. We've got dew points in the lower 70s, and then even your temperatures in the lower 70s as well. So the atmosphere completely saturated this morning. High temperatures in the mid 80s later today, mid 70s up in the mountains. Coming up in just a bit, I've got a tropical update for you. Going to talk about why it's been so quiet here lately. We'll also discuss the Hall of Fame game forecast up in Canton if you're headed that way in just a few minutes. Annie?
All right, Brandon, thank you. Disney and TikTok strike a deal, and Eli Lilly continues to see an obesity drug-fueled rally. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and today's opening numbers. Jane, stocks have been roaring higher this week. How are things shaping up today?
More records today, Annie. In fact, here we are 2 minutes into the trading day. The S&P has set a record. The Dow is up 422 points. Now, this is after a 900-point gain yesterday and 700 the day before that. So really has been on a tear for the markets this week. Oil is holding steady at the moment. We also got ADP, the private payroll company, out with their projections of job growth last month. And they said that private employers added just 44,000 jobs last month. So it's a little bit on the weaker side. We get the big government report on Friday.
Okay, well, Eli Lilly, Jane, is continuing to see some very strong sales because of weight loss drugs.
Yes. Right, and Lilly, one of the stocks higher today. This company is now worth $1.05 trillion. It is the only pharmaceutical company that is above that threshold. It also raised its outlook for the year on surging sales of Zepbound and Mounjaro. And Lilly, of course, has a massive operation in North Carolina, having invested $4 billion in facilities in the state since 2020.
Well, Jane, Disney and TikTok have announced they're in a partnership now. What's the deal there?
So, right, they are sharing short-form content, what they're calling VERTs. So creators on TikTok will be able to make short videos that feature Disney characters from Marvel and Pixar and Star Wars and others. And then those videos will also be able to be seen on Disney Plus streaming service, and that will pilot in the coming months.
All right, interesting stuff, Jane. Thank you so much. We will see you dark and early tomorrow morning.
Okay.
We're staying on top of that. Breaking news this morning: embattled Republican North Carolina Representative Chuck Edwards is dropping his campaign for re-election. Edwards made that announcement this morning on Facebook and X. The decision comes after the House Ethics Committee recommended Edwards be censured for engaging in persistent, unprofessional, and inappropriate behavior with young female aides in his congressional office. In his social media posts, Edwards wrote, quote, "After much prayer, thoughtful reflection, and many conversations with my family, I've made the difficult decision to withdraw from my re-election campaign." We'll have much more on this big news coming on throughout the day here on Queen City News. Early voting for the special primary begins today. Polls now open in South Carolina until 5 o'clock tonight. That's happening every day through Friday. This is a Republican primary election. You'll need a valid photo ID to cast your ballot. The winner faces off against the Democratic nominee, Dr. Annie Andrews, come November's general election. Special primary election day is Tuesday, August 11th. Now, this comes after 4 GOP candidates took part in a debate last night produced by Queen City News and Nexstar Media Group. Senator Darlene Graham was unable to take part in that debate because of business in Washington. Debate topics range from affordability to Social Security and even the Silfab solar plant in Fort Mill.
And you advocated for Silfab to come into your backyard and advocated for tax breaks for them, and it's poisoning the ground, the water, the schools that are there.
It's silly season with what you're saying. CILFAB was supported by the governor. They were supported by the lieutenant governor. They took over a vacant building, so you were nowhere to be seen when we were having the debate.
Candidates were also asked about the war in Iran. Former Governor Mark Sanford says he agrees that Iran is a threat to national security, but argued Congress needs to weigh in and give approval to continue the war. Additionally, the debate touched on the Senate, all seeming to agree that something needs to change to make the body more efficient. Congressman Russell Fry argued he's able to meet that moment and would vote to eliminate the filibuster. The early voting period again got underway at 8 o'clock or 8:30 this morning, I should say. Polls close at 5. Meantime, results are rolling in after other key primaries across the country last night. Democrats are looking to take back control of Congress. News Nation Washington correspondent Vinay Simlat explains what we're learning about the tallies.
In the marquee race from Tuesday night, the Democratic Senate primary in Michigan, DDHQ, Decision Desk HQ, projecting that Abdul El-Sayed, the progressive candidate, will beat Haley Stevens, who was endorsed by the establishment Democrats. Abdul El-Sayed will be the Senate Democratic candidate looking ahead to November.
Thank you.
In a race that put progressives against the establishment favorite, the vote counting in Michigan stretched well into Wednesday morning. Both Congresswoman Haley Stevens and Abdul El-Sayed sent their supporters home.
Look, I wish I could tell you that I was declaring victory right about now. Turns out it takes a long time to count some votes in Michigan.
I am feeling good.
They're vying for the Democratic nomination after the Democratic Senator Gary Peters announced he'll retire at the end of this term. The Trump-endorsed Republican candidate, former Congressman Mike Rogers, won his primary.
He's smart, he's tough, he's fair. His name is Mike Rogers.
Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer's endorsed Stevens over the more progressive El-Sayed. It's a crucial seat for Democrats if they want to take over control of the Senate from Republicans.
We're going to take Michigan and we're going to win back the Senate.
Across the country, more moderate candidates in the House and Senate primaries have lost. Democratic Socialist candidates have beat sitting members of Congress for their party's nomination in New York and Colorado. But in Missouri, Congressman Wesley Bell beat his DSA challenger Cori Bush.
Is the rise of the DSA good for your party?
Look, we are a big tent party, and being a big tent party is a strength, not a weakness.
The Michigan Senate seat, that's a key race in November, a seat that's held by a Democrat right now in a state that President Trump won in 2024. Democrats will also try to hold on to the Georgia Senate seat, where Senator Jon Ossoff is running for re-election. If they hold on to both of those, they will have to pick up 4 Republican-held seats to try and take back the Senate. Vinay Simlat, News Nation, Washington.
House Speaker Mike Johnson is putting his political power behind the Republican candidates in North Carolina's 1st Congressional District. Johnson visited Greenville yesterday to campaign for retired Army Colonel Lori Buckout. North Carolina Republicans redrew the lines of the 1st District last year to give them a better chance of flipping the seat held by Democrat Don Davis.
Have a great record to run on. We've done incredible things for the people of North Carolina. Just for one example, in the 1st District of North Carolina, the average North Carolinian has $3,300 more in their pocket that they did not have to send to Washington for taxes this year. Why? Because we passed the big, beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cut.
Johnson is campaigning for Republicans in a number of competitive House districts all across the country. New overnight, one person is seriously hurt after a shooting in West Charlotte. It happened after 12:30 on Freedom Drive near the I-5 interchange. Details into what happened are limited right now. Medic says that victim was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. We'll bring you the latest on our website, qcnews.com, and throughout the rest of the day. The impacts of North Carolina's new state budget expected to be discussed at tonight's Mecklenburg County Commissioners meeting. The new budget includes a provision to claw back funding from local governments for rejecting the I-77 South Express Lanes project. Avoiding that clawback would require the county, though, to reverse its opposition to the project. The budget also includes more funding to hire and train social services personnel. Commissioners is set to meet tonight in Uptown at 6 o'clock. Regulators are changing the rules for high school athletes who transfer in South Carolina. It comes as school districts all across the state start their classes and their football seasons. South Carolina Bureau Chief Shakira Speaks explains the new regulations.
Northwestern's football roster could have a very different look soon. State High School League officials eliminated the 3-game sit-out rule for transfer students, opening the door for more senior athletes to switch schools. Now coaches and athletic directors are preparing for the ripple effects of the new policy.
The day when that was announced, I'm sure there were a lot of seniors around the state of South Carolina that rejoiced. A lot of families, a lot of athletic departments that definitely rejoiced that day.
It's back to school time in the Palmetto State. Fall sports are already underway, and the governing body for South Carolina high school sports is changing the transfer rule for senior athletes' first transfer. Under the change, they would not miss the first part of their season if they switch schools before practices start. Rock Hill Northwestern Athletic Director Sarah Hayes says the penalty now counts towards the second and subsequent transfers.
When you make your first decision transferring, you want to make sure you make a good decision, because the second time involves missing games and also the postseason. There's also a penalty for if you come in after the first day of practice and then also after the first day of competition.
Regulators also changed the policy for students who transferred to new attendance zones due to legitimate family moves, as it won't count as their one-time transfer. AD Hayes says there weren't many senior transfers before, but with looser restrictions,
it's a fair, level playing field.
South Carolina is one of 5 states that doesn't allow high school players to profit from their names, images, or likenesses. Hayes believes the new transfer rule could open the door for lawmakers to reconsider the ban.
It will be interesting within the next few years to see how that affects, the movement of our student athletes, opportunities that they might have.
Reporting in Rock Hill, Shakira Speaks, Queen City News.
Still ahead, a Charlotte 49er has been taking over the golf world one tournament at a time. Now she's going beyond the collegiate golf scene and teeing up at the USGA Amateur Championship. Her story coming up next. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. All right, I'm going to need you to remember the name Pinky Chai-Sin-Lu-Long, because if you don't know her now, you will soon. The Charlotte 49ers golfer has been taking over the golf world one tournament at a time, even catching the attention of golf legend Annika Sorenstam. Pinky has been quickly establishing herself as a rising star in the sport, but her journey wasn't a conventional one. As our Gia Lancey tells us, it won't be over anytime soon.
Pitsanolo, Thailand to Charlotte, North Carolina. And now off to the U.S. Women's Amateur. Golf's been a part of Pinky's world for practically her entire life.
I started when I was like 3 years old and 8 months, around that. And it got serious when I was 6 years old, but before that it was just playing and hanging around with my dad.
Although her family is over 8,000 miles away in Thailand, she's adopted quite the American family here in the Queen City. Not only her 49ers teammates, but also several from the Rocky River Golf Club that support her every step of the way.
In every way, everyone is very supportive. Obviously, the team is like family for me. I can count on them every time. And I have good friends here. Also, Gilbert and Marlene, they're like I'm like adopted. So they're very nice to me. I go over to their house sometimes. We go to get Thai food sometimes, which is really nice.
In mid-July, after shooting a 64 in the qualifier, Pinky punched her ticket to the USGA Women's Amateur Championship. Now she's heading back to Chattanooga, Tennessee, ranked 65th in the amateur ranks. From breaking Charlotte 49ers program records to getting national recognition to qualifying for the USGA Women's Am. Pinky aims to bring back some hardware to the Queen City and keep improving every time she steps onto the links.
I want to win the tournament, and I believe that that's everyone's goal too. People will remember the winner for like a month, but people will remember how you treat them for their whole life. So my goal is also to love the course and to be, like having sportsmanship and everything.
And there she goes, positive Pinky. Her infectious, joyful attitude is what makes Pinky who she is, and it reflects on the links. Despite having a killer golf game, she stays grateful for even being able to be there.
Before, I would think that like, oh, I need to do well in this tournament. I need to do this, I need to do this. But I changed it to I get to do this, which is so nice.
She heads into her junior season at Charlotte, coming off an impressive sophomore year, winning 4 tournaments, including the 2026 American Athletic Conference Championship. But her eyes go far beyond college athletics.
I would love to turn pro in the LPGA Tour. That would be my biggest goal. I would also love to qualify for the US Open next year.
Oh, I love those big goals there. All right, Pinky promise, I'm never going to forget Pinky. All right, after a well-deserved week off, Around the Track is back in America's heartland as we go racing in Iowa. We're going one-on-one with Tyler Reddick as he looks to reclaim the first overall seed in the chase. Plus, we're hearing from the Gillionaire, Todd Gilliland, on his $1 million in-season tournament triumph. Around the Track this Saturday, 11:30 a.m., right here on Queen City News. All right, we have some cooler temperatures this week, a little bit. Still not quite fall weather, but one brand is bringing out the spirit of the season, as they always do in August. Starbucks has announced the annual return of the pumpkin spice latte right around the corner, August 25th. Mark your calendars. The return of the famed latte, alongside some new pumpkin spice beverages and cider-inspired takes on chai. Okay. Some fan favorites will be returning, including the pumpkin cream cold brew and iced pumpkin cream chai. I think, Brandon, I love a PSL, but the pumpkin cream cold brew has changed my life.
Really?
When you want to switch it, it's so good, right? Okay. I try not to get that many sugary things from Starbucks, but when you're releasing this in August in the Carolinas, like, you got to have some cold drinks in there. I can't be having a PSL when it's 90 degrees out.
It is hard. I mean, I guess you can kind of get it iced if you wanted to.
Try it.
Right.
When it comes out, I dare you to try it.
And the crazy thing is, like, I'm not a huge pumpkin person, but I will drink a pumpkin spice latte.
Oh, yeah.
It just feels good. It just feels like you're bringing in the fall season. And, Annie, we're only 48 days away.
48 days?
Yeah, 48 days, September 22nd.
Dang.
So literally about a month from when the PSLs come out, we'll have fall coming in. So that is really cool. I mean, we're super close. We're closer to fall than a lot of folks think. September 22nd, 48 days away. You did see a live look from our Dallas tower camera showing some clearing this morning, trying to get rid of some of those low-hanging stratus clouds. Now, when we start thinking about fall, we probably start thinking about tropical systems, right? We tend to see our tropical climatology go up a bit when it comes down to the activity of the Atlantic. September 10th, that's the peak of hurricane season, but we're at August 1st or so right now, so we should start to see the activity go up. But I don't think that's going to be the case this year. We've got high wind shear out in the Atlantic basin. That limits storm organization. It keeps the warm, moist air from rising, and it prevents those updrafts that tropical systems need to form. And this has been increased even more this year due to El Nino. As the Pacific waters continue to warm and El Nino continues to strengthen, that leads to more wind shear out in the Atlantic. Sahara dust, also a reason that we're kind of seeing less activity right now. Dry air, it suppresses storm development, but the wind shear is certainly the top reason why we're not dealing with a whole lot of tropical systems. So no tropical systems expected over the next 7 days. And a lot of folks are thinking, well, isn't this tropical? Well, we're getting a tropical air mass. We've got air of low pressure back to the west and high pressure to the east. These two systems are essentially funneling Gulf moisture into the Carolinas, and that will continue to be the case today. A lot of rain for the coastal areas this morning. No rain for us. We are dry, but we are still dealing with those low-hanging clouds. Scattered showers and storms will progress through the afternoon and evening. We'll see things dry up later this evening and overnight. Hit or miss storms. I'm thinking the coverage is less than what we saw yesterday. Tomorrow morning, it's a dry start, foggy in some areas, and then we see more scattered showers and storms developing as we get into the afternoon and evening, drying out as we go into Thursday night. So temperatures will be in the upper 60s, low to mid 70s to start your morning here. Mid 80s out the door this afternoon with mid 70s in the high country. Upper 60s, low 70s tonight. High temperatures in the mid to upper 80s tomorrow with those upper 70s in the mountains. And for those hitting the road going to Canton, Ohio, just tracking a scattered storm chance in Canton, Ohio Thursday night for the game tomorrow night. So could see a stormy chance as we go towards Thursday night in Canton, Ohio. Something we'll watch for you for those traveling up there for the Hall of Fame game. 80s and daily scattered storm chances continue as we go through the end of the work week, isolated for the weekend. We'll be right back after this. Well, let's look at your forecast. Let's take you out to the mountains. We've got temperatures in the 70s, but stormy in the mountains. Even through the weekend, I do think we're going to have some stormy conditions up in the high country. Looking at a little bit more light towards Charlotte, though, temperatures will be in the mid to upper 80s. We also have those temperatures in the lower 90s as we get towards the end of the work week. But those storms are going to be continuing as we get towards the weekend. A little bit more isolated this weekend, though, Annie.
Okay, all right. Things are a little bit better there, Brandon. Thank you. Well, it seems everyone has already seen the new Spider-Man movie, including the star himself. A flash mob of Spider-Men put on a very specific flash mob. Ooh, wow, look at those moves. This is in Manhattan earlier this week. The group of 5 left the theater and busted a move in front of fans. The official Instagram account for Spider-Man A Brand New Day even commented on the post saying, "Is this the post-credit scene?" I don't know. I love it. That's so great.
That's really cool.
They got some good dance moves. I still haven't seen.
I haven't
seen it either.
I'll tell you, it's sold out.
Okay, so you have to like book in advance. I always watch movies so much later.
Yeah.
Partly for that reason, partly because like it's not a 2-year-old movie, so I have to like schedule it. Gotta get a babysitter, all these things.
I was gonna say our camera operator Lynn was looking at trying to get one last weekend, and he couldn't find one
anywhere.
It was hard to get in anywhere.
That's
sold
when you
out.
know it's good.
Yeah.
All right, well, we have just a little bit of time left to check in with Liza Mahacek from Positively Charlotte. Have you seen it yet?
No, I haven't, guys, but I really want to see it because I love Zendaya and Tom Holland.
Yes.
And honestly, I kind of feel like the star power between the two of them is really what's bringing people in. So, but you know what? I'll try and search for 3 tickets for all of us.
There we go. I like it. Thank you for the invite.
Yeah, of course,
Appreciate it.
absolutely. I'm going to track them down. But also, we have so many fun things coming up today. We're talking National Pickleball Day with Rally. They're having Rally Fest, so people can go and play pickleball this weekend.
Fantastic. A good indoor activity for today. Thank you so much. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow at 4 a.m.
If you don't want to miss what we have coming up today on Positively Charlotte, Rally is celebrating National Pickleball Day this weekend. We hear how you can get in on the festivities to celebrate one of the fastest growing sports in the nation. Plus, we're learning how to make our lives a little bit better one area at a time. Harold LaFall joins us for a DIY laundry session. And a cool innovation that could ramp up accessibility, all from the labs of Cupertinos. Happy hump day to you and welcome to Positively Charlotte. Thank you so much for joining us and for sharing a bit of your week with us here. So happy Wednesday. We made it halfway through the week and that is always a good reason to celebrate. We also found there's a few holidays going on today. So we wanted to share them with you so that you have the opportunity to celebrate. So to kick things off, it's National Work Like a Dog Day. I don't know if everybody wants to do that. So, I guess we're celebrating where we all give it our all every day. And we know that if you're watching out there, give yourselves a pat on the back. But if you're feeling hungry and a little adventurous, today is also National Oyster Day and National Couscous Day. We've heard some beautiful things about how they pair together. So if you end up having some, let us know about it on our socials. And finally, it's a day to support those that support us. Yes, we are talking about the base that keeps us going every day. It is National Underwear Day. So if you have laundry to do today, give those garments a salute and maybe use the good detergent. It's a special day after all. And also Harold LaFall, as we said at the beginning of the show, he's going to help us make a little detergent today. So if you have any holidays that you want us to know about, let us know on our Instagram and we will celebrate right along with you. It's Positively CLT. Just let us know. Give us a DM. And an off-Broadway play is spending some time right here in the Queen City. It's been going on for a couple of weeks, and Dracula, a comedy of terrors, is bringing the laughs and giving new life to an undying story. A classic story of vampires has a brand new twist with Dracula, a comedy of terrors, and Christopher here plays Dracula himself. There's so many reiterations of this character, but talk to me a little bit about what your take is on Dracula and kind of a little bit about the show.
Yeah, so this is definitely not your classic great-great-great-grandfather's Dracula. It's a lot more zesty and fun and buoyant and lively. So this one, Dracula is having a hard time feeling anything anymore after having access to like everything in the world. He's indulged in all the meals. He's gone to all of the special houses and he wants more. And so he comes into, I don't want to give too much away, but he comes into the healthy mix of things that he can then come a desire.
What I love is that you guys have these very fun, you got fangs, you've got bright blue eyes. How do you get those on? Because I know you've got blue-green eyes yourself.
Yes.
But you said let's take it up another notch.
Yeah, under the stage lights, we kind of want the eyes to pop in this version. And so in order to do that, I've been given these very, very bright blue eyes that I put in. So my whole routine, this is my little station back here where my contacts come out and then we go in for a little feature if you can see those. Yeah, so those go in.
Are you a contact wearer or did you have to learn just for this?
No, I am. So luckily that it's not too cumbersome, but so those go in and then I won't show you the actual fangs that I wear because those are a little gnarly, but these are the fangs that I end up wearing, the two classic canine teeth that kind of go in on the sides. And once those are in and the eyes, a little bit of makeup and the hair goes, as well as the costumes, it kind of just, it's the transformation.
But speaking of the costumes, you've got some right here, and they look like some high quality materials that you've got here.
100%, yeah. So this is definitely, every actor loves a costume. That's part of why we do it. But this is what I start in. So every time I get called, this is what I'm getting in, and it's like this crop top. This is not something that tends to be in my wardrobe, but for this, it just makes it's super fun way to start the show. These buttons kind of rip off, so you can imagine what happens there.
The belt.
We don't have the jeans that I wear or the leather pants, but this is kind of the belt buckle that I wear.
Oh my gosh, how fun! A studded belt.
It's studded. We got this, hefty, like sizable bat that only those in maybe the first few rows really tend to notice regularly. But this is one of my favorite little tidbits.
Very detail oriented.
Yeah.
Love that.
And then we got these are just some gorgeous, in the second scene, I wear this gorgeous full, 3-piece thing. There's a shirt and there's like a, another kind of, not ascot, but another piece that goes with it that's being washed right now. But, you know, I mean, what other chance do you get to wear this kind of gorgeous stuff? So Tristan.
So true. And in 100-degree weather in Charlotte.
It's a little tough. This is my little robe as well.
Oh
which,
my gosh, but it doesn't look very
cloak.
little. It seems heavy.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's not light. But this part is very fun to kind of like flourish around, and yeah, so.
Beautiful. Oh my gosh. So I think what's great about this is that also you can tell that this is not your typical kind of Dracula look. You're getting that kind of gothic vibe, but you can also tell it's a fun one too.
Yeah,
right?
and it's a good contrast to some of the other clothes that the other characters wear. So really helps Dracula like pop in a way.
Very fun. Well, they are going to be here through August, so make sure that you come and check them out. Chris, thank you so much for sharing this with us today and Break a Leg.
Thank you so much.
And after the break, we talk about National Pickleball Day happening this weekend, how you can compete and celebrate on and off the court at Rally Fest. And fall is just around the corner. Hard to believe it, but it may be coming sooner than we think. The early offering that's got us ready for boots and flannels after the break. And you're taking a live look at West Charlotte. A little bit of traffic down there, but it seems to be inching along. We'll be right back. Stick with us.
More influential local creators, Charlotte chef-approved food trends, and not-so-secret hotspots near you. Follow Positively Charlotte on Instagram.
Well, interest in pickleball has been sweeping the nation for years, and fans of the sport, new and old, are able to celebrate the sport this Saturday as one of the businesses is celebrating National Pickleball Day with Rally Fest on Friday night. So Izzy and Cleo with Rally Pickleball are here to tell us all about the festivities. So you guys are kicking off the celebration early on Friday night, but I want to talk a little bit about why pickleball has just taken over the world. I mean, people absolutely love this game. I don't understand why it just popped up a few years ago. What do you think it is?
Yeah, I would say I think pickleball is just really social, and I played tennis for a long time, and I feel like it's kind of harder to play and less approachable. but I feel like anyone can play pickleball, and because the court is like so close, it's easy to talk while you're playing, and I feel like Raleigh has really leaned into that and trying to be a social club and more than just a pickleball club, and so we have a lot of other things as well that you can do with us.
Yeah, there's weekly programming. If you're from beginner to advanced, like there's a place for everyone.
And that's what's so fun. Okay, so beginner is going to be me for sure. So you have this little kind of, what would you call this, target practice?
Yeah, target practice.
Okay, guys, I have done this. I have played pickleball once before, and I played it with 3 D1 athletes.
Oh,
it was the worst experience. I haven't been that embarrassed in a very long time. I had to stop and pull somebody else to do it for me. So let's see if I can get, okay, all right.
Okay,
that's all right.
so
That's all
close.
right.
That was
We were
really
close, we were
good.
close. We just got to go a little bit. Okay, wait.
One more.
All right, and see,
have so
when
much
we were,
power.
okay,
So
wait.
close, so
You know what?
close.
That's fine. We're gonna get some more ball. Okay, thank you, Emily. Oh wow, shocked that I caught that. So tell me a little bit about what people can expect from Rally Fest this weekend, because so many fun things.
Oh, yes, that was so good.
Oh my gosh, guys, wait! I just got athletic. I just got really
That was
athletic.
great. That was great. We have a ton to do at Rally Fest this
Okay.
weekend. We're celebrating National Pickleball Day and Rally's birthday.
Oh my gosh,
and
very
this
fun.
is actually our 4th annual Rally Fest. So we've been doing it for a while. But there are tons of different ways to play pickleball.
Yeah.
We have a mixer, so if you want to play, we'll put you on a court with some new friends.
Very fun.
And then we also have Beat the Pros, which is an opportunity to play against professional pickleball players.
Oh my goodness.
Which is always a hit. And then we have a free yoga class led by The
fun.
Workout. And so if you buy a ticket, that is included.
Oh my goodness.
And then we have a ton of different vendors this year. And so
I keep on missing. I got 2 balls and that's it. But you have so many different events, and also I think what's great too is that when people come, they don't expect to have such great food and drinks too.
Yes.
Because when you go, it's like it's a whole experience. But you know, you were talking about that social component. I know that you guys have also events throughout the year as well. Don't you have something that specifically is for, you know, when people move to Charlotte and for new like transplants of Charlotte, right?
Yeah, it's called New to Charlotte, and we host it about once a month. So we just had it actually on this past Sunday. Next one coming in September.
Very fun.
So,
okay, you know what?
yeah.
Hey, and that's what's great is that like with Charlotte being one of the, you know, the top cities that people are moving to right now, I mean, I think that having a place where you can go and do that and play a sport that's easy like this, allegedly. I mean, I am not good at this, but hey, listen, I made I think 4 balls in now. So what are the first tips that you guys typically give to people when they are first starting? Because I definitely need some tips.
I would say definitely just come and show up.
Yeah.
I feel like if you just come and show up, you'll fall in love with the sport and hopefully the people at Rally too. And we do have a rookie social, which is really awesome and unintimidating because it's all people who are like newer to the sport. We go over the rules and everything. So that's a really good entry point.
I definitely would need that. I mean, but also there's so many different fun things that you're going to get to do if you go on Friday. It's happening Friday night. We got the information right there on your screen, happening from 6 to 10 p.m. Make sure that you go and get tickets. Those are available online. Ladies, thank you so much for coming in, and happy National Pickleball Day to you both.
Happy National Pickleball Day.
Well, we are just 3 weeks away from the unofficial return of fall, but the fall girlies have already felt a disturbance in the force. On August 25th, Starbucks Pumpkin Spice Latte is returning to the menu along with other fall drinks. So the PSL is coming back, everyone. For years, Pumpkin Spice Latte lovers have asked for it to be on the menu year-round. But Starbucks CEO says the answer is still no, and it will remain a limited time menu item. I mean, it is such a classic that I'm kind of surprised that they haven't, but I think also one of the reasons why it is fun is because it's seasonal and because it's a limited time offer. Because it's like if you could get it all year round, I don't think it would be as special. In the same way where it's like, you know, the red cups that they bring out. It's like, if you had red cups all year round, then it's not gonna be like, oh wow, we have red cup day. So I think it's almost like just the fact that it's a scarcity kind of thing where you can only have it for so many weeks and months and all that, but excited for a PSL. And sometimes you need to get a little provocative to get the eyes where you want them, and the folks at UCLA's Marmot Lab came up with a genius way to raise money for their animals. They launched an Only Marms subscription page, inspired of course by OnlyFans. In this case, fans get exclusive access to adorable clips of wild yellow-bellied marmots. Since it launched late May, the page has drawn about 1,700 fans and took in around $5 grand in tips. This is so funny. I love that people will also watch this, but it's kind of like those bear cameras and people like bird watching. So this kind of makes sense to me, but I love that they leaned into only marmots. That's very funny. Well, new week, new weird dating term just dropped. Everybody's trying to save a buck these days. So they are infladating, or dating with inflation in mind. So according to trend experts, more people are keeping those first meetings low-key and inexpensive. So they're choosing a quick cup of coffee in the park or meeting up to take a walk together. There's no pressure on one of these infladates because neither one of you actually has to over-impress the other person, and if the two of you vibe on your cheaper date, then you can set up another cheap date to see if date 2 is worth spending a little bit more money on. So it seems like something that most people are already doing, but it's nice to have a new term for the group chat to talk about. But I think that also this is something that most people are doing right now, where it's no longer your first date is dinner. It's like you're going to get drinks, you're going to get coffee. So I think it's almost this kind of new wave for dating, but it makes sense, especially with you want it to be a little bit cheaper for that first date, especially if you don't know if it's going to work out or not. But when we return, a story of strength, resilience, and passion, how one local man turned bad news into his life's work. And you're taking a live look at Uptown on this gorgeous Wednesday. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Positively Charlotte. As college students prepare to head back to campus, today's essentials go far beyond notebooks and bedding. From smarter tech to self-care must-haves and dorm room basics, there are plenty of items that can help make the transition a whole lot easier. And here to help us today, we've got lifestyle expert, digital creator, and Emmy Award-winning journalist Michelle Park. So great to have you today, Michelle. So what trends are you seeing for these college kids? I can't believe that we are already at back-to-school season.
I mean, neither can I, but as someone who covers consumer trends, I'm seeing a real shift in what college students are prioritizing this year. Today's students are looking beyond the traditional college checklist, so they're focused on tech that works smarter, wellness that fits into their routine, and creating a space that supports both productivity and self-care.
So where should we start? I think that that's the hardest part.
Well, let's start with beauty because everybody loves beauty. I Love Ipsy is the leading curated beauty membership delivering some of the most viral and coveted beauty and skincare products right to your door each month. Every delivery is personalized to individual beauty preferences, making it easy to discover new favorites. And it's a great gift for anyone heading off to college. You can choose from 3, 6, or 12-month gift subscriptions. They start at just $52. Visit ipsy.com/gift to check it out.
I love this. Some of my friends in college had this, and it was perfect because you could share those samples with your friends too. So it's even better. But when it comes to the latest tech, what are students using right now?
Well, a great laptop is a must-have for college students. I really like the Dell XPS 13 because it offers premium features at a more affordable price. It's also the thinnest and the lightest XPS ever made at just 2.2 pounds. It has 17 hours of battery life powered by the latest Intel Core Series 3 processors, so it can keep up with a full day of classes and studying. It also has touchscreen display and a backlit keyboard, so you can really work from anywhere. And for a limited time, students ages 16 and up can get one starting at $599, which is such a great value.
I mean, that really is a great value. So how about something to make dorm living better?
You know, this might not be something on the top of everybody's college shopping list, but you'll be glad it's in your dorm room. It's the Zevo Compact Flying Insect Trap. It's designed for smaller spaces and uses blue and UV light to lure, trap, and kill 99.9% of trapped bugs. It provides 24/7 continuous protection, so students don't have to worry about any unwanted bugs. They can focus on studying and enjoying dorm life. You can find it at major retailers nationwide, and honestly, I wish some of my guy friends had this back in college.
I was gonna say we should be getting these for some of the boys who are in college. That's for sure. But do you have any suggestions for dealing with stress? Because I know that this can definitely be a stressful time as kids transition back to college.
Yeah, for sure. College life is busy. So between classes, campus activities, packed schedules, what you don't want to worry about is your antiperspirant. So an antiperspirant you can count on is Secret Clinical Antiperspirant. It provides 100-hour protection against 3 types of sweat, stress, heat, and activity. And it helps students stay confident no matter what the day brings. From tailgating to giving a class presentation, Secret helps students when it matters the most. And so you can find it at retailers nationwide. It's at a great price. It's just under $14.
Fantastic. Well, where can we go to learn more information, Michelle?
For more information, visit tipsontv.com.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing this with us today.
Thank you.
Of course. Well, a Rock Hill man was in a dark place when he found out that he has diabetes. He challenged himself to focus on the joy in his life by being creative. His message is relevant even to those who aren't diabetic. Queen City News storyteller John Lee sat down with him to learn his story.
When life leaves him grasping for words, Ephraim Scott Summers often writes song lyrics.
My boots are filling up, and it's getting harder to walk. All my lifeboats have been lost.
Picking up a guitar helps pick up his state of mind.
Try to find some kind of joy or levity or laughter within a really difficult situation that I've been given. My pancreas, because of an autoimmune disease, has stopped working.
Type 1 diabetes forced the Winthrop professor to reflect.
Ode to spouses of diabetics and how they find us in the darkened kitchen at 3:16 a.m.
Ode to Spouses of Diabetics is a tribute to unsung heroes like his wife Anne.
She's also listened to me go on and on about diabetes, you know, so I am so grateful.
Spotlit by the light of the open fridge. Our right hand wearing a whole rotisserie chicken like a winter mitten, like an edible oven glove.
His book, Diabetic Gumdrops, features 24 poems that paint a picture of living with the chronic disease. 2 years ago, the diagnosis shook him.
So much fear. And from that fear arises those other emotions of anger, of frustration. A super dark place.
And we diabetics are half drunk, not on booze, but on 2 dizzy and opposite truths.
He says writing poems gives him a chance to see the positive. Ephraim calls them a monument to a moment.
With poetry, I can be a little more personal, a little more specific about my experience.
His father also has diabetes. Even so, Ephraim was overwhelmed by everything needed moving forward.
This is called a continuous glucose monitor. Right now it's giving you a reading of my blood sugar. This is called fast-acting insulin. I was in a state of ignorance at the beginning, and that ignorance had pretty high stakes. The brief half-open window where treating low blood sugar means eating whatever savior we want. Sunshine.
Whether it's poetry or music, creativity is a boost to a psyche.
Sunshine, I'm in American mud, but I'm looking for sunshine.
That gift
Sunshine.
means as much as any medicine. In Rock Hill,
Ooh, sunshine.
John Lee, Queen City News.
After the break, our friend Harold is helping us save some money and keeping us healthy, all from the laundry room. You don't want to miss this after the break. You're looking live over Independence Boulevard. We will be right back on your Wednesday. Thanks for sticking with us here on your Wellbeing Wednesday. We are back with another one of Harold's healthy habits with our friend Harold the Fall to show us how to create a high-performance, cost-effective laundry detergent. And we're going to use some at-home, simple, non-toxic ingredients as always. So tell us a little bit about, kind of the base of this and also why we need some DIY laundry detergent.
Liza, we often talk about health and we talk about what we put in our bodies, but we don't talk enough about what we put on our body directly on our skin.
True.
And our clothes are in contact with our skin 24/7. And a lot of the laundry detergents actually have toxic ingredients, synthetic fragrances, dyes, and harmful chemicals that for folks who have sensitive skin could be very irritating. Also can have an impact on your health. Now this is a simple recipe that's non-toxic. It's easy to make, only 5 ingredients, and it actually works.
Man, okay, I like it. Let's get into it. What are the ingredients?
So we start with Epsom salt.
Okay.
Now Epsom salt is good because it helps to soften your clothes.
Oh.
Helps to soften the clothes. And baking soda is a natural deodorizer. So it's gonna have your clothes smelling fresh.
Yeah.
And then we add the super powder, which is washing soda.
Oh.
Now this helps to get rid of, hard to get rid of stains, and it's really a powerful booster to your laundry.
Wow.
So we add washing powder.
Okay.
And then we have sea salt. And sea salt helps to get rid of stains in your clothes. So if you have
That's
some
good to
stains,
know.
so you combine all those. And then if you want to give it some fragrance, you add some essential oils. Now my favorite is lemongrass.
Oh, love.
And so you just add about 20 or so dabs of your lemongrass. And then you mix up all of the ingredients.
Yeah.
And then
Voila.
you have a powerful, non-toxic laundry detergent that's not going to irritate your skin. It's not going to cause any health issues because some of those chemicals can cause hormone disruption in your body. And get this, Liza, it's really affordable.
Yes, that's what's great about this because especially when you're going and buying a detergent and such, like, I mean, these ingredients, I'd imagine, I mean, you're making how many, you know, kind of servings of
this can last you months and months.
Yeah.
And probably for roughly around $30.
Wow.
You know, and you just take two tablespoons and you add them to a standard load of clothes, and your
That's
clothes
so
will
easy.
come out smelling fresh and clean with no toxins.
Man, that's amazing. So, you know, and you said that you kind of get all the things. You've got something to soften, you've got something to get those different kinds of stains out. But also, this is customizable too, because you can add whatever scents that you want in there.
Yeah, any fragrances that you want, or you don't even have to add fragrances if you don't want them. Some people don't like a scent. Yeah, and you're still going to get that clean smelling, fresh in your clothes.
But also, this is something that, you know, is near and dear to your heart. So, you know, you really went on this journey of healing. So, kind of talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, as a cancer survivor, I'm really concerned about not just what I put in my body, but what I put on my body, because what you put on your body is absorbed in your skin, and we don't think
skin's
about
our largest organ.
Yeah, and we don't think about that oftentimes when you're putting clothes on. After you putting them in something that has toxins in it, it can absorb into your skin and cause all kind of problems. So this is really a cost-effective, healthy way to stay healthy and stay clean.
I mean, it's fantastic, and you're getting your clothes nice and clean for a good price too.
Yeah.
Who doesn't, especially during
These
this time where
times,
everything's expensive.
Yeah.
Let's
and
make some things at home.
Yeah, and most of these items folks already have in their kitchen. You got Epsom salt, you got baking soda, you got some sea salt. You may not have the washing soda, but that's the only thing that, and essential oils. So,
I mean, seriously, you kind of can get pretty much anything that you need there. But thank you so much for sharing this with us today, Harold. We so appreciate it. Always lovely to have you in. And make sure that if you want to learn more, where can we head to, Harold?
GoodLivingNowShop.com.
Fantastic. GoodLivingNowShop.com. We so appreciate it. Happy Wednesday to you. Thanks, Harold. Well, a docuseries is in the works about Joe Jackson, and the stars came out for the premiere of the rom-com One Night Only in New York City. Melvin Robert has the details in today's entertainment report.
The patriarch of the Jackson family is set to be the subject of a new documentary. Joe Jackson's life will be the center of a new docuseries called The Manager, The Mythology, The Legend. The show promises to show a deeper look at the man whose vision helped to shape the Jackson family and its musical legacy. Marlon Jackson will lend his voice as narrator of the series. He'll also help to develop it. No word yet on when we can expect that, but it will be distributed by streamer BLK Prime. And now to a new movie. To New York we go, everybody, where the stars of this upcoming rom-com celebrated its premiere.
What about us?
Your ears look like car doors.
Well, your nose is way too small for your face.
Your chin could plow a field.
Your legs don't make any sense.
Your hairline doesn't make any sense.
That was a look at One Night Only, a rom-com about two New Yorkers searching for love. And all eyes were on star Callum Turner and wife Dua Lipa at its premiere. They both looked amazing as they posed on the carpet. Turner's on-screen love interest, Monica Barbero, also posed for pictures. They, along with director Will Gluck, spoke to cameras about the chemistry that made the movie work.
The characters felt so great on the page, and we were infusing them with a lot of our own, reality and thoughts and feelings, and Will was really game to try what we wanted to try, and I think the three of us kind of had a beautiful chemistry, which I think is kind of that's maybe the unsung hero of rom-coms, and Will is great for that. He fosters the best dynamics with everyone in his cast and the whole crew.
You can only play around with stuff if you have people that are so good at who they are and the characters and have fun that if you have actors that know their characters so well, then you can start to play. And this whole movie was kind of very loose, which is fun.
I mean, with Will and Monica, we created a nice little trio, and we just ran around New York having fun every night, and we got this amazing cast around us that just made us laugh non-stop. It was a lovely time. Because you got to watch it in the cinema with an audience. You're going to have a great time. It is hilarious, and you watch two people fall in love.
Before hitting the carpet, Callum Turner stopped by The Tonight Show to promote One Night Only, and he also decided to show off his pizza-making skills.
He was like that.
Okay, he's doing it fast?
Yeah, I mean, he's got to knock it out like...
Don't you spin it! Come on!
It's coming.
Doesn't you pick it up and you flip it around? Let's get to the part where...
There it is.
Yes! That's what I'm talking about. Flip it around.
There we go.
Whoa! Come on, bud.
Gotta love that. One Night Only in theaters on Friday. In Hollywood, with your entertainment report, I'm Melvin Robert.
Well, Ariana Grande has announced that she is taking a break.
I heard that my fans were worried that negativity was ruining things for me, but I just have to say that could not be more than opposite. Boundaries can need to be set.
The 33-year-old actress and singer told fans in Chicago that the decision was her own and not reactive. This comes after her own team cited relentless public scrutiny over her appearance as the reason for her retreat. Now, in the past, the performer has said that people should be less comfortable commenting on other people's bodies, even if it's out of concern. Mental health and eating disorder experts agree, saying it reinforces the idea that bodies should be judged, evaluated, or compared. And instead, they encourage conversations focused on the culture and pressure surrounding thinness, rather than discussing one person's body size. Ariana's final tour date is September 1st in London. People were so excited to find out that she was going on tour originally. So the fact that she's kind of going to go back into, a little bit more of a personal space, I'd say, I think is definitely going to be a disappointment to fans. She was supposed to be in Sunday in the Park with George with one of her Wicked co-stars, Jonathan Bailey, but she is stepping away from that as well. So really interesting to hear about this development as well. But I know fans are disappointed that they won't be seeing more Ariana Grande at the moment, but I'm sure that she will be back in the spotlight soon. And, we wish her the best. And a bittersweet moment in baseball, the children of filmmaker Rob Reiner honored after their late father and mother with a special moment at Dodger Stadium. Jake and Romy Reiner threw out the ceremonial first pitch before Sunday's Dodgers game, paying tribute to their parents and their family's longtime connection to baseball. Rob Reiner was a lifelong Dodgers fan, and Jake has often spoke about how the team brought the two of them closer together. The emotional appearance came months after the death of Rob and his wife, Michelle Reiner. His son said, "It's impossible for me to show up at the stadium and not feel his presence." So I'm sure that this was an incredibly bittersweet moment for them. But everyone, I think, is putting their hearts out to those two, because it's it's so sad. But we're also very excited that they got to have a little moment at Dodger Stadium. And scientists say a bioengineered chewing gum may one day help fight microbes linked to head and neck cancers. The gum is made from beans and contains natural proteins designed to target HPV and 2 types of harmful bacteria. In lab tests using samples from cancer patients, the gum extract reduced HPV in saliva by up to 93%. Even more promising, it appeared to leave the mouth's good bacteria alone. Researchers say that the gum could eventually be used alongside existing cancer treatments or to help prevent infection. But clinical trials are still needed. Anything that can help fight cancer, I think, is a fantastic thing. So that's a very exciting development. Well, a new scientific review is challenging the idea that more protein is always better. Researchers found that people who already get enough protein, actually eating less may support healthier aging, better metabolism, and improved blood sugar control. However, they insist that doesn't mean that people should start cutting protein out of their diets, and that active adults, seniors, pregnant women, and those recovering from illnesses may still need more. The researchers add that any major diet changes should actually still be discussed with a doctor, and the findings are published in the journal Cell Press Blue. But, I think that this is kind of expected, especially when something becomes such a big trend, particularly on social media. This was the big thing, was protein maxing. Now it's fiber maxing, and it's always these health trends. But when you speak to professionals, they are always saying you got to make sure that you are doing everything in moderation. It shouldn't be all protein or all fiber, all these things. You don't necessarily need to be only focusing on protein. You got to be focusing on your overall balanced meal and all those things. But very interesting to hear this new development with protein. But when we come back, a new innovation from Apple could help one community in ways never heard of. We'll be right back after this short break. And you're taking a live look at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Stick with us. Well, do you ever wish that you could get away from the hustle and bustle of it all? Well, now you actually can. A special habitat to live underwater has been created. A company named Deep created what they have named Vanguard. It's been installed at a reef in the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. The habitat can house up to 4 people for a week or more without surfacing, and it has a living area with 4 beds, a food prep station, and a table with an ocean view. Next to that is a bathroom and a workstation combo, and Deep says this is just the first step in building the equivalent of the International Space Station just for the ocean, where humans can study and work long term. When people say ocean view, I think they're thinking, you know, the waves, but you're actually getting a real view of the ocean, not just the beach. This this is incredible. But also, I mean, I think that there's a debate between what is scarier, like the deep darkness of the sea or outer space. And I think we really got to explore a little bit more of both, because there's so much of both that we really don't know. But speaking of outer space and news from another planet, NASA's Curiosity rover has discovered a strange new landscape on Mars, a vast field of honeycomb-like fractures stretching as far as it can see. And scientists spotted the polygon-shaped features before, but really never on this scale. The newly discovered polygons are just the latest of many surprises Curiosity that has uncovered since landing on Mars 14 years ago. Scientists are hoping the sea of polygons will uncover new clues about Mars' watery past. And it really makes you wonder if Mars isn't as empty as we thought, because how the heck is that coming up? I mean, it's crazy. I am freaked out by outer space. I'm scared of it. Alicia always says that she would go into space. I would not. I would not. I really would not want to go up there. That's everybody else's, but that's the aliens' business. That's NASA's business. I don't need to be up in outer space. I don't need to know the Milky Way like that. I'm good here. But Meta's smart glasses can take photos, play music, and answer questions. But for people with vision loss, the glasses give them independence. Rich DeMuro explains in today's Rich on Tech.
Meta's smart glasses were not created as an accessibility tool, but people who are blind or have low vision are finding that they can be a powerful everyday tool.
Where's my backpack? Where's my cane, right? It gives me that visual aid that I miss with the vision loss.
Jeremy Hill is a social worker at the Braille Institute.
I have what's called diabetic retinopathy and glaucoma. So it is a slow progression, may lead to total vision loss.
He wears Meta's smart glasses every day.
These are daily needed tools so I can be independent in my travel and accessing documents and signs and other things that I can't see.
Then you'll hear the glasses speak to you on the sides.
The Braille Institute in Los Angeles is teaching students how to take advantage of the glasses' AI features.
Using a phone and a white cane is really difficult, but when you have the Meta glasses, it allows you to be hands-free and more safe and more independent.
The organization, one of several recipients of Meta's AI Glasses Impact Grants.
That is going to help us expand our services to more people.
The tiny camera, speakers, and microphones let AI respond to what you're looking at.
The sign on the window says Braille Institute Social Work Support Group Room.
The glasses can read menus, explain prescription labels, give hands-free directions, translate text into different languages, and more.
Hey Meta, take a look at this and read it to me in English.
Basic Accessibility Guide for iPhone 1.
That is amazing.
Two other popular features include detailed responses, which provide more specific descriptions of what you're looking at, and Be My Eyes, which connects users with a live volunteer for visual assistance.
Part of the reason why they're so successful with the accessibility community is they don't look like accessibility aids.
The company says the goal is not to make a specialized device, but a pair of glasses that can work for anyone.
How much of an impact do you think these have had on your life?
Huge.
There are 5 light blue chairs with wooden legs along the wall.
Meta's smart glasses start at around $300 and they continue to add new features. The company recently pledged a free pair for blind veterans in the U.S. If you want more information on the glasses or that program, go to my website, richontech.tv. I'm Rich DeMuro. That's Rich on Tech.
And in keeping with potential accessibility breakthroughs, Apple is cooking up something very interesting. Apple AirPods with built-in cameras could be available sooner than we think. According to a Bloomberg report, Apple has been testing 2 different versions. The first has been in the works for a while, and the second one is coming along more quickly. The report says that the second model is already appearing in iOS 27 beta code, which means that Apple could launch the camera AirPods this year. So maybe this could be as useful as Meta glasses alternative, but you don't have to wear the cameras on your face. They just stick out of your ears now. Who knows? But we can't wait to see the reveal. I think it's always exciting when sometimes, we have these different product reveals that aren't that different from a previous model. But when something actually does have a major development, I think people are very excited to see it, and also just to see how it changes the way that we go through life and handle our technology, especially since Apple is just such a major brand. They actually really can have an influence on the way that we go through day-to-day life. So I'd be interested to see how this would change the way people use their phones and everything. So Very interesting. But there's more positivity coming up, including a fun way to send you out on your Wednesday. Stick with us.
Welcome to Epic Discounts by BestReviews.com. I'm Melissa Bergamini.
And I'm Ashley Howard. Right now, we want you to scan the QR code on your screen to get ready to save big, because today we have some products that help keep your house clean and provide all the entertainment you need to stay in and enjoy a night at home, or bring your favorite shows and movies on the go with you.
That's right. First up, there is nothing more annoying than a stubborn spot on your carpet, let me tell you. But you don't need to hire a professional carpet cleaning service to get that red wine or pet stain out.
That's right, it can deep clean stubborn stains and odors beneath the surface. Let's be honest, spills can happen easily when you're having a snack on the couch and enjoying your favorite movie. And speaking of entertainment, let's talk about how we can get any movie you want right in your living room.
Up next, it is the Amazon Fire TV Stick HD. This smart streaming device allows you to use your voice to search thousands of movies and TV episodes from Netflix, Prime Video, and most of your favorite streaming providers.
This is also a great way to bring your favorite shows on the go with you. Just plug the stick into any HDMI port. It also lets you watch live TV, news, sports, and so much more.
And speaking of on-the-go entertainment, the Apple iPad Air is a powerful and intuitive iPad, not just for playing games or watching movies. It can run multiple apps all at once thanks to its powerful M3 chip designed for productivity.
This model features all-day battery life and several different storage options. It also features Apple Intelligence and groundbreaking privacy features that prevent anyone from accessing your data, including Apple itself.
Finally, breathe easy with a Levoit evaporative humidifier, perfect for bedrooms, nurseries, or any space where comfort matters the most. It's completely blue light free for a more restful night's sleep and comes equipped with advanced dual air and water filters. And get this, it self-dries after each use to prevent any mold buildup. Cleaner air, cleaner tech.
All right, let's take one last look at today's products to keep you entertained and keep your home clean and fresh even when you're not there.
Head to epicdiscounts.com or just scan that QR code to scan, shop, and save with Epic Discounts by Best Reviews.
Thanks for spending an hour of your Wednesday with us here on Positively Charlotte. For a little laugh before you head out into your hump day, a car dealership in Wisconsin says this is what it would look like if people walked the way that they drove. Take a look. From a Kia dealership in Wisconsin. The clip has more than 1 million views on Instagram. Honestly, I bet at least a couple 100,000 of them are from people here in Charlotte because we have the craziest drivers here. You know, like, and also this has been stated, like we were named one of the most dangerous places to drive in the United States. So we got to get it together. We got to get it together because the way that I want to see what it would look like running a red light, you know, in terms of how they would interpret that in terms of walking, because, you know, people are running red lights left and right here in Charlotte. But here's my quote before we send you out with our closing thoughts. As you get older, all those dumb cliches, they're all true. You only have a certain amount of time left, and you should only spend it doing the things that you want to do. It's all true. And that's from Rob Reiner, especially talking about his kids getting to throw out the pitch at the Dodgers game. I think always good to think about that quote for sure. You know, do the things that you want to do that matter to you truly. But hopefully you spend an hour of your day with us again tomorrow, and hopefully that matters to you as well, because it matters to us. We'll see you back then at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome into another episode of Morning Edition. Julian Sador, Andy Satowski here. We're going to have some special guests joining us later on, but we're starting with a topic here that Andy and I were talking about this morning on the desk, and this is kind of the purpose of Morning Edition, to be able to have longer discussions about this. And that, of course, is the Lindsay Clancy murder trial. This is obviously heartbreaking. It's a tragic case here. It is going to be a long and probably pretty graphic trial, Annie, as we talk about it. We were kind of talking about what could happen, what she should be able to face criminally. Do you kind of want to give everybody an insight into what we were talking about this morning?
Yeah, for sure. So I listened to a podcast on this on the way in. I didn't get to finish it, but as a mom, and I think you don't even have to be a mom or a parent to find this case heartbreaking. 3 kids who were strangled with exercise bands, and then mom tries to kill herself but was unsuccessful. She's partially paralyzed now. But just listening to a podcast this morning talking about Lindsay asking for help, right? So her defense is saying she's not guilty because she was experiencing severe postpartum psychosis, which is very different than postpartum depression. It only happens in about 1 or 2 in every 1,000 women, and maybe even it could be a little bit more prevalent because of not really being honest about how you're feeling. That's a whole other topic. But basically, we started talking about this today of no one's saying, and she's not saying that she didn't do this, but her lawyers are saying this is a failure of the system. The system failed this woman. It is her doctor's fault for not doing something about this, right? So we talked about what criminal charges does she face. If you believe her postpartum psychosis defense, which there is lots of documentation that she was really struggling. She was on dozens of medications. She wasn't sleeping. She was having intrusive thoughts. She had suicidal thoughts, and she communicated this many times over to different therapists, doctors. Her own husband was even in a psychiatric facility prior to this January 2023 killing. So, obviously not having your children around and having the knowledge that you did that is more punishment than I think anyone could ever imagine, right? That you have to live with that. Your husband has to live with that. But I struggle with it because I feel like there needs to be some retribution
Right.
for the harm that was done. But at the same time, postpartum mood disorders, psychosis, anything like that is you are not aware of what you're doing. You are not in control of what you're doing. So how can you be held responsible for it? It's a really tough case, but more importantly, and I'll let you talk in 1 second, I think it just mostly highlights the difficulties and the little that we know about postpartum mood disorders and how sometimes no one says anything about it. You don't have a choice. You just kind of keep momming. And that's it.
Before I get into like my thoughts on the matter, I kind of do want you to talk a little bit more about it because out of the two of us, you're the one who knows this much better than I do about the feelings immediately after childbirth and the months after that. We were just talking about it in here in the Blue Room. It's something that needs more discussion.
Yes.
Just how much of a mental hurdle it is to try to figure out what does life look like now with this tiny human that I've carried for the better part of the last year. How do I even think straight? And you've done a great piece on it. You can find it on our website, qcnews.com, some of the postpartum things that moms go through. But I mean, can you just speak a little bit about how the mindset shifts aside from any other psychological condition that you may be facing, just for you? What was that like?
I consider myself a very happy-go-lucky person, pretty positive. And childbirth, it didn't go the way I had planned, right? So I had an unplanned C-section. Wasn't an emergency or anything, but I'm very much a person where I have plans in my head, and I've always been that way, and I get very upset when they do not go according to plan. Like I'm talking big things, right? So this was we're only having 1 kid. This was my 1 shot, and it didn't end up the way I wanted to. So it was just shell shock from that. And I don't feel like I ever truly recovered from it. So it's just like you have this major surgery and then you immediately are handed a child who you love immediately, but you have no idea how to care for them if you've never done this before, right? When it's your first. Doctors talk about the incredible hormone drop you go through. And this isn't unique to every person. I mean, it happens to all women, but how how it manifests, I think, is different. So you have a massive hormone drop as if you were taking 200 birth control pills every day for X amount of time, and then you just stop cold turkey. Like, it's a lot.
Right.
It's crazy. So the challenge is knowing what's kind of normal and, you know, maybe having some mood swings, and obviously you're adjusting to a new schedule and taking care of something else. But then there's the depression that can set in, or anxiety. And I feel like I did have touches of postpartum depression and anxiety. But you go into your 6-week appointment and you fill out a little survey, and that's up to you to like determine how you answer them. And I don't think that I came to like, none of the answers really felt like me. Because they weren't, I didn't feel drastically bad enough.
Yeah.
So that's a whole other long story. But then, you know, you need to I have a very supportive partner at home. But then, you know, he has to go back to work, and then you have to figure out everything. And
you along with your child.
With a child, and then when you have dogs and you still have other responsibilities, it can be a lot. I can't imagine being so disconnected from reality, right? How scary that must be. Like, I was afraid to leave the house because I was afraid she wasn't going to breathe in her car seat. Like, it was very, now looking back at it, I'm like, okay, you're being silly. Now I go to the grocery store, I do all these things, we travel, whatever. But at the time, it felt insurmountable. Things didn't really like excite me anymore. Like, even things that used to make me excited in the past, I just felt like, I don't know, it doesn't really matter. I'm like, what do I want to eat? I don't know. I just need to eat something, kind of a thing. So there's a lot there. So when you talk about psychosis in this Clancy case of, you know, she had said to her husband, or he had testified that afterwards in a phone call while she was in the hospital, she heard a voice saying like, this is your only chance. Only chance for what? I don't know. But it can be really scary, and you don't know what's real. And yeah, I feel for her in that way. I can't even imagine carrying out that, but we don't know what her mindset was. And that just, I think this is really highlighting how little we know or focus. And you can ask a mom, like a new mom, how they're feeling, and they're going to tell you they're feeling fine. Like, what else are they going to tell you?
Right.
You just have to keep going no matter how you feel. Like this, you just have to. You don't have a choice.
I think what you said right there is kind of what we were talking about this morning, where I struggle with it, is that if you didn't know what you were doing in the moment, right? And that's what her team is claiming, is that because of the psychosis, like, she would have never done this. Lindsay would have never done this if she was in a normal state of mind. So when she was in the act of it, that's not her acting. And so can you punish somebody for something that they really had no control over? It was no fault of their own. Now, did she carry out the act? Yes. Does she know she carried out that? Yes, after the fact. But in the moment, did she know that? And my kind of thing was, hey, I feel like the guilt of knowing that you're the reason why your children are no longer here, to me, that's might be punishment enough. Maybe the if you want some sort of like, okay, you have to tackle on a penalty, maybe community service, and she goes out and shares with other moms. It's okay to say I'm not okay. It's okay to seek help, but also speak out to the fact that if you feel like the doctors are overprescribing or underprescribing or not listening to you, to speak up. I hear so many times of being an advocate when you're in there and saying, if you don't feel like you're getting the right cocktail from doctors, say something, because they don't know what you don't tell them.
And she did, though. And that's where there's two separate civil suits of this, separately from her husband and from her, of she, this isn't helping. And she also wasn't sleeping on top of this. Was this because of the medication? So they gave her Zoloft, they gave her Klonopin, they gave her Xanax, Ativan. I don't know all the, the anxiety or depression drugs, but there was a lot. And so then instead of saying, maybe we just take this one out and give it another one, I think that from what I understand, I could be wrong, it just like they kind of piled all these things on top of. So how do you even... So she did ask for help, and that's the thing. I have no idea what's going to happen in the civil lawsuit but it does hinge on what the criminal side suggests.
A lot to unpack, a trial that's not going to be going anywhere.
No.
And also, Annie, thank you for sharing your insight and being incredibly transparent
of course
with everybody here. All right, look, that's going to be the extent of what we talk about in terms of not so light-hearted stories here. We have other things coming up, including, yes, I teased it, some special guests here on Morning Edition. I'll give you a sneak peek. Whoa, you can't even see it.
Wait, zoom it out.
All right, Austin McCollum joining us on the other side of Morning Edition. We'll be right back. As I promised, it's not just Austin McCollum, the head of QCN Plus, but also we have the for me to round is Brandon Lawson joining us here.
How did
to
I
talk.
find myself here?
This is how it happens. This is how it happens.
Shout out to Coach Joe Glass.
Is that the creator of Law Dog?
That is who gave me that nickname. He's up at Hickory High School now.
Okay.
So
Shout out.
Yeah, shout out to Coach Glass.
Does Coach Glass also teach?
He does. He teaches weight training.
He teaches weight training. Okay, so
he coaches weight training.
Coaches weight
Probably
training.
a better way to put it.
All right, so Coach Glass probably didn't have to worry about this, but one professor at Alcorn State did. He's worried about kids using AI. So what he did to trick the kids and to catch them, I should say, is he gave out a midterm, and in the midterm, he put white text
Online.
Online.
It has to be online. That's the only way this works.
Okay, online, and you can kind of understand how it would work, right? So he put a prompt in there to sneak in random digressions about Madagascar. Okay, the midterm was about the Industrial Revolution, and so the idea is if the white text, you wouldn't be able to see it if you're looking at the computer screen, but when you copy and paste the text, obviously AI can see all the text in there. So the students didn't proofread, and it was an alarming amount of students.
32 out of 35.
32 out of 35 failed.
Incredible.
This is really funny. This is some of the senses that he got when he when he looked at it. And he made it clear that that obviously Madagascar has nothing to do with the Industrial Revolution. Some of the sentences he got: Madagascar floats sideways through the afternoon. Madagascar, purple bicycle whispers to the ceiling.
I love that one.
Whispers to the ceiling.
Yeah, I should say he added it. He doesn't take any glory in catching the kids. In fact, he's upset that he caught so many. But guys, I mean, I think it's kind of a sign of the times. These are the tactics that they have to resort to catch people cheating.
It's going to go back to the handwritten test here soon. I mean, you don't really have a choice at this point. I mean, back when, at least when I was in school, 10 years ago in high school, 11 years ago, we were still doing handwritten stuff. Artificial intelligence wasn't a huge deal, so I didn't have to worry about putting things. Now, every once in a while, I'd go to Google, but it wasn't going to give me the high-tech answer that you get now, and it wouldn't be including Madagascar and the answer as well. So.
Well, I mean, it's just the evolution of it, because I mean, for us, it was don't copy and paste from Wikipedia.
Yeah. Yep.
Right.
You know, I got caught in middle school doing that from a history professor, and I learned a lesson. Man, when you're like 14,
they were that hard in middle school.
Yeah. But I mean, the same thing where the internet was becoming such a prevalent tool in, you know, the early mid 2000s, and then if you're copying and pasting, they would run it through the programs that would say, well, this is obviously lifted from a site or a journal or a Wikipedia entry. And so you learn, like, treat it as a springboard, not your source of information.
Right.
And this is just kind of like the evolution to it. Because I'm sure you guys have seen the videos of people in college classes where they'll have they're in the, you know, the classroom for it, and they'll have their laptop out, and as they're doing it, they're just copying and pasting, or they use a tool that snips the question, and then it will spit out the answer for you.
Okay.
More predominant in like math or kind of straightforward classes like history, you know, not so much English, things like that. But I mean, it is just kind of the evolution, because kids, we all know it. Sometimes you will find the easy way.
Of course. I can hear the librarians and all of my English teachers and history teachers. Wikipedia is not a source, and then you learn how to cite what a reputable source is. I don't even know if they teach that anymore. I still think that's
sure they have
that's
to, right?
important.
Yeah.
But I think I didn't take any in college, right? This would have been the last time I was in education. I didn't have any online tests. Everything, maybe if I did, it was maybe multiple choice. Like there was
Did you take any
no
online courses though?
only one that was virtual.
Okay.
Like we met virtually, and then I think we had a paper as the final. It was like sports and media or something like that. Which was novel. It was like we're all so used to Zoom now and we freaking hate it. But then I was like, I get to sit in my room and do class. Like hell yeah. So but I digress. I never remember taking anything like that. But I mean, kudos to him for thinking of a way to catch them, right? Instead of like going through all the work. And again, it's not to like catch you, but it's more of like, okay, how do I change my system to make sure you're actually learning? Because or else what am I doing here? Like
Right. Are you guys shocked at all that none of them proofread the answer?
Yes.
That's what got me. It's like when I took tests, I would look through each answer and make sure, did I answer this right? I mean, I was always usually one of the last ones to turn in my paper, but I always wanted to go through the test once, maybe twice, just to make sure I put in the right answer that I was thinking for each question.
If you're gonna cheat, right? Cheat smart.
They're lazy cheaters.
They're lazy cheaters.
They are
cheat better.
And that's some artificial intelligence.
Don't cheat at all, kids, by the way.
But don't do it. But it's not even the response. Like you didn't proofread your response, but furthermore, you copied and pasted it, and so when you pasted it, in theory, it would have shown up when you highlighted it, right? Because if it's white, when you highlighted it, you would have seen something in white writing.
Yeah, I guess so.
To copy and paste it over. So
they're
that
not
mean
paying attention. They're just doing
that's what I'm saying. Like,
they're
you
doing
just
just
have no regard for it.
Yeah, they're just doing Control A, Control C, Control V. Give me the answer.
Give me the
and
answer.
then copy and paste from there.
There we go.
What was the question again? Like, what was the?
It was like 3 different questions, right?
Something about the industrial revolution.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
And that's all it was.
But it was a hidden piece of text.
Yeah,
Right.
well, I know
If you're-
that.
yeah.
Yeah, the Madagascar.
So-
I was just kind of curious, how simple was the question?
Like, could you have done this? Could you
have done it
really
by
maybe
yourself?
done this
Did you
on your
really
own?
need artificial intelligence?
If you didn't study, you know what the Industrial Revolution is, and you can't write to something. I mean, sure, like I understand how it happens. It just, man. And here's the thing, too, right? We're talking about 32 out of 35. There's a chance that all 35. We were saying this morning on the morning show.
Yeah.
There's a chance that all 35 use AI. Just 3 of them learn how to proofread.
Some of them proofread, and we're like, wait a minute. But then
And those are going to be the movers and the shakers in the
That's
world.
right.
Telling you, right? They're
Smart cheaters.
if
That's
you're
the
gonna,
one.
if you're gonna
Smart
cheat,
cheaters,
be
yeah.
smart and proofread.
Don't leave Madagascar in the answer.
Obviously, we like to look back on ourselves with like rose-colored lenses and be like, oh, we would be perfect Monday morning quarterback it. But do you guys think that you guys would have used AI?
100%.
Yeah. Austin was so quick.
100%.
I mean, if I was still in school, I'd use it. Absolutely.
Yeah. I would
Like
be
for a test?
I'd be cheating my buttocks off. I'm sure.
I don't know. I was so nervous and stuff to do that stuff. So I don't.
I'm with
I would have at
Brandon.
least proofread. I definitely would have
put-
Madagascar in
Here's
here.
what,
yeah.
I wouldn't have been an early adopter, but once I had talked to a few friends, I'm like, well, you're using AI, you're using it. I'm like, well, I'm not going to be the
I gotta compete.
Yeah.
I got it right. I'm gonna use it because the other part of it too is like I don't want to be the only one who gets a bad grade because I didn't use AI. If everybody else is getting an A,
terrible.
I'm gonna look like a dummy, right? And you're competing. Here's the other thing too. You're
Or you
competing
could,
with
like,
those
learn-
kids for where you're gonna go to college. So if their GPA, it's like, gosh, I'm gonna go way into the weeds, but it's like baseball in the steroids era. Right? If everybody else is juicing, you got to juice too. Otherwise, you're not going to make the money. That's what these kids are. They're Mark McGuire and Sammy Sosa. Austin.
Where's my Barry Bonds? It is kind of like, not to get all LinkedIn posty, but it is like, are you investing in yourself? Are you cheapening yourself by doing this? I mean, 100% use the tool, learn how to use it.
Right.
Yeah.
But be smarter.
Yeah, be smarter.
Yeah.
Cheat smarter.
For sure.
What did Uncle Ben say to Peter Parker?
With great power comes great responsibility.
There it is. Think about it. All right, we'll be back with more Morning Edition right on the other side of this.
Welcome back to Morning Edition. I have some terms.
Oh.
And tell me if this jogs your memory a little bit. Are you ready?
Okay.
Let's go.
What's that?
Top 8.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Profile songs.
Yes.
Yep.
HTML.
Come on.
Bulletins.
Yeah. Okay.
PC for PC.
PC for
Oh,
PC.
you on that one?
Yeah. No, I got it. No.
I didn't get that one.
Is it comment for comment, right?
Yeah. Pick comment for pick comment.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was like personal.
Nah,
comment.
you
Okay.
comment. You got to boost them comments, dog.
You comment on my picture, I'll comment on your
picture.
Say these terms.
Yeah.
Because if you're vibrating right now, your little millennial heart's open. It's because there are talks of reviving MySpace.
Come on now.
Bring it back.
So fun.
Okay. This is crazy to me. Did you guys, everybody here obviously all had MySpace?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I did.
Okay.
Very shortly, but I did.
This see to me like I don't know if you guys have logged on in recent years like just to check, but like it doesn't look like that anymore.
No.
What is it? Oh,
but
they
that was like the heyday of it. Yeah. I mean, this was before for kids. Like this was before Facebook. Like this was the
Oh, yeah.
first thing you had in terms of like social media networks
Yep.
to connect with your friends, and it caught on like wildfire.
MySpace crawled.
Oh.
So Facebook could run.
Yeah, 100%.
It was so much fun. So I haven't tried to log into this account since 2008, 2009.
Okay, sounds about right. Okay,
I was a freshman in
yeah.
college when I stopped using.
That was like
MySpace.
that was when Facebook took off.
Well, that was when. So I went on my official visit to Iowa when I was 17. This is important because it started as only a college thing, right?
Yeah.
So it wasn't really a thing in my high school, and
for
then
for Facebook, right?
for Facebook. So
Yeah.
then when I went on my visit, everyone's like, friend me, and I'm like, MySpace, and they're like, no, Facebook. So then I think at that point they had
You had
just
an
allowed,
invite, right?
Well, I think it had just turned the corner where you could have a Facebook. I didn't have to have a college email address because it wasn't enrolled yet, but this was like everything. So I think it had just changed like to where it was open to everyone. So then I started, talking to teammates and roommates, whatever. So then MySpace kind of just like fell off.
I feel like MySpace is like that high school girlfriend who you're like, we're never gonna break up, Susie. Like, I will marry you. And then all of a sudden you get to college, like, oh, Facebook. Hello.
Hello. It's like that meme of like the guy walking with his girlfriend. And then,
and then like turning back and seeing, yeah.
I mean, but that's what it was like, because MySpace, I
literally.
never thought the good days would end with MySpace. And then all of a sudden it was just like, oh, yeah, I remember MySpace. Like, we don't really talk anymore. You know,
I
oh,
don't even know what she's doing.
right. And apparently this is what MySpace is back.
I would love to be able to recover a bunch of my old photos.
Yes.
I was a scene kid.
Oh,
during
what?
the
You were a
MySpace.
scene kid.
I was. I had long straight hair.
Of course you did. Did you have the rainbow bracelet?
I did a lot of them. No, I didn't go that far, but I was in a band, so I did like my personal page. I did my band's page.
Whoa!
I was very much
pushing it.
I grew up in like rural North Carolina, so for me it was like, oh, I can connect with all these people. Nothing beats the thrill, and I mean nothing, of logging into MySpace and you see that list of notifications, Pix comment, bulletin, friend request, new message. It's like, oh, that's like the first dopamine hit.
Validation.
Now you get likes on your stories or whatever. It's like, no. You got to go back. That
Way
was
back.
where it began.
Okay. So if
Does
that
it-
was the height of the dopamine, is there anything more crushing though than logging onto your friend's page and seeing you're no longer in the top 8 or the top 10 or top
That-
like
that
or
costs so
somebody
much beats.
or somebody who's like a new friend is like higher than you. It's like
You're like,
oh,
It's like the equivalent now of like being unfollowed, right?
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
why'd you unfollow me
Right,
on Instagram
right,
or on TikTok? But that was like, how ruthless. Like, here's this platform, rank your besties. And when one of them pisses you off, you just kick them.
Just kicking half. Very distinct memory of a very close friend moving me. Like I think we were each other's like first or so,
Yeah.
and I think he had moved me, and like even as like a 14-year-old, it was like, oh, that hurt. You gotta go listen to like some Taking Back Sunday and just work it out.
Yeah. Speaking of, do you all remember like what song you picked?
I remember
like your most recent one. Like which one stands
I
out?
know one of them was Mims. This is why I'm hot.
Oh,
It's okay.
I was on the side where you like proto hipster, where you're like trying to do like band songs that like people weren't doing at the time.
You're so hipster.
And then you would
so
know-
hipster.
You were.
Yeah, I mean, you try, and if you're trying, it's not gonna work. But you know, trying to put up music that people hadn't put on their profiles before.
You
because
had
then
to
it
be
was like-
different. You couldn't have what anyone else
Yeah,
had. You had to be that
exactly.
kid.
You know, it's like, oh yeah, we went to this show in Raleigh, and like this band, like it's really cool. They're called Foxy Shazam, and you know, this was
I love it.
but yeah, it was just a different time. It's a different breed of social media.
really is.
It is. They crawled. It's the precursor. But now everything is so visual and video based that like MySpace, it's like this weird encapsulation of that burgeoning internet where it's your photos, but it's your writing and it's the
Yeah.
presentation of your like who among us, we all learned coding to some degree, early HTML to like
Gotta
make
post in
your
brackets.
profile. Yes. You like
And then you bring it up and it's like there's a giant missing space and you're
And
like,
you're like, oh, where did it go? And then you're like scrolling through and like getting closer and closer to the computer screen, and your parents are like, what the heck are you doing? And like, are you on that MySpace again?
coding, mom.
Do you
Man,
remember?
I spent so little time on MySpace. I mean, I was so young.
Good
I was
for
like,
you. I
it was
just-
like my
that's the
early,
thing,
it was
it's
like my
age thing.
early middle school days.
Okay.
So like, I
Oh,
probably
man.
spent like the last year of MySpace, and then it was straight to Facebook. So you know, but I do remember the songs, and I mean, I can't remember my song exactly, but I
Okay.
do remember like you picking the songs, and like I do remember the top 8. You know, I remember the pictures and
The backgrounds.
I'm just
Right,
the
the backgrounds.
backgrounds. Yeah, and I'm just like thinking about like just like what my account looked like. I was like so young. Like who are my top 8 friends back in the day?
I wanna
Like,
see.
am I still friends with them now? You know,
Probably
like,
not.
do you guys remember what surveys did you guys I can't even remember what surveys I had.
Oh, so many. Like that was
Like,
and then you would post them for everyone to
yeah,
see.
you got to post your results. How you do?
Surveys are just like
What
answering the
celebrity are you
questions,
most likely to marry and stuff like
Yeah.
that?
It was wild.
Those
So
like
I-
obnoxious 100 question ones.
Oh,
or
but I spent so much time doing it.
You know, but I think it kind of begs this question. It's like I miss, or thought, not question. I miss the days when social media wasn't conflated with political opinions and
yeah.
all these divisive things. Like back then, like the craziest thing was like, yeah, are you my top friends or not? What's my song gonna be? Right?
Yeah.
It didn't get all crazy. I miss
decisions.
Oh no, there was stuff in there. Right?
I mean,
Well, there was stuff.
But you okay, but it wasn't. I guess maybe because we weren't adults, so it didn't seem
as
oh,
bad.
yeah, or that just wasn't on your radar. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, I think for parents back then, that was like,
Did
you had
parents
your
use it?
kids. Well, like I know, but I remember my mom being very protective of me.
Yeah.
When I started it, because I think I was 14, so this was I think 03, 04.
Yeah.
And her being like, you need to be very careful, because you know they're watching news stories about predators and everything, which I mean they existed on there, but
yeah,
you know you need to be careful. I remember I put a
Okay,
there was a Leonard Skinner lyric I put on one of mine, and I remember very distinctly. It was it was from Tuesday's Gone with the Wind. You know, if I leave, I can't sing it because ASCAP will or the AI bots will scrape our video and take us down, copyright strike us. But I put the lyrics up, and my mom comes to me and she's like, "Are you okay?
No.
Do you need to talk about anything?" I was like, "I'm
fine. It's
like
just
the
a
song."
lyric.
I just need to see moody and deep.
Yeah, right.
I need all of my friends to know that I'm brooding.
Yeah, no, only so like I mean, obviously it was a World Wide Web, and like yes, there are predators out there, and I'll just say like it just brings me to, I'm gonna leave you guys on this. Do you guys remember like Omegle?
Yeah,
It's not.
that's still around too.
Oh,
I was gonna
is it
say
really?
Photo Bucket's another one.
Photo Bucket.
What was the other one like Omegle? There was another one.
What is that?
It's a chat room one where
Chat
it's
roulette.
like chat roulette.
That's what, yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
there's some, that's a whole different topic. We'll bring Sharice in for that
We'll
one.
Nobody still has trial. Anyway, that does it for Morning Edition. We will catch you guys next time. For Rolling It Out. As always, you get this Monday through Friday, 4 to 10 a.m.
This is Order in the Court on Queen City News Plus. I'm Derek Dellinger, and this week for Brian Blakely.
And I'm Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes.
And we do want to start off with what is a really, really interesting case out of eBay. I was researching this, and as I was researching this, like the more the details came out, the more troubling it kind of got. eBay actually agreed to a nearly $50 million settlement after a couple of Massachusetts. They said former employees targeted them and even stalked them. Now, get this. They say they received threats and anonymous deliveries, which included cockroaches and spiders. And we do need to mention here live cockroaches and live spiders, a funeral wreath, and a bloody pig mask. Now, the couple say they were victims, and they were running an e-commerce newsletter and claimed that eBay was working to stifle the reporting on them. And it got to a very, very big level. Part of me, Khalif, here is when I was reading it, is kind of hard to believe that it really got this far.
Absolutely. I mean, let's go back. Everything you said, only thing you missed was the fly larvae. That's it. That's the only part that you left out that they received. I mean, this wasn't one shipment that was sent to them. This was multiple shipments, multiple attempts to intimidate, to harass, to stop them from doing, as you mentioned, this newsletter that these executives believed was critical of eBay at the time. I mean, the part of it that's crazy to me is that it seemed like that this is a movie plot. This was some type of novel that you would read. Like, it was, once they came out with their most recent, at the time when this happened, their most recent newsletter, the individual said, okay, now we have to go after them. So the biggest question is, how far up, how many people knew, what was recognized as this retaliation against these folks. As part of the settlement, the CEO, who has distanced himself from this as much as he can, he's also required to pay $2 million to make a $1 million donation to charity. Now, he goes on to say that, listen, no one should ever be subjected to what these individuals endured, and he's saddened especially. So a couple of those things jump off the page at me. First of all, I'll talk about that distancing yourself. Normally, when you have a settlement like this, it's going to be a settlement with no admission of wrongdoing. That's not what we have here. We have a settlement, and the CEO is clearly saying, yeah, what we did was wrong. So that is not the normal. The other portion is we're knowing the exact dollar amounts.
Yes.
Normally, these type of settlements will be an undisclosed amount where you would not want to list what you settled for. And so I'm not sure really why.
What also got to me as well is the fact that there is no NDA here. I mean, you were mentioning, there's sometimes usually an undisclosed amount, but this amount was disclosed. There is no NDA, which also allows the victims here to actually speak publicly about this, because they have been wanting to for a long time. And in fact, that was very important to them as far as the provision of the settlement.
Yeah, I can say that. Sometimes I have clients, and the very first thing, I won't say sometimes, every time I talk to a client, specifically in a civil case, I'm saying, what is your end game? What do you want out of this? Your end game may not be money. It may be, I just want an apology. You know what? Are you willing to spend $10,000 to $20,000, $30,000 to file a lawsuit and pay the litigation costs to get an apology? Okay, if you are, let's do it. But in this case, obviously, it was more than just an apology. They got the monetary amount. What I think and why I think eBay responded the way they did, specifically with the settlement amount being released, them admitting liability, you got 7 former workers that pled guilty to criminal sentences.
And serve prison time, too.
Right. Some as high as 57 months. That's no time to joke about. And so this right here was, I think the most troubling part was the campaign began after then CEO Wang in August of 2019 texted Steve and said, and this is their former chief communication officer, that it was time to take her down, referring to one of the victims in this case. That was the major portion where it's like, your text messages, your words, your own statements are going to be used against you. Think about it. If this happened in, say, 1995, as opposed to in 2020 when this is occurring, you don't have the text messages. You don't have the statements. You don't have, when you're doing the discovery, any type of paper trail that has the accountability and liability that can connect the company to its executives. So this type of case would have been significantly harder to prove. But I guess if I'm making that analogy, you also wouldn't have an eBay, because they were kind of just starting up around those times as well.
Yeah, the couple we should mention here, at least at the offset of this, the couple that's in Massachusetts, they run this e-commerce news website. It's called E-commerce Bites, and it's known relatively as kind of a niche website. I hadn't really heard about the site before this. And what's important to note here is that while it is a bit of a niche website, it is often cited in New York Times and other publications. But what got to me is the fact that it went this far for such a niche publication. I mean, granted, it is often cited, they are often considered experts, kind of, in talking about not only eBay but a bunch of other sites, Amazon. They probably got Temu on there as well.
Right.
Probably talk about all the policy changes and the things that are going on. And normally, at least from a journalistic standpoint, if someone is ticked off by certain amounts of coverage, they will sometimes just block them out as for not give them the press releases or not necessarily invite them to events or not necessarily make them a part of any journalistic endeavor that might be happening because of what the reporting
More
is.
defensive.
Yes.
But this was 100% offense. Yeah. It was like, you know what, we're not happy with what you guys are saying about us. So now your comments have led to some physical manifestation. I mean, I am taken aback by the 7 individuals getting criminal
The fact that it was
charges.
7.
The fact that they had real time. So think about it. Most of these guys, and I'm not saying that you can't have a criminal record and be gainfully employed in a high position. You see it happening all the time.
Yeah.
But most of the time, people that are in high-level executive positions aren't running around with lengthy criminal histories, right?
Yeah.
So if you put yourself in a situation where you do have something like this, most likely your attorney is going to be getting some type of deferred prosecution, something where you're not doing any active time, but you still catch a felony. But you're telling me in this scenario that the prosecutors were so disturbed by the facts that they said, no, the only thing we're going for was some type of plea with active time. I mean, that's disturbing on a whole different type of level. These type of cases where you have now stepped outside of your role and connected your company to civil liability, but connected yourself to criminal liability is a problem.
There was also the fact, too, that, eBay agreed to a $50 million settlement. And very specifically, it's $48.7 million in compensation. Some of that money is set to actually go to organizations that support the First Amendment. And that's was one of the provisions, basically, of the settlement here. Are you surprised that it's that much?
No, not at all. I mean, this is a company that there, or I should say individuals that were victims to a bizarre, that's the only way I can describe it, bizarre stalking and harassment. And here's the key part, campaign. You know how you like have a campaign online and it's like you'll drip out little things. So you may start with a tease and then you give a couple more minutes and then you give the whole thing. Well, that's what we had here, fly larvae. Then we're giving cockroaches. Then we're escalating up to spiders and bloody pig masses. So the escalation, the meticulous planning and the campaign process every day you go check your door, you're not knowing what's coming next. I mean, I can only imagine if this would have went to trial, that's what they would have put on the stand. That look, this family now is scared to open the mail.
And the fact, too, that it's already been criminally adjudicated. And how much is that criminal adjudication of that case involving those 7 people that were convicted and did serve time, or at least were given a sentence of some sort? In addition to that, how much does that play into the civil case? How much of that can you actually use in the civil
A whole
case?
lot. I mean, now you can't bring up past criminal conduct, right? Yeah. But if any of these individuals, the 7 individuals, were called to the stand by, say, eBay as on their own behalf as defending their case, then on cross-examination, plaintiff's attorneys would have been able to say, well, weren't you convicted for, harassing these individuals for the very same event? That would have been something they would be able to bring up. I think that alone would hurt the case. And you would be able to make the allegations that there was a pending and or settled criminal case connected to these events as well. There are a number of things that would make the company look bad. And so, yes, this is one that you settle, because in the court of public opinion, they would have already lost before the trial started.
Yeah, some of the other details as far as some of how far this went. Let's see, the employees, apparently, former employees, the former eBay employees, also sent pornographic magazines with the name of the victims to a neighbor's home. And they also plan to install a GPS device on the couple's car at some point, too, which kind of goes,
that's the stalking and harassment part.
And when we say this is kind of like a plot out of a movie, this is a plot out of a movie.
100%.
If I'm not mistaken, this kind of gives me, if you remember the movie Antitrust, kind of some shades of that.
It's antitrust. It's These type of movies that I would pay to go watch, that you're happy that it's not real, that you're happy that when the credits roll, that it's ending, but this played out in these folks' living room. And so good for them to be able to go for it. I say it all the time, the Wheels of Justice turn slow. Think about it. This took 5 years to get here.
It did.
Didn't happen overnight.
Yeah.
This was file a lawsuit in 2021, and you're not sitting on your hands. You're not waiting. What you're doing is depositions, interrogatories, discussions, going to your attorneys, doing more depositions, reviewing notes, thinking and reliving this and re-traumatizing yourself over and over and over again. And so, by all means, this is great lawyering to get some type of settlement like this. Definitely David versus Goliath. I mean, you're going up against the big boys when you talk about any type of tech company. So the fact that they were able to be successful here, my hat's off to them.
Yes, there are a couple of details on this from eBay that we do need to make clear here. The company itself, when the lawsuit was filed, the company said that the misconduct of these former employees was wrong and that it would do what is fair and appropriate to try to address what those victims went through. That is a direct quote. Now, eBay reiterated its apology a little bit earlier this week in saying what the victims here were subjected to by former eBay employees in 2019 was wrong, reprehensible, and should never have happened. The company also acknowledged the unprofessional tone of internal communications by the former CEO, the former chief communications officer, and the former senior VP. We should also mention here the company said conduct is, and I quote, not representative of eBay's culture, and said it had changed leadership and strengthened its policies, procedures, and ethics training, which still is still that on top of the $50 million that they have to pay for it.
Everything about this is not normal. So I can say you don't see a settlement like this occur where the numbers are known. Do not see a company owning, but the discovery process showed that they had all of the chips. If you got all the chips, better settle.
Ah, boy. So still to come, we do have the body camera footage that was released earlier this week of Tony Romo being pulled over. That happened last week, but some of what happened here does raise a couple of legal questions about what you need to do actually when you get pulled over and face the possibility of a DWI charge. That is coming up next. This is Order on the Court on Queen City News Plus. We are back with more Order on the Court here on Queen City News Plus, and let's talk about the Tony Romo body cam because, well, first off, let's talk about him getting pulled over because that happened last week.
Yes.
And he was pulled over on suspicion of DUI. There were a lot of things that kind of raise a couple of questions here as far as how he conducted himself, but there are some questions here about his refusal of the breathalyzer because he was told, and he says during this body camera. While the conversation is happening with this officer, that he does not. Lawyers told him pretty much in time immemorial, do not ever consent to a breathalyzer test. And let's just start off with that basically in general first, because that kind of is that prudent legal advice?
Let me start with this. I've handled a ton of DWIs, and I often tell clients the same thing, that you want to respectfully decline everything. You want, if they ask you to participate in a standardized field sobriety test, you say, thank you, but I respectfully decline. And the reason I say you respectfully decline, because you have to listen to how they ask you to do it. When they pull you over, they come to the car, and the officer may say something like, hey, would you mind doing some of these tests? Or I want you to do some of these tests. Two different ways of saying it. If they say, hey, I want you to do some of these tests, most people are going to think, hey, I got to go do this test. Well, they're voluntary. You don't. And the reason I tell clients you don't want to be on camera doing any of these tests is because don't want to be on camera.
Yeah.
If you're impaired or you're not impaired, you don't want your physical state of being at that time used against you at some later hearing. The other portion in terms of what the portable breathalyzer test in the state of North Carolina, I know this was in another state, but in the state of North Carolina, that portion isn't admissible, but I advise my clients not to use to participate in that as well. Recognizing that once they take you downtown, if they found probable cause on the side of the road, once they take you downtown, when they get you to the intoxilizer, that's different.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I would tell clients not to take it. I just would advise them that what happens at that moment. If you are taking this test and you fail and refuse to take the intoxilizer, in our state, you lose your license for a year, even if your case is successful. So even if you win your case, you still will lose your driving privileges in our state because of the refusal. That's that part of the DWI. But I explain that to folks before they know that. But on the side of the road, I don't want to give you any type of help or assistance in making your probable cause determination. Probable cause being that a crime has occurred and it's more likely than not that I committed this crime. So the officer said, red glossy eyes, strong smell of alcohol. Those are things they're going to always say, right? But then I don't want to give you any more ammunition. You're now telling me I blow this and you see some number on there, I'm fine. We can just go do the test or take the intoxilizer, specifically if I know I'm not impaired.
Yeah. What gets me here too, at least with the body cam that was released as well, involving Tony Romo, it was, first off, they found an open alcohol container in the car. And also B, even though he said that he hadn't been drunk, I mean, there was the smell of alcohol on his person, which is considered probable cause. And in addition to that, there's also the fact too that he did say, it's like, oh no, I haven't been drinking at all. I mean, let's just say there's a preponderance of evidence there that would be against what he is claiming. How much would that play out in a legal sense, judging from what we see here? I mean, he's basically saying he wasn't, even though
the evidence
officer strongly believes that he is.
So it's a couple of things. I liked a lot of the video from what I saw in the beginning until he actually participated in the field. So I like the fact that he attempted to call his attorney, because if he would have got his attorney on the phone, the attorney would have said, hey, do not do the test, right? The other thing I like is that you don't want to ever make an admission. So if I have an opportunity and the officer's asking me, have you see this part right here? This is also part of the test. I'm going to jump in and say this. So people think it's just the standardized fields. Yeah, that's the standardized field sobriety tests that have been decided by National Highway Safety Transportation Administration as the three that we do. But they're also looking at your driving. Was it unsafe driving? They mentioned unsafe lane change. But then when they get to the vehicle, it's a distracted type of test that they're saying, can you do two things at once? Can you respond to me and turn off the car? Can you grab your license to open the door? Do you need to lean on the door to get out of the car? That's what he did right there when he kind of put all his body weight on the door. That would be helping the officer make their probable cause determination. But back to my liking the video, I like everything up until he gets out the car, up until he starts doing the fields. I don't like the fact that his own statements would be used against him. He asked the officer, he says, did I pass the test? The officer says, turn around, put your hands behind you. So then he goes, so no, I guess I didn't pass, right? Like, you don't know what the test is. And so that's why you as a private person shouldn't be taking the test anyway.
Yeah, I think that there was like one news organization that called basically the field sobriety test, like his preparation. He was stretching, he was doing everything else. I mean, he was basically treating it like the football tryouts. And
except for he doesn't know the standard. There are, when they're doing this, the DWI, OWI, like they call it in the state, or DUI in some other states, when you're doing it, the officer already knows what they're looking for. They're looking for something called clues. So the three are HGN, that's horizontal gaze nystagmus. You see it where they're putting the thing in front of their eye. Nystagmus is explained like this. It's, imagine because I've had the same NHTSA training that these officers have. Imagine a marble rolling on a desk. It's going to go in a straight line. A nystagmus would be that marble's going and then it just jumps. You're looking for your eye to do that involuntarily. And I believe that the science is there, that if you are impaired, that your eye is going to uncontrollably twitch. You can't fake that. Out of all the tests, I think that's probably the one that's the most accurate. So then you go to the one-legged stand, right? You got to stand there. Your hands are out. If you use your arms to balance, that's a clue. That means you're impaired. If you put your foot back down, that's a clue. If the officer is talking to you and giving you the instructions because they're required to, and you start to do things while they're giving you instructions, like mimic them or move around, that's a clue. Because they'll say, stand still while I give you these instructions. If you start to try to, do what they're doing, because most people would try to get prepared by mimicking, that's a clue. Once you have a number of clues, HGN is 6 out of 6. So an officer may say, I recognize 6 out of 6. That meant I saw maximum deviation. That meant I saw prior to 45 degrees. These are all the things they're looking for this nystagmus. The last one is walk and turn.
Yeah.
You're doing that walk and turn. If you're not walking in a straight line, that's a clue. If you're using your hands to balance, that's a clue. Those clues pop off. So when a person says, I get them all the time, man, I did the test. I know I did great. I'm like, do you even know what the clues are? If you don't, couldn't do it done great.
Before we go, though, the fact that, he was initially pulled over Wilkes to be on an overpass. He was taken to a more, shall we say, safer area.
Yes.
Granted, police say they did that just basically for safety reasons. However,
I don't like that. I don't like that either. So the officer tells him turn around and puts him in cuffs.
Yeah. As you can see
and then
right there.
takes him to what looks like their booking location. They're in the bottom of some building.
Yes.
Well, if you've already arrested them, you've already made your probable cause determination. So then why do you now later at that location, because you can see him under this underground thing doing the fields? Why is he doing the standardized fields if you've already made probable cause determination? I think that would at least cause some issue at trial, but everything else I see is it leads to that there is potential for impairment. You asked earlier what would the officer have to prove, even if they had no fields, even if you got no blood, you got no breath. The officer will be able to say something called appreciable impairment, that I believe that his faculties were so disturbed that he couldn't drive, even without any tests. And that would be based off of this officer's experience and expertise. So it's something that they would have been able to get to without, but he gave them all the ammunition to be successful going forward.
This next story is actually really, really interesting because it involves not only Elon Musk, but also he's suing the state of Minnesota over what is now the notification law in the state of Minnesota. You might be wondering what exactly notification is. Well, it's an app or a site that gives people the ability to make deep fake nudes of people without their consent and imposes, essentially this law in Minnesota imposes fines on the actual AI companies and those that are actually making these deep fakes. The law, by the way, is set to go into effect on Saturday, but basically what it's coming down to, at least judging from the specifics of the lawsuit against Minnesota, it comes down to the fact that it doesn't take into account any good faith efforts that can be put on the part of companies to prevent these type of things, because it's like they can try and try and try and try.
Yep.
There might be people that might be able to get around the system, and even then, if they are able to get around that system, there can be some issues there.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a number of issues with the state of Minnesota trying to do this. First in nation's legislation ban for the use of advertising and dissemination of AI tools that generate non-consensual fake nudity, carrying penalties of up to $500,000. First of all, you're talking about First Amendment. And so Elon Musk and them say, we recognize that you guys have a compelling interest, right? There's an interest in trying to regulate this. But the key that they're making is it narrowly tailored? Have you, because that's the second portion of it. Do you have a compelling public interest that you're trying to, stifle or chill my First Amendment rights? And now, is there a narrowly tailored way of doing it? And if it's not narrowly tailored, the law will be found to be unconstitutional. I think that's going to be the first hurdle that Minnesota would. Well, what other ways could you have done this where it didn't now infringe potentially on someone's rights to access that type of technology that's not using it for some non-consensual fake opportunity? That's, I think, is going to be the first argument. The other argument is the Supreme Court has talked about you don't have First Amendment protections for pornographic type of obscenities, I should say.
Yes.
For obscenities, right?
Yes.
And so, in the court's famous case, talked about, well, you'll know it when you see it,
Exactly,
right?
exactly.
Like, how will I know? Well, you'll know it when you see it. That, I think, is going to be something that comes to issue in this case as well. And I really think that the state's going to have a problem with the Decency Act, Section 230, that has protected social media companies and websites and content creating type of platforms for a number of years. I'm the host of this type of platform. I'm not the creator. And so now connecting criminally or some type of civil penalty towards me would now stifle business, because why would I open up a site that would allow people to post on there if I could be subject to $500,000, claims for what they post?
So what gets me here? You were mentioning Section 230. If I'm not mistaken, the Trump administration has been trying to get Section 230 repealed. And how much does that kind of play into kind of those protections there? Because it's something the Trump administration's kind of been wanting. But also on that same point, though, you've got Elon Musk basically saying, "Hey, this is something that protects us." A, but also B. I mean, this suit itself is kind of overly broad, and there are a lot of things that are there that, as far as the law is concerned, that goes into effect again on Saturday. That could be affecting them.
That's the part I'll say. I'll mention that last part first. You said it goes into effect Saturday. So if I talk about the strengths and the weaknesses of their case, the thing that I think is extremely weak is that the court may say that your claim is not ripe. That you filed this lawsuit and you don't have what's called an injury in fact. For you to be able to withstand standing to bring a claim, you have to have been injured. If the law isn't even in effect yet, all you're talking about is potential injuries, which the court doesn't like to entertain. In terms of Section 230, this is where I think the Trump administration and Elon Musk differ in their thought process. Elon Musk, being someone that owns a social media company, recognizes that if you don't have Section 230, they're protecting these types of companies. It just wouldn't exist. So while the Trump administration may take issue with a couple of things within there, I think wholeheartedly, if you're someone that is a proponent of the First Amendment and trying to ensure that the First Amendment rights are strengthened in this country, you need Section 230 to protect companies, or again, they will not exist. I think the strongest part of their argument on the legal side is that, what you mentioned in the intro, there's no space in this law for good faith effort of trying to remove it. This Take It Down Act has a zero tolerance policy, and that, I think, is going to also be something that hurts this law from being able to be actually implemented when standing is there.
One other thing too is they also say that the definition of intimate part is overly broad, because a hand can be considered an intimate part. An arm can be considered an intimate part. And so
feet. People do that online.
And the thing about it is that the definition of an intimate part varies from person to person.
It does.
And
that would be the overly broad aspect. That's what there are. I mean, Elon Musk has some of the best lawyers in the world. And so when he brings these lawsuits, I agree with him or disagree with him. What I can tell you is they're not pulled out of a hat. They're thought about. He's saying, this is what I want to do. Give me the law that supports it. Support my argument and find a way to stop this. Does he win every case? He doesn't. But he's making strong legal arguments here that what you've done is went way further than you're allowed to go as a state of Minnesota. And I think there will be some federal regulations, federal things in place that stop them from implementing something like this.
Yeah, we should mention that this is different from the federal deepfake law, which actually goes after the people who actually put the prompts in for these deepfakes.
Not the companies.
And not for the companies.
That's why I think this
Minnesota's law. Yes. So, this essentially goes after the tools that actually make those deepfakes. That will do it for us for Order in the Court for this week. I'm Derek Dellinger, along with Khalif Rhodes. We'll see you back here next week. Hopefully Brian will be back here next week, too. See you there.
Now at noon, a breaking update in a case involving an alleged murder-suicide pact. The unexpected turn in the investigation in last month's deadly I-77 shooting. Andrew?
And we're tracking more hit-and-miss showers and storms this afternoon. I've got the latest on what you can expect and what's on the way for your weekend forecast coming up at noon.
And a North Carolina congressman drops his re-election campaign after major political fallout. The disturbing allegations that sparked the decision and how this could impact the November ballot. Hey everyone, I'm Matt Still in for Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at noon starts now.
Queen City News starts now.
First at noon, a check outside as we take this live look around the Queen City. It's another humid afternoon and we're tracking another day of showers and storms. So let's get right over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman in the Pinpoint Weather Center. And Andrew, we'll see more of this active pattern as we get closer to the weekend, right?
Yeah, really every day is going to be very, very similar here across the Carolinas, Matt. We've got warm, humid, not terribly hot temperatures, but certainly feeling like summer out there. We've got a stalled system, more downpour, showers and storms on the way. Could see the isolated, stronger, severe storm and staying warm, not hot. Temperatures likely in the upper 80s, not going to be probably pushing into the 90s, but the offset is it is still very, very humid. Dew points in the lower 70s right now. Temperature in the lower 80s. Wind out of the east-southeast about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Down across portions of the Sandhills, seeing a couple of isolated showers. Also, as we get up towards the foothills and mountains, a little localized wet weather. I am anticipating this probably becoming a little bit more widespread as we head into the afternoon hours. Zooming out all the way, got a little bit of shower and storm activity as we get along the Carolina coast and around Charlotte. Not seeing too much just yet, but that should start to change here as we head into the afternoon. Temperatures right now warm but not terribly hot out there. Many places still in the upper 70s. It's just so soupy. It doesn't really feel all that comfortable across the region. I've got more on what's on the way here as we head towards your weekend. Out my full pinpoint forecast in just a few minutes.
Looking forward to it, Andrew. Thank you. Breaking news out of Iredell County. A man who police say shot his girlfriend on I-77 before turning the gun on himself has now died. The shooting happened last month near the Brawley School Road exit in Mooresville. Authorities say Jacoby Ramseur shot his girlfriend in the head as she was driving and then shot himself. The victim died last week from her injuries. Today we're told that suspect has also died. Police say text messages between the pair from the night before the shooting mentioned a murder-suicide pact. In Battle, North Carolina, Republican Congressman Chuck Edwards is dropping his campaign for re-election. Edwards made the announcement on Facebook and X overnight after the House Ethics Committee recommended he be censured for engaging in persistent, unprofessional, and inappropriate behavior with young female aides in his office. Edwards says it was a difficult decision to make. We'll have more on what will happen next to replace Edwards on the November ballot on Queen City News at 4. Well, early voting is officially underway in the Palmetto State, which means South Carolina voters can now cast their ballots in the special Senate Republican primary to replace the late Senator Lindsey Graham. Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is in Rock Hill as GOP candidates continue to make their case.
The Holiday Inn Rock Hill is just one of 2 locations in York County that registered Republicans or unaffiliated voters can go to here for early voting in the special Senate primary. Now, elections officials say that it's very important you check out the state election website, scvotes.gov, before heading out to try to cast a ballot, as it's very likely that some of those locations are different than where people would normally go for an election. Now, in this special election primary, early voting runs today, tomorrow, and Friday. Polls are open at 8:30 and then they close around 5 o'clock each evening. Election day for the special primary next Tuesday, August 11th. Now, 4 of the 9 candidates running joined Queen City News and Nexstar Media Group for a debate just last night. Senator Darlene Graham declined, citing scheduling conflicts with Senate business in Washington. The participants agreed on several topics like ending congressional filibusters, but disagreed on things like the war in Iran.
I think he's done a tremendous job to destroy him, and he'll continue to.
It's time to bring our troops home now.
I believe that the Constitution is absolutely clear that only Congress can authorize war.
What we have to think about is resolving this conflict
we can do that without putting boots on the ground.
If none of the candidates earn more than 50% of the vote, there will be a special runoff election scheduled for August 25th. The winner of the special primary will face off against the Democratic candidate, Dr. Annie Andrews, come November. Reporting in Rock Hill, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
And key primaries were held across the country last night. One of the big races was the Senate matchup in Michigan. Progressive candidate Abdul El-Sayed won the massively expensive Democratic primary race, beating out current Congresswoman Haley Stevens. El-Sayed will now take on Republican Mike Rogers. Democratic Socialist candidates also bested sitting members of Congress for their party's nomination in New York and in Colorado. But in Missouri, Congressman Wesley Bell beat his Democratic challenger, Cori Bush.
Is the rise of the DSA good for your party?
Look, we are a big tent party, and being a big tent party is a strength, not a weakness.
In order for Democrats to keep the Senate this fall, they'll have to hold on to their seats in Michigan and Georgia, plus pick up 4 additional wins. Well, cyclosporiasis cases continue to rise in North Carolina. The State Department of Health and Human Services have reported 867 cases since May. 149 new cases were identified since last week. 43 of those cases are in Mecklenburg County. Cyclosporiasis is a foodborne illness typically found in produce or in contaminated water. Symptoms can take up to a week to show up, but they can include explosive diarrhea, losing your appetite, and fatigue. Well, an 18-year-old is now facing murder charges in Cleveland County. Deputies responded to a home on Boyles Road last night and found someone unresponsive in the front yard. Police say the victim was shot in the chest and taken to the hospital for treatment. Officials say that person later died from their injuries. 18-year-old Canyon Castillo was later taken into custody. He made his first appearance in court this morning and is being held in jail without bond. Well, I-77 is back open after a crash left 3 people injured. It happened this morning near Westinghouse Boulevard. Medic confirms 3 people were taken to the hospital, 1 with serious injuries and 2 others with non-life-threatening injuries. It's still unclear what led to the crash. All southbound lanes were closed as crews worked to clear that scene. Well, the impacts of the new North Carolina budget are expected to be discussed at tonight's Mecklenburg County Commissioners meeting. The new budget includes a provision to claw back funding from local governments for rejecting the I-77 South Express Lanes project. Avoiding the clawback would require the county to reverse its opposition to the project. The budget also includes more funding to hire and train social services personnel. Commissioners will meet at 6 tonight in Uptown. Well, the tariff fight is ramping back up in federal court, and North Carolina is now one of 25 states suing over the president's latest import duties. While state leaders say the tariffs are illegal, President Trump says the countries being taxed haven't done enough to crack down on forced labor. The president announced the tariffs late last month. Economists say the tariffs, along with the war in Iran, are fueling the affordability crisis.
A lot of economic policy uncertainty being driven by tariffs. Then we have international pressure, geopolitical concerns with the war in the Middle East.
On Capitol Hill, most Republicans are still standing by the president, but some are starting to acknowledge that tariffs are having an impact, especially in rural parts of the country. We spoke with Chief Legal Analyst Cleve Rhodes about the evidence needed to prove the case and the likelihood of success.
I think that's the only place they can go, is to try to develop that this is a bait and switch. You said he couldn't do it under those tariffs. They are very, very similar in their approach and what they're trying to do. And for those reasons, court, not for policy reasons, not for authority reasons, but for the reasons that this is something you already said he couldn't do and he's just trying to find a workaround, don't allow it to occur. I just don't think that's going to be a strong enough legal basis to be able to stop something like this from being implemented.
For that full conversation with Khalif, just head over to QCnews.com. Well, the Panthers are preparing for their first preseason game. Backup quarterback Kenny Pickett is getting the chance to start Thursday, but it'll be undrafted free agent Haynes King getting the bulk of the work under center. In the Hall of Fame game, the Georgia Tech product has shown the Panthers since rookie minicamp that he's ready to put the work in. But the question now, is he NFL ready? Well, the Panthers won't be the only ones watching to see.
Very excited. You know, I hadn't played at this level yet, and just to go out there and showcase my ability and to do it with the guys that, you know, we've been working hard, whether it's training camp, OTAs, all that stuff, and just getting to know the guys and to finally go out there in a game setting is going to be pretty exciting.
The Panthers' first contest of the year kicks off at 8 tomorrow night in Canton, Ohio. Now to Buzz City. Charlotte Hornets and Bank of America hosting their annual day of service. More than 200 volunteers, including Hornets players Kobe White and Grant Williams, will support local nonprofits serving Charlotte's unhoused community. Attendees will participate in a wide range of hands-on projects, including packing mental health toolkits and meals for those in need. Those with the initiative say they're proud of the work that's being done.
For us, we feel like it's really special because they're not asking for handouts. It's for us an opportunity to say, you know what, we have an opportunity and a platform to help uplift what you and your family and the entire community. And so we think it's important that we take that responsibility on.
Today marks 11 years of the Hornets Day of Service initiative. A Charlotte woman missing for nearly 2 months and her body still has not been found. Why her ex is already being charged with her murder.
It's not Islamophobic or racist or white nationalist to want to protect our everyday way of life.
A proposed plan has some outrage while others call for acceptance. A look at the dispute surrounding a new mosque in Mooresville. And thousands of FBI agents backing a lawsuit aimed at the White House. Why they accuse the president of an unprovoked attack against officers just doing their job.
And we're tracking some scattered showers and storms on the way this afternoon. I've got the latest on what you can expect coming up in the Pinpoint Forecast next.
Live look at Uptown on this Wednesday afternoon. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Authorities say 2 people are facing charges in connection with a break-in at an Iredell County church. It happened yesterday at Winthrop Friends meeting on Winthrop Road. Officers say the church's key holder responded to the property after being alerted of a break-in. A backpack, a skateboard, and other personal belongings were found outside the church. Deputies responded and took David Jewell and David Painter into custody. Authorities say the suspects were still inside the church when deputies arrived. Both suspects are charged with breaking and entering a place of worship. Well, some Mooresville residents are opposed to the building of a new mosque in town, but the people behind the project say they just want to be a good neighbor. Queen City News reporter David Schuman takes a closer look at the debate over the proposed place of worship.
The Islamic Center of Lake Norman has owned this lot in Mooresville for years. Now, town officials say early construction work is underway here on a new permanent location for the nonprofit, which currently rents this space less than a mile away. Town officials say the proposal is for 2 buildings totaling about 5,000 square feet, a prayer hall and a kitchen/office building. Some community members are against the planned mosque. They packed Monday's town commission meeting to protest it for various reasons, including religious opposition.
Islam is more than a religion. It is a political regime with the ultimate goal of takeover in regions and nations.
It is not Islamophobic or racist or white nationalist to want to protect our everyday way of life.
We do not want to become like other areas where Islam is settled into, such as Michigan, Minneapolis, and New York City.
Al Reeder is with the Council on American Islamic Relations, North Carolina.
I think we as a society need to do a much better job at knowing our neighbors.
Reeder says the comments opposing the mosque saddened and scared him.
There's a very large degree in our country of misunderstanding of Islam, not saying that any one of those individuals would ever do harm on anybody, but the rhetoric being said could motivate somebody to do that.
The Islamic Center of Lake Norman said in a statement, "We follow the same laws and regulations as every other community, and the project is not expected to significantly affect traffic. We are your neighbors and an active part of the Mooresville community, and we hope we can all connect better as neighbors."
We're human beings. We're real people. We want to be treated like that. We're proud Americans.
In Mooresville, David Schuman, Queen City News.
A town spokesperson says no public hearings or commission approvals were needed because the mosque project complies with all zoning and development regulations. Well, Florida's Republican Attorney General is telling Catholic schools to allow students to opt out of mandated vaccine requirements or lose funding. Officials say their essential arguments focus on parental choice and state law. Opponents argue it's a misunderstanding of religious freedom and dangerous government overreach. More than 525,000 Florida students use the programs, including 92% of Catholic school students. The Florida Conference of Bishops says it's reviewing the letter and will respond by this Friday's deadline. Well, the Trump administration is planning a dramatic overhaul of Head Start. Sources tell the Associated Press that the changes would gut the early education program for low-income children. The draft reportedly cuts staff-to-student ratios and safety requirements. It also adds new rules aligned to Republican priorities, including requiring all instruction be in English. Head Start was created in the 1960s to help fight poverty. The program serves more than 500,000 babies, toddlers, and preschoolers. Well, a bit closer to home, this weekend, back-to-school shopping will be cheaper in South Carolina. Tax-free weekend will take place from Friday to Sunday. Families can purchase school supplies, computers, and shoes without paying the state's 6% sales tax or any additional local taxes. A live look over West Charlotte from our tower camera. Pretty mild day so far here in the Queen City. Meteorologist Andrew Brightman back here with us. But Andrew, I have to admit, that rain last night surely did help me stay asleep.
And, it helps a lot of people sleep. Matt, might see more of that here this afternoon and this evening here across the Carolinas. Temperatures right now in the low 80s. We got dew points in the lower 70s. Winds out of the east-southeast here at about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Boone camera outside on King Street. We got a little bit more sunshine. You can see some of the clouds in the background. We are expecting some scattered showers and storms. No active alerts right now across the region. Watching some of those showers starting to pop up across the foothills. We'll see more of that as we get a little bit later on in the day. Clouds and radar, you can see more moisture here, kind of an inverted trough off the eastern seaboard. We're going to be pushing more cloud cover, more potential shower activity, kind of trying to work its way out of our south and east. Bit of an odd direction to see showers and storms moving into the Carolinas. Temperatures right now, low to mid 80s out there, generally here across North and South Carolina. Obviously in the mountains, temperatures are a little bit cooler. Storm setup, we got again, weak area of low pressure off to our west, a little bit of that inverted trough here, moisture wedge to our east. And this is where we could see all the heavy downpours today, but also could see more downpours tomorrow here. This is a very, very similar pattern we're locked into here across the Carolinas. Every single day, it's a very similar setup out there. Rain chances every single day, right through the weekend into early next week. People keep asking me, is it going to rain today? And Unfortunately, the best answer I got is there's a chance of seeing some of those showers and storms pop up. Also, there is no relief from the humidity anytime soon here across the Carolinas. Staying muggy, humid, not so fun in terms of the moisture content in the atmosphere over the next few days. There's some of those pop-up showers and storms here across the Carolinas as we head into your Wednesday evening, kind of dry out overnight as we move into your Thursday morning. There's some of the cloud cover, and then some of those showers and storms start getting going here. This is 4 o'clock on your Thursday afternoon. Some of those scattered showers and storms continuing here into your Thursday evening. As we roll into your Friday here, a lot of cloud cover to start. And then we start to see a few pop-up showers and storms starting to move more out of our west here as we head into the afternoon hours on Friday. Every single day, at least until probably Saturday, it's a very similar forecast out there across the region. 5 o'clock Saturday morning, a lot of cloud cover to start. Little bit drier here. Temperatures also might try to push up towards the 90-degree mark across the Carolinas on Saturday because of the drier conditions. But much like the past few days, still cannot rule out some of those pop-up showers and storms here across the region. Every single day, it is basically the same forecast. Rainfall, how much could we see over the next 5 days? Probably about a ½ inch to an inch. Some people see a lot of rainfall if you get some of those localized downpours, and then other parts of the Carolinas might not see all that much because you missed the wet weather. Most likely place, though, to see some of that moderate and heavy rain will be up in the mountains. As for the rest of today, hit and miss showers and storms as we go throughout the afternoon into the evening hours here. Partly cloudy skies down to 71 in Charlotte, 72 in Cheraw, upper 60s. We get up towards the foothills mountains, low to mid 60s. Park forecast tomorrow. I'm watching some of those scattered showers and storms as we head into the afternoon hours, much like every day across the region. Temperatures, though, not crazy hot, upper 80s, but still very much feeling on the soupy side out there across the Carolinas. Mountain forecast, watching those showers and storms right through into the weekend. And your pinpoint 7-day forecast, got more scattered wet weather until about Monday, and then we start to heat up. Matt?
Thanks, Andrew. A warning to travelers booking their end of summer vacations. What Microsoft wants you to know before connecting to hotel Wi-Fi. Live look above East Charlotte from Independence Boulevard. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Microsoft is warning travelers about a new cyber attack targeting hotel Wi-Fi networks around the world. The company says Russian-sponsored hackers are hijacking hotel internet connections using fake login screens and software updates to trick guests into downloading malware. Once installed, hackers can steal passwords and files and even record keystrokes, screenshots, audio, and video. Microsoft says it first detected the attacks back in May. Well, the rising cost of gas and tighter budgets seem to be impacting travel this summer. But while those trips might look a bit different, many people say they're still adventuring away from home. A Bank of America survey finds that 70% of travelers plan to stay in the U.S. this year. Most respondents say they're also cutting down on how many trips they take. 53% are crossing state lines. According to that survey, the most popular states to visit are Florida and California. Now, as for current gas prices, the national average is still over $4. According to AAA, the national average currently sits at $4.08. North Carolina drivers are paying around $3.76, and South Carolina, that average is about 10 cents less at $3.64. And as travel costs continue to climb, a lot of travelers are turning to group trips, but experts are warning of common mistakes that could tank the trip before it even starts. Travel agents are say that playing the waiting game for friends and family to agree to plans could cost you hundreds of dollars. They say it's important to pick a deadline and a budget and to stick with it. Another common mistake is assuming that everyone travels the way you do. Travel experts say more vacationers should normalize splitting up on your trip. So just a few tips to help your trip make it out the group chat. Well, law enforcement and North Carolina business owners at odds over a new bill surrounding hemp legislation. How it could make the hemp industry go up in smoke. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored, the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Live look over Gaston County this afternoon. Thankfully, we're not seeing temps in the 90s, but those rain chances are back. Let's get over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman at the Pinpoint Weather Center. Andrew, about when and where will we see some of those showers later today?
All across the region here. Again, there's no one particular place here that has the best chance to see the wet weather. It's just going to be an ongoing concern as we head throughout the rest of the week. We've got the stalled system, more downpours, possible showers and storms. Might even see isolated severe weather possible here, and staying warm and humid. Not hot, humid out there across the region. 82 degrees right now, wind out the east-southeast about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Dew points currently in the lower 70s as we deal with all of that mugginess. Latest cloud cover here. You can see some of that cloud cover continue to work in out of the south and east. Bit of a air mass boundary draped right across uptown Charlotte right now. Pinpoint radar, seeing some of those scattered showers. We get up towards the foothills and mountains down across the sandhills here. We got a couple of scattered showers as well trying to pop up here. And as we zoom out a little bit farther, you can see some of that moisture moving in across portions of the central Carolinas as we get into the afternoon hours. Airport delays, quiet across the lower 48. Really no major issues out there. If you're going to be taken to the friendly skies, some moderate delays at JFK in San Francisco, but that really is about it. Temperatures upper 70s, low 80s out there. I've got more in your forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Matt.
Thanks, Andrew. We're learning more about a case involving a Charlotte man charged with murder and his ex-girlfriend's disappearance, even though police have not found her body. Brandy Merrick has been missing for nearly 2 months. I got a chance to speak with an attorney about that suspect's first-degree murder charge, while authorities still look for her remains. 36-year-old Derek Randall Jr. is now accused of murdering his ex-girlfriend, Brandy Merrick, the mother of his 12-year-old child. But after first being reported missing nearly 2 months ago, Merrick's body still has not been found. CMPD says Merrick was last seen at a relative's house in Northeast Charlotte on June 8th. She was reported missing a few days later. Through their investigation, officers learned the couple had just broken up in May and that Randall had a history of abuse. They discovered Merrick's rental car abandoned in the same Northeast Charlotte neighborhood where she was last seen, less than a mile from Randall's home. A witness later came forward and told authorities they believe Randall used an excavator to bury Merrick. Cell phone records led investigators to a wooded area in Catawba County, where records show flock cameras captured Randall's truck and a trailer carrying the excavator. Investigators discovered a shallow grave in the area. They did not find a body, but detectives say DNA found at the site and a spatter of blood found inside Randall's garage belonged to Brandy Merrick. Attorney Bill Powers isn't associated with the case. He says charging someone with first-degree murder before a body is found isn't always common, but with strong evidence, it can typically hold up in court.
They don't have the literal smoking gun or something else that they would prefer to have. That doesn't mean they can't bring charges, and it doesn't mean they won't secure a conviction, to be honest with you.
Power says unless there is a confession, prosecutors must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Randall is Merrick's alleged killer. Now, Randall is being held at the Mecklenburg County Jail without bond. Court records also show that the suspect's parents filed a civil summons after Merrick's disappearance, seeking custody of her child with Randall, but no word on where that case stands as of now. Well, an armed man arrested at the President's Golf Course in California that he was preparing to visit. Janine John Taylor was seen taking pictures and videos of the Trump National Golf Club in Los Angeles on Sunday. Investigators say he was monitoring security planning activities that were taking place ahead of President Trump's visit for a fundraiser yesterday. Police took Taylor into custody. They say they found guns, ammo, body armor, and notebooks with concerning statements while searching his home. Investigators say Taylor was carrying a 16-round magazine loaded with hollow point ammunition in his pants pockets when he was arrested. He pled not guilty in court on Tuesday. And of course, as we know, this isn't the first time a suspect has been arrested at a Trump-owned golf course. Back in September of 2024, a Greensboro man armed with a rifle hid in the bushes at the President's Club in West Palm Beach, Florida. No one was hurt, though. Ryan Ruth was later convicted of attempted assassination and sentenced to life in prison. Thousands of FBI agents are backing a lawsuit filed by 3 former Bureau employees. The workers were fired last year for their roles in an investigation into President Trump's efforts to undo the results of the 2020 presidential election. The lawsuit was initially filed in March but gained major support in the last week. While the agents argue they were punished for perceived political affiliation, The Trump administration claims the firings were due to, quote, weaponizing federal law enforcement. Chief Legal Analyst Cleve Rhodes here to break it all down for us. You know, those three agents in particular called their findings or their firings a retribution campaign.
A retribution campaign, right? I think they're hitting it right on the head. I'm looking at these things, and so let's look at a couple parts. You have parties that file a claim, right? And they're looking to figure out, how, hey, can I get my job back? And then you'll have someone that will respond, and there'll be an answer. Typically, in this case, it's going to be the federal government. But then you have these outside, non-connected parties, these third parties. And that's what we have here with these amicus briefs. They will submit a brief, and that brief means it's a friend of the court. You know, I want to not join the party. I'm not asking to intervene. I don't want to be, you know, joined in here. I don't have any standing, but I'm going to give you, court, my opinion. I'm going to let you know what we think. And so a couple of folks have submitted one. You talked about the FBI Agents Association, those thousands of FBI agents that submitted their brief, listing a number of things. They say that the determinations bypass transparency, violate their fundamental due process rights, statutory independence, and the nonpartisan special agents, right? But this other brief I looked at from the, the Lawyers for the Rule of Law and the First Amendment scholars, they go a different route. They say they also support these groups, but they say the firings were a couple things, that it violated their First Amendment rights for non-partisan civil servants to be fired, and they dispute that the FBI has a claim that they don't have First Amendment protection. So there's a lot of legal maneuvering here with this case, but these types of briefs, they help the court make their determination, because you look at all the parties' briefs, you put them in a pile, you review them, then at some point you say, I'm going to make my decision. Well, now you got other parties, folks that aren't involved, that are submitting briefs to help you make your decision even more.
You know, those investigations were eventually dropped after the president won the election in 2024. They were still fired anyway.
Yeah, I mean, investigations were dropped for a number of other reasons. I mean, you got to think about it. There was the standing rules that were in place. The Supreme Court talked about it as well, that the sitting president can't be subject to civil liability or any type of criminal investigation. So even if they could later come back and continue those types of investigations, there was no legal standing to continue. But there was also no legal standing for them to be terminated as a connection to this. If there was some job description or some job performance failure, I should say, and you had a history of or a pattern, or you were placed on some performance improvement plan, and at some point you failed to do the things that you were supposed to do, hey, firing is supported. But if it's connected to an employment purpose and you're doing your actual job, there's going to be an issue with that. And so it's not normal to see groups like this support a lawsuit going against their very agency. But yeah, I could see the writing on the wall for this one.
Now, on the FBI side of all this, you know, especially with Kash Patel, one could argue, hey, the FBI director has the right to fire whoever he wants.
He does, but and I say this all the time, folks. We have a lot of firing here in our state of North Carolina, and people will say, well, you're a right to work. You're an at-will employee. Right. I can terminate you for anything. And while I agree with that argument, you can fire someone that is an at-will employee, except if you are violating their rights, if you're discriminated against them based on race, age, sex, some protected class. But then also if you're violating their due process rights. Right. You haven't given them an opportunity to be heard, haven't given them that administrative process. Now you're saying, I've just terminated you because I didn't like you, and I violated your rights to, especially as a civil servant, to go through the due process rights. Totally disagree with. He can fire them without going through the process.
Cleve Rhodes, thank you very much as always. And a bit closer to home, law enforcement leaders and business owners are facing off over a North Carolina hemp regulation measure. House Bill 328 would block anyone younger than 21 from buying and using intoxicating hemp products. It would also put limits on the amount of THC in those products. Hemp business owners say the measure could cripple their industry, while members of law enforcement say the bill will help protect children.
It's not a regulatory bill so much as a ban. It would essentially ban about 95% of the products that were currently being used.
But anyone whose business depends on selling these products should not be in business. They're actually peddling poison for profit, and we need to call it exactly what it is.
The bill has already passed in the Senate, but House leaders say it will need more debate in their chamber.
The day when that was announced, I'm sure there were a lot of seniors around the state of South Carolina that rejoiced.
The wild, wild west of college football transfers may be moving to the high school level. The new rule impacting athletes and how they can change the playing field. And a Charlotte 49er taking over the golf world. one tournament at a time. How she's now teeing up at the USGA Amateur Championship and what's next for her future. You're watching Queen City News on this Wednesday afternoon. The most honor, the most local news in Charlotte.
Welcome to Epic Discounts by BestReviews.com. I'm Melissa Bergamini.
And I'm Ashley Howard. Right now, we want you to scan the QR code on your screen to get ready to save big, because today we have some products that help keep your house clean and provide all the entertainment you need to stay in and enjoy a night at home, or bring your favorite shows and movies on the go with you.
That's right. First up, there is nothing more annoying than a stubborn spot on your carpet, let me tell you. But you don't need to hire a professional carpet cleaning service to get that red wine or pet stain out.
That's right, it can deep clean stubborn stains and odors beneath the surface. Let's be honest, spills can happen easily when you're having a snack on the couch and enjoying your favorite movie. And speaking of entertainment, let's talk about how we can get any movie you want right in your living room.
Up next, it is the Amazon Fire TV Stick HD. This smart streaming device allows you to use your voice to search thousands of movies and TV episodes from Netflix, Prime Video, and most of your favorite streaming providers.
This is also a great way to bring your favorite shows on the go with you. Just plug the stick into any HDMI port. It also lets you watch live TV, news, sports, and so much more.
And speaking of on-the-go entertainment, the Apple iPad Air is a powerful and intuitive iPad, not just for playing games or watching movies. It can run multiple apps all at once thanks to its powerful M3 chip designed for productivity.
This model features all-day battery life and several different storage options. It also features Apple Intelligence and groundbreaking privacy features that prevent anyone from accessing your data, including Apple itself.
Finally, breathe easy with a Levoit evaporative humidifier, perfect for bedrooms, nurseries, or any space where comfort matters the most. It's completely blue light free for a more restful night's sleep and comes equipped with advanced dual air and water filters. And get this, it self-dries after each use to prevent any mold buildup. Cleaner air, cleaner tech.
All right, let's take one last look at today's products to keep you entertained and keep your home clean and fresh even when you're not there.
Head to EpicDiscounts.com or just scan that QR code to scan, shop, and save with Epic Discounts by Best Reviews.
Regulators are changing the rules for high school athletes who transfer in South Carolina. It comes as school districts across the state start classes and their football seasons. Officials eliminated the 3-game sit-out rule for transfer students, opening the door for senior athletes to switch schools. Now, under the change, they would not miss the first part of their season if they switch schools before practices start. School sports officials say the penalty now counts towards the second and subsequent transfers. Regulators also changed the policy for students who transfer to new attendance zones due to legitimate family moves, and it won't count as their one-time transfer.
Will be interesting within the next few years to see how that affects, the movement of our student athletes, opportunities that they might have.
South Carolina is one of 5 states that doesn't allow high school players to profit from their name, image, or likeness. Hayes believes the new transfer rule could open the door for lawmakers to reconsider the ban. Now to college sports. A Charlotte 49er golfer has been taking over the golf world one tournament at a time. And as Carolina Sports Live's Gia Lancey tells us, the amateur's journey wasn't a conventional one, and it won't be over anytime soon.
From Pitsanolo, Thailand to Charlotte, North Carolina. And now off to the U.S. Women's Amateur. Golf's been a part of Pinky's world for practically her entire life.
I started when I was like 3 years old and 8 months, around that. And it got serious when I was 6 years old, but before that it was just playing and hanging around with my dad.
Although her family is over 8,000 miles away in Thailand, she's adopted quite the American family here in the Queen City. Not only her 49ers teammates, but also several from the Rocky River Golf Club that support her every step of the way.
In every way, everyone is very supportive. Obviously, the team is like family for me. I can count on them every time. And I have good friends here. Also, Gilbert and Marlene, they're like I'm like adopted. So they're very nice to me. I go over to their house sometimes. We go to get Thai food sometimes, which is really nice.
In mid-July, after shooting a 64 in the qualifier, Pinky punched her ticket to the USGA Women's Amateur Championship. Now she's heading back to Chattanooga, Tennessee, ranked 65th in the amateur ranks. From breaking Charlotte 49ers program records to getting national recognition to qualifying for the USGA Women's Am. Pinky aims to bring back some hardware to the Queen City and keep improving every time she steps onto the links.
I want to win the tournament, and I believe that that's everyone's goal too. People will remember the winner for like a month, but people will remember how you treat them for their whole life. So my goal is also to love the course and to be, like having sportsmanship and everything.
And there she goes, positive Pinky. Her infectious, joyful attitude is what makes Pinky who she is, and it reflects on the links. Despite having a killer golf game, she stays grateful for even being able to be there.
Before, I would think that I need to do well in this tournament. I need to do this, I need to do this. But I changed it to I get to do this, which is so nice.
She heads into her junior season at Charlotte, coming off an impressive sophomore year, winning 4 tournaments, including the 2026 American Athletic Conference Championship. But her eyes go far beyond college athletics.
I would love to turn pro in the LPGA Tour. That would be my biggest goal. I would also love to qualify for the US Open next year.
What a great story there. Here's a live look over Bank of America Stadium on this Wednesday afternoon around lunchtime. Andrew, we're anticipating a few showers very soon.
Yeah, that's right. Going to see a few scattered showers and storms out there this afternoon and Thursday and Friday and Saturday. Gets drift here, Matt? Yeah, I think you got it, my man. 82 degrees right now. Got all that humidity out there. Winds out of the east-southeast about 5 to 10 miles an hour across the Carolinas. You can see some of the cloud cover in the background here at Beech Mountain. More the same with some of that cloud cover. Trying to build on in. No current alerts, though, to be concerned with across the region. Already starting to see a few more pop-up showers starting to develop here across the Carolinas. And we'll see more of that as we go throughout the afternoon into the early evening hours. Zooming out here, a little bit of that moisture moving in here across the Carolinas. A little bit of scattered cloud cover, but more showers and storms, part of that inverted trough that's going to be pushing in to the Carolinas. Temperatures right now across the southeast. We're actually one of the cooler spots out there. You get towards Memphis, Jackson, New Orleans. It is toasty with temperatures in the low to mid 90s. Weekend forecast, temperatures heading up into the upper 80s. Some scattered showers and storms on the way possible both days because, of course, Futurecast. As we go throughout this afternoon, there's some of the hit and miss showers and storms out there continuing across the Carolinas. We head into the evening hours, try to dry it a little bit, and as we roll into your Thursday morning, some of the cloud cover, and then we see some of those pop-up showers and storms starting to develop here as we head into your Thursday afternoon. Scattered showers and storms. We get to 8 o'clock on your Thursday night. It's more of the same. And as we go into your Friday, cloud cover building in here across the region, and then we see more hit and miss showers and storms as we get to your Friday afternoon at 2 o'clock. 7 o'clock in the evening, more showers and storms across the Carolinas possible as we head into your Saturday morning. Start with a little bit of cloud cover, and then as we go into the afternoon, guess what? More possible hit and miss showers and storms. I wish the forecast was just a little bit more variety, but this is what we're dealing with across the Carolinas for the foreseeable future. How much rainfall are we talking about? Some people could pick up over an inch of rain. Then there's going to be pockets here. You can see not everything fills in evenly over the next 4 to 5 days, but there will be pockets of locally heavy rain. We do get a new fresh drought monitor in tomorrow. Heading to the beach this weekend. Showers and storms possible both days, though Sunday looking a little bit better here than Saturday. Not exactly the best backyard grilling forecast, but you do see the rain chances here, not over 50%. Not everyone is going to see wet weather this evening here. Overnight lows, upper 60s, low 70s out there, 72 in Shiraz, 73 in Rockingham, 70 in Lancaster. Up across the mountains, temperatures in the low to mid 60s. We go around the region tomorrow. Starting off down in the Sandhills, some hit and miss showers and storms possible out there. We get to the upstate South Carolina. It's a similar story with some of those scattered showers and storms that are going to be possible here. Charlotte, Concord, and Albemarle. Guess what? More hit and miss showers and storms on the way as we head throughout the afternoon hours. Shelby and Gastonia, it's a similar forecast. And Statesville and Salisbury, more hit and miss wet weather expected. And then as we get towards the foothills, temperatures probably going to be in the middle 80s with some of those hit and miss showers and storms. And then as we finish up in the mountains, similar story here, but temperatures likely in the mid to upper 70s. Mountain forecast, got some unsettled weather for you as we go into the weekend and into early next week. In your pinpoint 7-day forecast, scattered showers and storms possible as we head into the weekend. And we start to dry out a little bit and we get hotter heading into next week. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Queen City News brings you 11 hours of news every week, so here's what we're working on, starting on Queen City News at 4. We're staffing and other issues staying within the Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office as officials prepare to open Jail North later this month. And a pair of bills changing elections in North Carolina heading to the governor's desk. His remarks as he's expected to veto both proposals. You're still watching Queen City News, the most honored, the most local news in Charlotte. You know, Queen City News has a way to stay connected to you when we're not live on the air. So download the Queen City News Plus app on your smart TV using either a Roku, Apple TV, or an Amazon Fire device. So here's a look at this afternoon's lineup. First at 1, Pinpoint Weather University, followed by Across America at 1:30. And then catch an episode of Capitol Conversations at 2 o'clock. Watch it all on our brand new Queen City News Plus app. Andrew.
All right, one final check-in on your Pinpoint 7-day forecast here, Matt. We got some scattered showers and storms on the way as we go through the end of the week, heading into the weekend. Very similar forecast. Start to get a little bit drier as we go into next week, but we also start to get hotter as well.
Dealing with this ongoing drought, we don't mind these rain changes.
This is true.
On the 7-8, we really need that rain, so.
We do, my man.
Just keep the umbrella handy.
Handy. Very handy.
Queen City News is back at 4. See you then.
Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University, we received a good amount of rain here in the Carolinas last week. We'll talk about the big rainmaker setup and if it's helped us get any closer to being out of this drought we're under. Plus, I'm not going to show you yet, but NASA has released some new images just showing how big the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt out in the open Atlantic truly is, and some new information about what could be causing this Sargassum Belt to be as significant as it is. That's all coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University, and it starts right now. Welcome into another edition of Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson here on Queen City News Plus. Also, a big welcome to our YouTube viewers. And for those that might follow us on Instagram, maybe follow us on Facebook and X at Queen City News, or you can find me on those same platforms at WSBrandon9, posting all kinds of different things on there, including climate and weather. And we go inside the box on this show when we're talking about climate. We've been talking about the drought a lot this year. The drought has been a big topic. It's impacting lives, right? We can't use as much water as you probably want to use to wash your car, to make sure your lawn is adequately taken care of by putting water on it. You know, we've had the water restrictions. A lot of folks have been scraping their boats on the lakes, and you haven't really been able to take advantage of them as much either. So where are we now? We've had quite the change here lately in our patterns. We're getting a little bit more rain. And I'm telling you what, this has probably been the most active week we've had this year here in the Carolinas, between the rain that we had the week of July 21st to July 22nd, and also the rainfall that we had from severe storms on July 28th. It has been very active. And luckily, we got just the guy to talk about it. Corey Davis, he is the assistant state climatologist over at NC State at the climate office there. You know, Corey, this has been a very, very active July for Carolinas. Is this the active July we were looking for?
Well, we talked beforehand. It sounds like Mother Nature has tried to fit all the severe weather and active weather that we missed out on in the spring in just 1 month here over the summer. Again, what a difference a month, even a week makes. You go back to where we were this time last month, we were still watching a lot of those weather systems that would pass us by. And at the same time, we were under these heat dome patterns. So we know that was only making the drought worse. But we have seen that huge pattern change just over the last week, especially with that event that played out from last Wednesday through Saturday. We watched that heavy rainfall for several days across parts of the Carolinas. Really interesting setup here as well. This time of the year, we're used to looking at cold fronts that may come in from the west, or a low pressure that may track up along the coastline. This was a case where we had a cold front that moved in from the north, so it tracked from north to south. And at the same time, there was just a juicy tropical atmosphere to our south, including some of that remnant moisture from Tropical Storm Bertha. Those converged right across the Carolinas and led to those extreme totals that we saw. Parts of the Piedmont and North Carolina had 7 to 8 inches of rain, also some higher totals down at the coast. Even the Charlotte area had 3 to 4 inches. So certainly the wettest event we've seen here in quite a while. And for parts of the state, it was the wettest event they've seen in decades.
Yeah, it was just kind of crazy, Corey. Late last week and into the weekend, I felt like I was going to invite the Stoll Boundary that was over our area just in for dinner. I mean, it just sat with us all weekend long. It was cool. It was damp. It was wet. It was a nice break from the heat, but it was a little bit of like, all right, I am ready to get back outside again and enjoy summer while it's still here. Again, this Stoll Boundary bringing us a good amount of rain last week, and you mentioned some of those rainfall totals. And you also wrote an article on it with the NC State Climate Office. And look at some of these rainfall totals here. Hyde County getting like 8 to 9 inches of rain. So just talk about what this has done for us. Like, how much has this changed things for us now looking forward? Everybody wants to know, is the drought over? It's not, but this was a big help, probably the biggest help we've had in the last several months.
It really is. And, you know, all throughout the spring and summer, when we watched this drought develop, we kept saying that probably the best cure would be a good tropical storm. Well, this wasn't exactly a tropical storm, but the kind of totals that we got, you saw the 8 to 9 inches in parts of the coast. That's similar to what we would expect from a tropical system. So in that sense, we had the best of both worlds. We got the heavy rain that we needed, but also we missed out on the winds and the storm surge and some of those other hazards. Also, a real positive with just how widespread the rain was in this event. This was not like our normal pop-up showers and storms in the summer that may hit one area and miss areas across town. We saw a fairly widespread 2 to 3 inches of rain across most of North Carolina. Parts of South Carolina got in on that as well. And of course, there were some locally higher totals mixed in. So the good news is that, again, it was a multi-day soaking rain event that allowed some of those soil moisture levels and stream flow levels to recover really nicely. At the same time, we know that our lake levels are still recovering. Lake Norman is still about 2 feet shy of its normal target. Some of the groundwater wells have started showing a response, but they still need more water. They still need more rain to really get that full recharge. Keep in mind, we've been in this dry pattern for about 11 months now. So that one wet week, one wet month will not fully undo the damage that was done from that dryness early this year.
Yeah, you mentioned tropical systems. We were talking about that earlier. Like you said, we were saying we were going to need some sort of tropical cyclone to bring us some moisture as we get towards the fall, because that might be our best bet now that we're in the driest part of the year. But we actually saw some areas get similar rains to what they have seen with historic tropical systems. Talk about some of those areas.
Yeah, especially across the coast of eastern North Carolina, it has been a fairly wet start to July, but of course, this was the big event that kind of pushed them over the top. One bit of good news in those areas is that they had been mostly at that moderate drought level. They are now back to normal. There is no drought left in that part of the state. So again, that is a huge change from where we were just a couple months ago when that drought had really expanded across the entire state. So we're starting to see some areas come out of the drought. That doesn't mean everywhere is out of the drought just yet, but again, it's a trend in the right direction.
Yeah, it's just crazy seeing some of these rainfall totals here. The wettest for Burlington and also the Graham area since Tropical Storm Chantal. And then looking at back to 1954, Corey, you guys look back there and you're seeing that the high point had their, what was the highest rainfall in 1 day or 3 days there?
Yeah, highest 1 day total. And I've had folks, including with the Weather Service, that have done a double take on that number. But, that's a part of the state that is not used to seeing these extreme rainfall totals. But with an event like this, that was parked right over that part of the state with so much moisture available, they saw 6 inches last Wednesday and Thursday. So some extreme amounts. And yeah, highest it's Hazel. I don't think a lot of folks now were alive back then to remember what Hazel was like. But that's one of those big storms in our state's history.
Yeah, I sure wasn't, but I mean, I know a lot of people that were and that experienced that, and we've seen some of the pictures of it as well. And Hurricane Hazel, that was a big one, and one that a lot of folks do remember, Hurricane Helene. Only 2 years ago, we had to deal with that storm. Really, a little less than 2 years still. And Conover had one of their wettest stretches since Hurricane Helene, huh?
This is a good reminder of how much our weather patterns have changed since back in September 2024. Of course, that was an extremely wet month, especially in western North Carolina. Right after that, we switched over to a dry pattern. It lasted through that winter. We saw a little bit of relief last summer, but then by August, we were back in a dry pattern again. So those types of decent rain events that we've wanted, maybe not the Helene levels, but, getting a couple inches of rain in a day, we mostly haven't had those. And this last week was a good chance to at least pick up on some of the rain we've been missing out on.
Yeah, you look at just some of that damage that we had with Helene, really about 2 years now. We're getting closer to 2 years since Helene, and you see some of the flooding that happened there. The Tropical Storm Chantal just last year providing some of that flooding for central North Carolina and parts of eastern North Carolina. And, you look at some of those numbers and you look at the video, I feel like it brings us justice to just how significant some of those numbers were. Definitely helping us get out of this drought, at least try to inch towards it. Corey, what does this set us up for later this year? El Nino, it has been a big topic. I'm telling you, I've heard the El Nino word and Super El Nino more than I've heard my own name. I feel like this year. Where are we at as a climate way? If you're looking at climatologically speaking, what are we looking at for later this year?
Well, we like to think that the rain we've had this month is at least the turning point. This has kept that drought from getting any worse, and we're starting to see it get better. We know we've still got about half of the summer ahead. August historically is one of our hotter months. We can see summer-like temperatures in September as well. So what we're hoping for is that we can at least get average rainfall over these next 1 to 2 months. That will keep us from sliding back into drought and undoing some of the progress that these recent rains have made. And after that, once we get into the fall, we expect those typical El Nino impacts to start emerging. Usually that means a stronger jet stream and a stronger storm track to our south. That's bringing weather systems up out of the Gulf and along our coast. It's picking up lots of moisture. So these strong El Nino events usually tend to be pretty wet. You look back at the last time we were in one in 2015, we entered a wet pattern starting that September. Folks, especially in eastern North and South Carolina, may remember that well. That last week of September in 2015 was just soaking wet, 12 to 20 inches of rain in some areas. And that pattern did not let up a lot before the end of the year. That was our wettest December on record as a state in North Carolina. And we weren't in drought back then, but there was certainly plenty of moisture to go around. So we do expect it will be wetter by the fall and especially through the winter of this coming year.
Yeah, and just looking at the drought monitor again, this is as of July 23rd. We'll get a new drought monitor Thursday, July 30th. So that will be kind of a good drought monitor, you think, Corey? You think we'll see some of these red areas, darker red areas, maybe change a little bit?
Yeah, keep this in mind. This is a good before image, and I expect the after will look a lot better, especially these areas of severe and extreme drought across parts of central North Carolina. Those were the areas that were hit hardest by this rain last week. Again, some spots had 5, 6, 8 inches of rain, so we could see 1 and even 2 category improvements on the drought map. And again, that will reflect where we're at right now. We know in the short term, it's been very wet. In the longer term, we do still have those rainfall deficits since the start of the year. Charlotte is still about 6 inches below normal so far this year. And again, we know we're still waiting on a little bit more rain to raise those lake and groundwater levels. So that's a good reminder that we're not out of drought just yet, but we are certainly in improved position after this latest round of rain.
All right, Corey, one last question before we let you go. Just wanted to ask what people should still be doing. Should we still be doing the water restrictions and making sure that we're taking care of the saving water like we've been over the last few months, even with the rain last week?
Absolutely. And I know folks have long memories of that 2007 drought. Keep in mind that drought got much worse in August. It was a very hot and very dry August. That's when we started seeing those restrictions tighten up even more. We hope we'll get better rain this year than we did back in 2007. But again, we're only one hot, dry month away from seeing drought creep back in.
Yeah.
I do think we're in a more improved state right now. We are closer to rolling back those restrictions and adding new ones. But again, we're not out of the woods of this drought just yet.
Yeah, still in the middle of summer. And I wanted to pull up a graphic because you mentioned it, the heat. It drives drought, and the big reason why is because whenever we heat up the atmosphere, it's able to hold more moisture, and we get evaporation, the most important part of the Earth's water cycle. That evaporation, again, it just takes out of our soil, it takes water and moisture out of our lakes or streams, and as that evaporation increases due to warmer air being more thirsty air, that unfortunately can cause the drought to get worse. And Corey, you mentioned it there, just again, August of 2007, very hot, very dry month. Expanded the drought rapidly. So we're definitely going to continue to, keep an eye on this. This is something a lot of folks have been talking about this year. Obviously, the water restrictions restricting how much water people can use. And I think it's just been more of a driven drought information wise because social media is just a little bit stronger than what it was in 2007. So I think a lot of folks are really taking advantage of looking at social media and figuring out, what does this drought mean? What can I do to help? And unfortunately, the drought's still here, but the fortunate news is we have had some relief. So, Corey, I appreciate you coming on the show with us today. And I'm sure I'm going to have you on again to chat about more drought as we get into later this year. And hopefully El Nino can help us out a little bit, considering tropical systems will probably be on the lower side later this year.
That's right. Thanks, Brandon. We'll have a party when this drought is over.
Oh, yeah, we definitely will. I'll join you up in Raleigh for that for sure. Appreciate it, Corey. Coming up in just a bit. Coming up in just a bit, we're going to be talking about sargassum out in the Pacific Ocean. NASA's released some new information on that. Just want to release that for you and show you what they're looking at could be driving the sargassum. Coming up in just a bit. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. Got to get into sargassum now. Sargassum seaweed, it's something we've talked about on the show before. I'm telling you, it's gross stuff. I'm going to save you some of the videos we've been showing you in the past, but I will show you a more calmer image of it. This is from Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane, who was at Amelia Island there in Northeast Florida about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And you can see over there on the beach, there looks like what could be like sticks or just dirt off in the distance. That's actually dried up sargassum. And again, sargassum is a type of brown floating algae, and it's been shifting its range over the last several years. The trend started in 2011 and it's continued into 2026. And unfortunately, now we're seeing record levels of it. So if you've been on vacation, you've been to the beach, or you've been on your honeymoon out in the Caribbean or your cruise, and you've been about, or, moving about that area, and you smell the smell of rotten eggs, that's sargassum. And unfortunately, not only does it smell, it's gross to touch, to be around. And again, that rotten egg smell, it actually comes from the release of hydrogen sulfide. That's what that is. And again, we've actually spoken to a NOAA oceanographer. His name is Dr. Lou Hinhoff. He's actually been on the show with us, and he shares with us this trend is actually coming from ocean warming, but there's other factors too that NOAA's investigating. Now, I want to bring this topic up again. The big reason why is because NASA's released some new information. They've released some new maps that show essentially this Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt and just how much sargassum is out there. You go to the east coast of Florida, or you go to Puerto Rico and you see it. I don't think everybody really understands just how big this Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt really is. And again, the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt is new. It just really came around in 2011. That's like a whole new phrase because of just how big the sargassum has grown. Now, sargassum out in the middle of the ocean like this, it's not a terrible thing. Now, we'll say you don't want too much of it out there in the open ocean because, it can impact some marine life if they're getting a little bit too much of this. But sargassum used to be really good. It used to be good for marine life to have out in the middle of the ocean. But now it's, it's just kind of overwhelming at this point. And it's obviously overwhelming for tourism too. And I want to point something out. Look at the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt when it started to grow, 2011. So you got your x-axis showing the year, and your y-axis is showing the amount of wet biomass of sargassum in million tons. So in 2000 to 2010, we had not much sargassum at all. But now, look at like 2026, we're talking about 33.5 million tons of it. Record levels in late last year and also this year. So we're talking about a significant amount of sargassum, and ocean warming is a big part of that. And there's also other factors, again, that the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration continues to investigate. It's something we'll continue to watch for you as well. But unfortunately, there's really no way to curve it at this time. But there might be one way, and it's try to figure out a way to cool our Earth down a little bit, especially considering that this sargassum dries off of warmer ocean temperatures. Definitely want to start thinking about maybe your next honeymoon, or when you go to the beach or your next trip. Maybe think about some more clean energy ways to keep our Earth cooler so we don't have to deal with sargassum quite as much. Just some things like that to think about when it comes down to sargassum, especially with our ocean warming as much as it has over the last decade or so. Our ocean's been warming, or global oceans really have been warming for several decades, but we've seen a significant jump in ocean temperatures over the last few years. And you talk about how it impacts hurricane seasons, what our hurricane season's getting a little bit more stronger hurricanes because of warmer oceans. Again, warmer oceans don't create more hurricanes, it just creates stronger hurricanes. And that's what we've been seeing here lately. The El Nino should shut things down this year. Now, there is a way to track it. NOAA has a way to track it. Inundation risk. You can see it here. This is a website you can go to, the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, Atlantic Oceanographic and Meteorological Laboratory. Man, say that 5 times fast. That's a tough one to say, all that information. But again, you go to their webpage. If you just look up on Google NOAA sargassum tracker, it'll take you right to it. But you can see all the different areas. I mean, Puerto Rico, Jamaica, the Barbados, Caracas, any area that you're trying to go to out there in the open ocean of the Caribbean, or maybe even towards Florida, you can track just how significant that sargassum might be in those given areas. So that's something to keep an eye on here, folks. Again, sargassum is something we're going to have to deal with now. It's a part of our lives, but NOAA's going to continue to investigate and figure out there's ways we can curve it. And we'll continue to talk about it on Pinpoint Weather University, and also send you some clips on YouTube as well, trying to figure out how to get around this sargassum, and also if there's any way in the near future that maybe sargassum could be eliminated a little bit more than what it is right now. But it's definitely still a new thing. It's a very new science, especially since the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt didn't even become a thing since until 2011. So, I mean, we're only talking about 15 years of this. So, something we'll keep an eye on for you. I'm meteorologist Fred Lawson here on Pinpoint Weather University. Take care of yourself and each other as we navigate this Earth together.
When called for duty, the Army National Guard stands ready. Citizen soldiers that could be your own neighbors, your friends. They could live down the street from you. They're called up when the state or the nation needs them. They are always standing by.
Welcome to Stars of Service on Queen City News Plus. I'm Brian Christensen. One of the most amazing things about being in the service is it's a small world. And you're going to run into people you've seen time and time again in the strangest places. And one of the people I ran into a lot, Staff Sergeant Leah Gutierrez, and she currently works at Purple Heart Homes. She is a retired Army Staff Sergeant. She was a military police, how do I say that?
Military police officer.
Right, exactly.
There you go.
You were also assigned in the engineers, so you kind of did a little bit of everything.
Yeah, after 27 years, you kind of do a lot.
Right. Well, I ran into you like 100 times. It seemed like.
Yeah.
There was one time I ran into you at the Coca-Cola 600 when they had this street fest. You did honor guard directly in front at Trade Tryon. There was another time I ran into you in Wisconsin
Yeah,
for,
all places.
for a National Guard training.
Yeah.
And then we worked in the same building for a while in Charlotte. Talk to us. What is a combat engineer and also military policeman? Just talk about your career a little bit. What'd you do?
So when I joined in 1996, at the glorious age of 18, and then I
won't do math right now. It's okay.
It's okay. I love my age. But from there, I was combat. What was I? I was a cargo specialist, which was in charge of loading all the planes, trains, and automobiles. But basically, the engineer portion is just rebuilding the infrastructure of any area that has been damaged, just bringing it back up to where it was before. From there, I did that for probably about 12 years.
Mm-hmm.
And then in 2006, the Army was restructuring.
I love that picture, by the way.
Look at that. Look at that baby face. Oh, there's my dad. Aw. And so, yeah, my son. Golly, you found a lot of pictures.
Sorry.
So, yeah, in 2006, when the Army was restructuring their MOSs and changing, is when I switched to the MPs and became a military police officer.
Right.
I went through all that training and deployed. I ended up switching back to engineers when the 105th Engineers in Rayford was deploying. I went as their supply sergeant. So I did that while we were deployed.
And you ended up getting, while you were deployed to...
This was Afghanistan. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You've been to...
Iraq.
Where have you been? Yeah.
So I actually participated right after September 11th on what was called Operation Noble Eagle. And we worked at NSA Maryland, Fort Meade, Maryland, where our troops were basically helping the security guards guard the post because, everyone kind of active duty withdrew.
Wait a minute.
But
I'm adding another 6 degrees of location.
Yeah.
What day, what year, what time?
So it was, I want to say, late 2002,
Mm-hmm.
and then most of 2003.
So I was going through a photography course then.
Stop it.
At Fort Meade.
Are you
in
serious?
Maryland. Yes.
No way.
I will dig up the picture and add it to.
We were there during the DC sniper.
Yes.
Yeah. And I remember that being just the eeriest
Right.
feeling, like traveling, just going
Don't
into
don't
Baltimore.
go out at night and
Yeah.
stay away from the Beltway.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, I was there on the base, and I happened to see because in the in different services, of course, they wear different patches. The Army wears a lot of their different unit patches, whatever, on their shoulder. And I was at a restaurant there at Fort Meade, and I see the little castle with the volleyball net.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I
That's-
know
that's-
that
That's
one.
a bridge, but yeah, it's okay.
Okay, well, thanks. But I'm like, are you from North Carolina? And the soldier said, yeah. And I struck up a conversation. He's like, come on out and take pictures of us helping at the gate and everything. So
Yeah. That was
okay.
nice.
That's kind
Small
of
world again.
Very,
Didn't even know that was happening.
that is that I'm gonna have to add that picture to the entire thing.
Yeah.
So talk you were telling me all the different places you've been deployed. What was the hardest one?
Wow. I it wasn't hard, but I think Iraq was probably my hardest when we were in Anaconda. And there's like a picture where you saw us with little girls.
Right.
So one of our missions was to take backpacks
Right.
to this town. And unfortunately, I don't remember the town. And I remember the girls were like, there you go, the little sweet babies. I was with my dad right before I deployed. But I remember them like, because I'm freckled and I wasn't wearing that. They were like trying to like rub my skin and was just like trying to touch my hair. Look at that baby face. Good gosh, bringing up the past. But unfortunately, you know, we went there and then we found out the next day that because of our presence in that town, that the insurgents came and bombed the place. So with that happening, you know, I think that was my hardest was realization of where I was. Like you're trying to do good, but yet you're still fighting evil. You know, and I think that was just emotionally the hardest one I had.
What were the days like directly after that?
The unknown. It really was like you would travel and didn't know what was happening. I mean, I think that was the realization that, holy cow, we're in a war zone. This isn't just a humanitarian act that we did, you know, previous years or previous deployments. We went to Marshall Islands to build a youth center. Like this was like real world, like anything can happen. Watch your back, you know, anything on the road. I think this was also the time when insurgents were putting piano wire across bridges. And so the gunners, unfortunately, were, you know, hitting that. And so there's just that realization that, you know, you're not in Kansas anymore, kind of, so to speak.
Right.
You know, and especially being in my early 20s and never leaving home.
That was just a couple years ago.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. I like that.
You've been through a lot.
Yes.
Yet you've got this amazing smile on your face. Where does this you've been through a lot of different courses. You've been through a lot of different training. Was one of those like a resiliency training or what?
It was, but you know, I was thinking on my way up here. I have a friend that I've known for years, and when I told her, I was like, "Gosh, I'm getting deployed again," and I told her it was Iraq, and she said, "You know, there are people that never leave the town they grew up in. They never leave their zip code. You have the opportunity to go to another country, experience that culture." And so I kept that same mindset of everywhere I went. Like, oh my gosh, I'm going to another military school for 8 weeks. But I'm going to meet new people that I've never met before. I'm getting ready, you know, to learn. Like one of the things I got to do is military police investigator, you know. So yeah. So I got to have I know. So I think having that mindset, and it's all in how you make it, is what I guess kept me kind of going. It was just, it changed. It was like, I hate to say embrace the suck, but it was, you know.
Got the t-shirt, yep.
Yep. So I think just changing your mindset of not everyone gets to do what I got to do, that it was an experience, it was an opportunity, and just seize the moment and take it and run with it kind of thing. Wow. Yeah.
So with the Afghanistan deployment, or was it the Iraq deployment that you said that you got a special type of award?
Afghanistan.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes. So while I was in Afghanistan, unfortunately, I had an injury that I had to go to Qatar for surgery. And when I came back, they had another supply sergeant in my spot, which is protocol. And because of that, instead of me taking back over what that soldier had already done, they moved me to RC South. It was actually J4, so it involved.
So RC,
I'm sorry, Regional Command South of Afghanistan.
Yeah.
The southern region of Afghanistan.
Okay.
So the whole regional, with the Navy Seabees, the Navy Command, and then I think there was some Air Force, and then of course the Army. And I was actually in the J4, which I think means joint, but it's the 4th section for logistics. And I was the NCOIC of RC South. So I got to, again, travel to different camps, find out how the soldiers, Marines were living, address any needs that they had. I mean, some of them just wanted cots, you know, I mean, just small things like that. And so because of that, the naval commander awarded me the Navy, I can't even remember, the Navy Marine Corps Commendation Medal, which I found out is really hard for Marines to even get.
That's amazing.
So, yeah.
That is so cool.
Yeah.
Can you stick around for a few more minutes so we can talk a little bit more about some of these amazing trips you've been on?
Yes.
This is a lot today. You're watching, you are fantastic, by the way. You're watching Stars of Service on Queen City News. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Stars of Service on Queen City News Plus. I'm Brian Christensen. I'm talking to one of my fantastic friends that I've run into like a McBillion times. Staff Sergeant Leah Gutierrez. I've run into her, Wisconsin, Charlotte. Apparently we were in Maryland at the same time too.
Yeah.
But you've been through a lot.
Yes.
And I ran into last year in front of a church for CMPD Officer Josh Iyer, excuse me. And I ask you if you might just share a couple words. And I'm going to play that really quickly.
Okay. I am out here today to give honor to Joshua Iyer, whom I've served with for about 5-6 years. He was one of the most strongest people I know. He was a great leader. He advocated for his soldiers. He stood by his shoulders. He was trained. There's no words that can't describe him. He was just an awesome individual. Doesn't matter if you knew him or not. It's still that mass brotherhood, mass sisterhood. It's just a way to honor and give respect to those that are fallen. It's, even though it's a small, a large world, the community within the law enforcement military is still small. And it doesn't matter if you knew him for 30 seconds or if you knew him for 30 years. You still have this desire to give your respect to those that have served. Wow, that was a lot better than when you see it on the other side. I was like, wow, I really said all that?
You said all that.
I think it's just, when you get caught up in that moment sometimes that,
One thing that I took away from that, when you talked about the brotherhood, the sisterhood, and how long had it been since you retired at that point?
At that point, so that was April of 24. Oh gosh, maybe 4 months.
So
5 months?
you had retired and you're like, I'm going to wear my military uniform to show respect.
Yeah.
It
was my brother. I still have his text messages. I still have, because we would sit in meetings and send each other memes of how much, you just send a picture, and so that's how we
this
kind of
PowerPoint is awful.
Yes. This could have been an email. Yes.
Right.
You know, kind of thing, but that got through. But that was just the humor he had. And the one thing that I admired the most about him was his commitment to his family. Where we drilled in East Flat Rock, and of course he was from Concord, and so he would drive that hour and a half home every night. Like even if we didn't get released from duty till 7, 8 o'clock at night,
Wow.
he was driving back home to see his wife and son, and then the next morning he was right there at 8 a.m.
Mhm.
You know, and so it was just he was committed to everything, his officer work, his military work, his family. I mean, he was just an incredible person all the way around.
You described him so well, and like I said, the bond between, I don't want to say people in uniform by any means. You can have that brotherhood, sisterhood anywhere, but you embodied that, and you were an example of that, and that was so not just respectful to see, but just so incredible and so honoring, I guess, is probably what I'm trying to say.
You know, with that kind of emergency management community, where the military, fire department, law enforcement, it's one of those jobs where everyone has your six.
Right.
You know, it doesn't matter, the different branches. It's just like that protective desire that despite who it was, you know what they went through. You understand the sacrifices they make, and so you still want to honor and still want to show appreciation and respect for that person and what they went through.
I've got one other clip I want you to listen to. So also you are a part of Purple Heart Homes up in Statesville, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that after the break.
Okay.
But I want to take a portion of your podcast that you guys actually
Oh my gosh.
do, and you're fantastic. You're like, wow. Gonna hire her to be like a news anchor or something, but it's a quick little soundbite between you and what's his name?
Devin.
Yeah.
Devin.
And but anyway, let's just take a quick listen to that.
I mean, I don't think a lot of people realize the survivor's guilt behind it.
Absolutely. When you lose someone like that, why not me?
Yeah.
Why them?
Mhm.
Why not me? And that's
A lot of us. Wow, I remember that.
I watched a few of your episodes.
Yeah.
That line right there hits a lot of us. What's your survivor's guilt?
I think when I was talking about that was right when Afghanistan, it was recent, got 13 soldiers were killed during a bombing when it was like when they were trying to
Abbey Gate, yeah.
Yes. And you think back on other events that you missed. Like, I mean, I had an IED explosion happen to us when we were in Afghanistan. But you just start thinking, like, how did I miss that? Like, what happened? Like, why was I spared? And so you start thinking about all the families that were affected. You start thinking about the could-haves, the what-ifs, and you just start thinking, like, I went through the same training they did. I encompassed the same thing that they did. Like, how did I miss that bullet? Like, how did I miss that bomb? And then you just start to feel bad. You start to, like, realize, that there's a deeper sense. But I think that it's just more of a survivor's guilt is exactly what it is. It's like, why did they have to go? Like, why was it them? Like, what, and you just, unfortunately, you start questioning your faith. You start questioning the what ifs. You like question, why is evil happening? And it's hard. It's heartbreaking. It really is when you go back and think, like, how many flags did I have to see leave Afghanistan? Like, I didn't even know these people, that got killed in combat. Like, and you're just standing there in front of their boots and their weapon and their Kevlar, and you're just giving them their final salute. And then you're on the flight line watching 10, 20 caskets get loaded into the plane with flags over them. It's like, how many more do we have to see? And that's where I think, your guilt comes in, because you just see that happening in front of you, and it's hard to process. It really is hard to process.
You cannot process it immediately, and it takes years. It takes years, and it's okay that that you can't get over it right away. You're not supposed to. It takes years, and that's okay. And you're here for a reason, and you are where you're at for a reason, making a difference every day for these veterans who need accessible entryways into their homes, whatever the case is, helping in the communication of all of that, what you do. And I want to talk a little bit more about Purple Heart Homes after we come back from the break. Welcome back to Stars of Service. I'm Brian Christensen. We're talking with retired Army Sergeant Leah Gutierrez. She works full-time for Purple Heart Homes up in Statesville. Mm-hmm. So what exactly do you do every day?
I am the newly appointed director.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Director of Program Services. So my responsibility is to oversee the project managers and, there's a house. And, squirrel.
There's a squirrel.
Yes.
Not in the video.
And just make sure that our projects that serve the veterans are staying on task and that getting served. Prior to that, I was in charge of the manufacturing and logistics and operations of our tiny homes, which are 10 by 32.
Which is that right there?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So your day is filled logistically almost identical to the kind of supply-ish that you were doing.
Yeah, so that's
deployed.
and that's the great thing about, sometimes you have a job and you're like military police. Like I do not want to be no offense, but at my age, when I got out, I did not want to have to go through
32.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Plus 10. I did not want to go through that training again, and also I was at a point where I was kind of done committing my life to a job where I wanted to focus on my family. And I knew that kind of position after I served 27 years. Oh my gosh. To just keep going. I have young kids. And so with that training, how do you take that into the civilian world?
Right.
So luckily, having a background in operations and logistics fit perfectly into working operations on making sure projects get done and logistics on getting the materials needed for that project.
Right.
The only thing I had to learn was construction terms. That was the only thing that was hard. I was like, I don't know what a 30/50 is, which is a window.
We're going to go to
anyway.
We're going to go to Lowe's or Home Depot, and we're
Yeah.
just going to study. Yes, exactly.
And learning blueprints. But that kind of training in my background is what helped, navigate the career that I'm doing now.
What's the best thing about your job right now?
Oh wow! Now I'm gonna tear up. When I got out, I lost my sense of purpose. So coming to Purple Heart Homes, I found my purpose. Giving back to those that paved the way for us. Building a ramp. I mean, I don't build, but being at a project where a veteran has not been able to leave his home in 5 years, unless it was by ambulance or family, and you built him a deck and ramp, and this veteran is going down the ramp at like 50 miles an hour, it seems like, without any safety rails, and he's able to leave his home. I mean, just seeing those small adjustments to their lives is one of the biggest things that you take for granted. We had one that was like gazing at his yard of where he's going to plant his garden next. It's just giving them that accessibility to actually be themselves again. It takes about $150,000 a year to put a loved one into assisted living, whereas you can spend that money if it's just a roof they need, or if they need widening of a bathroom, or if they need a ramp. I mean, just think about that one-time dollar amount allows that loved one to stay in their home and to maintain their independency and maintain their dignity.
You guys probably get inundated with requests.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, how do people reach out and learn more?
So they can go to phhusa.org, and they can look at all the amazing things that we have done, all the veterans that we have helped, and just read the articles, and there's an application process, and just fill it out. But
what's one thing that you want to tell, if you could write a letter? I'm going to jump back a little bit here. If you could write a letter to 19-year-old Leah, who's about to go into basic training, what would you tell her?
oh gosh, I think the same thing that I'm doing right now is just enjoy every moment that is thrown your way. Don't get hung up on the little ankle biter issues that happen, but just enjoy everything and realize that you have an amazing opportunity to reach out to people, to connect to people, to share your story, and continue to be yourself. I think that is the one thing that I have done, was maintain who I am and not get caught up in worldly events or, mainstream media, whatever. It was just staying true to who I was and not even worry about what people say about me or whatever they think. But that was just enjoy life. Just take it one day at a time and just remember your purpose. Your purpose that you were put on this earth was to serve. You joined the military to serve and protect. You're now working at Purple Heart Homes to serve and give back, and just to be a servant of God, and just to continue that mission, and just, I don't know, be a happy person.
I would say that you're more than, and you certainly create a lot of happiness around
Thank
people,
you.
around the people that you work with. And anytime you interact with any veteran anyway, of giving them any type of hope whatsoever, you are truly a star of service. So,
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for having me. I so enjoyed seeing you again.
Oh, shucks.
Thanks.
This was, we didn't have to go to Wisconsin or Maryland or
No,
some other far
it's right down the road.
place. Exactly. Thanks so much for watching Stars of Service on Queen City News Plus.
It is 3 o'clock on your Wednesday. Welcome into Queen City News Plus Live at the Blue Room Studios, where the days are long and the weeks... No, it's the days are short and the weeks are longer, right?
Yeah.
You just come up
Everything
with
seems
this.
longer when you're at work somehow.
Happy Wednesday to everybody here. Hump Day, as we got anchor Morgan Francis sitting in here, along with meteorologist Andrew Brightman's going to talk about our weather, up and down, roller coaster rainy weather that we have, a little bit of sunshine happening right now. And then producer-director Austin McCollum is going to be punching everything for us, bringing all this stuff up here that we're going to be talking about today. One of the first things, Morgan, we want to talk about, and that is Western North Carolina Congressman Chuck Edwards has decided to drop out of the race for his reelection campaign. It comes after a lot of ethics concerns and a lot of for a lot of people wanting him to be out of office, as well as he was going to be censured by the ethics committee.
So the House Ethics Committee released a report, and it detailed just really unprofessional conduct. They interviewed 16 witnesses and had 1,500 pages of evidence. So here are the allegations. They allege that Edwards showered staffers with over $1,000 in all sorts of gifts, jewelry, designer purses, shoes, vacations, laptops, cell phone, flowers, you name it. Sent text messages and written notes expressing just his affection, wrote poems for a staffer, and texted proposed skipping congressional votes to visit a staffer's home to decorate her Christmas tree. So, many relevant text messages, by the way, they said were either omitted or deleted by Edwards as well. So just kind of mounting allegations with how he treated female staffers. And now, of course, he has dropped out.
He had denied a lot of the. I guess he did not want to drop out for quite some time, but then it became very clear that he was not going to get the support going forward. Also, Edwards, he and his wife have sold a lot of their McDonald's restaurants. Talking about that type of relationship right now. But also his withdrawal now, the Republican ticket is going to have to choose a replacement candidate that's going to have to run on the Democratic nominee, Jamie Ager, who is still in the race. He issued a statement about Edwards' withdrawal, saying that it was a good thing, but it's a highly contested race now that is going to be happening in Western North Carolina. Even
Depending
though
on who's going to replace him, right?
Depending on who replaces him, and some of the names are just now coming to light right now, but certainly this is kind of happened just over the last 6 weeks or so that we've been hearing about Chuck Edwards and a lot of the allegations that have been happening.
He had mounting pressure from Republicans. I mean, there were private conversations that were happening, asking him to abandon his reelection campaign. And obviously now it's happened, but this is not just like an overnight decision. This is something that he had been facing, that mounting pressure to.
And some of these go
make
back
that
to
decision.
5-6 years ago.
Right.
Some of these allegations.
Staying with politics, we've got a whole list of stuff we have to get through with politics here. Representative Max Miller out of Ohio. He is going to stay in his reelection race as he faces claims of abuse from his ex-wife.
And also within his own family, there's been a lot of people calling for him to drop out of the race. He is a Trump guy. He worked in the Trump administration for the first term, and he says that President Trump had called him and says things don't look good for you right now. He is one who urged him to stay, get into politics in the first place. But there's a lot of interest in his family affairs that have been made very public. He has called for an ethics investigation himself to clear his own name about what has been happening. But a lot of the dirty laundry within this campaign has come out, and he has tried desperately and very aggressively to clear his own name in this.
He has said that this has just been a nasty divorce proceeding with his wife, and has said it has gotten ugly and it's gotten public. The allegations from his ex, Emily Moreno, accused Miller of throwing her against a wall, holding a gun to her head, and then fracturing their 2-year-old daughter's collarbone. There's more scrutiny because there was a Dropbox folder that was a part of all this evidence that Miller had shared with his followers on X of here's everything, right? But within that, one of the folders was actually a naked picture of his own daughter that his attorney forgot to take out of the folder. That was in relation to the allegations surrounding her fracturing her collarbone, which those allegations were ruled unsubstantiated when they were investigated. But again, that is just adding to the mounting pressure that he's facing. That this picture got released and he didn't know it was a part of the bulk.
Yeah, and he has gone
evidence.
on X, Twitter, and denied a lot of the allegations, saying no criminal charge has ever been filed against me. Part of the nasty divorce proceedings. He went on Jake Tapper on CNN yesterday for a good 30-minute interview to try and clear his name. And whether how this goes forward, we shall see, because this has certainly been a high-profile, damning case against Max Miller.
While he detailed Trump's concerns about his electability, Trump has still expressed support for him on Air Force One the other day, saying that he feels badly for Miller. And he told reporters that he hopes that Miller is able to work it out.
Yeah, and it was reportedly they called him today saying things don't look good, but he still backed him.
Right.
As far as he didn't go as far, even though people are putting pressure on President Trump to ask him to pull out of the race. President Trump has still been very reluctant to do so.
Right.
Let's talk about, let's go to Michigan right now, talk about some of the primaries that were happening last night across U.S. Senate. And Abdul El Sayed was a big win for progressives, for the Democrats, as he defeated Republican Congressman Haley Stevens. And this is a very tight race here, but this is kind of like it was a microscope on what's going on with the Democratic Party, the poll between the progressives and the moderate Democrats. And there has been a lot of call for Abdul Sayed here to pull together the party going forward, even though they're looking at this as a big win for progressives going forward, as he's going to be facing Mike Rogers, Republican for the Senate, coming up in Michigan in November.
I don't think necessarily Republicans are upset about him winning. I think they see this as the preferable candidate for them.
Sure,
just because of how he leans. Right, but
candidates.
This seat in particular, it is crucial for Democrats if they want to flip the Senate. So this will be one to watch in November for sure. He's faced attacks on his socialist leanings. It was a very messy campaign in the primary, and it sounds like some of that mudslinging is probably going to continue going into the general. So it'll be an interesting one to watch, but it's also a very important one to watch for Democrats. Also in Michigan, this is a weird one. So someone who dropped out of the race won against Trump's pick to take on Democratic Representative Kristen McDonald-Rivet in the 8th Congressional District there. So just an odd one is Republican Thomas Smith, retired engineer. He suspended his campaign last month and backed another candidate
who finished
also
third.
didn't win.
Yeah.
And then he won.
Yeah, so the Republican primary here for Congress, it's Amir Hassan. He's a Navy veteran, former law enforcement officer from Flint. It was backed by Trump. He did not win last night. And so this is Hassan. He had rallied with Trump in Milford, Michigan just last week. And so Smith is the winner here. He had dropped out and ended up third. So that's going to be a lot going forward to see how this is going to play out as far as trying to rally support for the Republican Party when you have a Trump-backed candidate who really has a lot of Trump-backed candidates as we've seen in Texas and we've seen from many other states going forward where they've been the winner.
Some have panned out, some have not.
Some have panned out, yeah.
But, when it comes to Thomas Smith, now all of a sudden he sounds like he's all
back in.
I mean, he went from dropping. He's got to convince voters that he's all in too. He went from dropping out of the race to all of a sudden saying he's looking forward to speaking with Speaker Johnson and the entire Republican team. Blah 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 blah. But so he came out with a statement saying he's ready to go, but just a month ago that wasn't the case.
It just proves to you how wacky politics can be here, and how they'll probably all coalesce together when it comes the first Tuesday in November. Another disturbing story that we're following here: Paris Hilton, celebrity blogger and podcaster here, had some disturbing stuff that was where he was live streaming. He was self-harming himself, according to a lot of the authorities in South Florida and Fort Lauderdale, Miami area. He is in the hospital right now. We're not showing you that video about what that was.
I didn't even watch it. I mean, there are a lot of videos that we see here on the news side and are not okay to release to the public. So we will edit those for those purposes. But per Austin's suggestion, he said, do not, usually you want to look up the video so you know what you're talking about. He
Well,
said,
TikTok
do not
pulled it.
look
Yeah.
up the video. The 48-year blogger was nude, covered in what looks like blood, and he was harming himself with a sharp object, possibly a box cutter, Austin.
Yeah, it was several objects people had reported seeing on the video that, like Brian had said, TikTok had taken down. Obviously now begins the process of Twitter as they moderate that type of
People
content.
Capture it and reshare it and all
Well,
that
a lot
stuff
of the
as
viewers,
well.
they were just pleading with him and asking him to stop. They were asking to
Mm-hmm.
call authorities and please get over there. But this is what you see a lot of times in this live streaming type of stuff that we've seen with a lot of people, and they take it to an extreme. And obviously, we certainly want the best for Perez Hilton going forward.
And up on the screen right now is if you're experiencing any sort of suicidal thoughts or your friends are, you can always call or text that number 988 24/7 and hopefully get on the track of getting any sort of help that you might need. Hilton was, by the way, taken to a hospital for treatment. He's got 3 young kids. The articles didn't say what is going to happen with those children, but again, hopefully he gets the help that he clearly needs.
Another story here we're tracking is the January 6th stuff here. District Judge Amit Mehta oversaw the Oath Keepers trial here. He criticized the Department of Justice move, writing that absolve all the defendants' crimes in the United States. It comes out that a lot of people have been wanting pardons or getting pardons from January 6th. And here, this is just the latest of the prosecution seeking to hold accountable those for those events on January 6th.
This was essentially a legal cleanup. So the judge didn't really have a choice in this matter. The Justice Department said that we want to vacate the remaining Oath Keepers convictions. They're the far-right anti-government
And
organization.
they were convicted of the most serious charges and for the most serious sentences.
Yeah, the founder, Stuart Rhodes, he was accused and convicted of basically organizing. He never went into the Capitol, but he organized a lot of stuff. And so the reason that this is, what I was saying, like kind of like a legal cleanup, is because, Trump had already pardoned all the, January 6 rioters. And so in terms of them being in jail, no one was in jail at this point. No one was released from jail as a part of this judge's decision. But this dismissal was, you can't move forward with a prosecution as a judge if the Justice Department is moving to dismiss.
Yeah, so you're right. He was saying, this is the decision that I had to do.
Didn't agree with it and
Didn't agree
made
with
that
it one
well
bit.
known. And I
But-
think it was Trump or the Justice Department who said, this is really not your place. But again, that is the situation. And the judge was, concerned that it could just kind of change the narrative of what happened that day. But again, this was something that the judge's hands were kind of tied. This is a decision that the Justice Department made, and so that's what they went forward with.
Let's talk about the weather right now. We're going to bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. And as we take a live look here from our Independence cam, looking back toward the skyline, you can see that's what kind of day it is. A lot of clouds hanging around. We haven't seen too much rain here in the Charlotte area, but we are concerned about rain going forward.
Yeah, that's right. We're dodging a little bit of scattered shower and storm activity here as we go throughout the rest of the day across the Carolinas. It's kind of a very similar pattern out there, guys, that we have every single day, at least through the weekend. You're going to be hearing some very similar themes with my forecast over the next couple of minutes. So we got a stalled system, more hit and miss showers and storms on the way. Could see a little bit of isolated street flooding, some severe storm potential. It's really severe storm potential, though, is fairly low here. It's very, very isolated in nature, staying very warm and humid. Humid is the bigger story. We're not going to be seeing temperatures up in the middle 90s at least until next week, but certainly going to be seeing that elevated humidity with dew points in the low 70s across the Carolinas. 85 in Charlotte right now. As we get up in the mountains, you can see all that cloud cover as we get up into the higher elevations. Pinpoint radar starting to see a few more scattered showers out there down across portions of the Sandhills, also up in the foothills and mountains as well. And probably see this become a little bit more numerous as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon here across the region. We zoom out a little bit more. We've got cloud cover, some scattered showers moving in across portions of the central Carolinas here with a lot of cloud cover and localized downpours to be had over the next few days. Temperatures across southeast, a lot of mid-80s to low 90s out there. Let's zoom in, though, with Futurecast. Those pop-up showers and storms through this evening. Not going to be a complete washout. Many people will stay dry here across the Carolinas. I want to emphasize that. People keep asking me, Andrew, what's going on with weather? Am I going to see rain? Are we going to see rain here? All I can say is I wish I had a better answer. It's just scattered, isolated showers and storms out there across the region. I know people hate that answer, but just got to keep it real. Anyway, noon here on your Thursday. We start off with the dry weather, and then we see those popcorn showers and storms developing during the afternoon here across the region. Some people say dry. Some people will see locally heavy rain out there across the Carolinas. Overnight, heading into your Friday, we see the cloud cover to start here in the morning. I'm about to sneeze. Woo! This weather is nothing to sneeze at, though, everyone here, as we head into your
And he
Friday.
just carries on
I
like
gotta I'm a professional, guys. And then we see maybe a little bit more localized wet weather as we go throughout your Friday afternoon into the evening hours. Getting the Oscar music here. Let's go right to your 7-day pinpoint 7-day forecast here across the Carolinas. As we look ahead, very similar forecast, at least until Sunday. Then we start to dry out a little bit more, and then we get a little bit hotter as we get to your Monday and Tuesday.
All right, Andrew. Well, I know you have to quickly get out of here so you can check social media and see how many people clipped that and are sharing your sneeze
I
across
would
the
be
internet.
if I am that important that people are clipping that. I will not be embarrassed. I will be honored.
Yeah.
I will crown myself.
You know what? I'm gonna go clip it myself then.
I mean, if I'm being honest, I've come really close to sneezing on air. Not yet, but, I'm sure it'll happen someday.
Oh yeah, we've had a lot of things that we happen close to happening on air, and actually do happen on air.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Hey, coming up, nearly 30 years. This is crazy to believe it's been 30 years since Tupac Shakur was killed in Vegas. The man,
I remember it well.
The man who prosecutors say orchestrated the whole thing is finally going to trial. We'll have details of that coming up in just a little bit. More Queen City News Plus Live after this. 3:20, almost on the dot on your Wednesday. Thank you so much for joining us here on Queen City News Plus Live. 84 degrees out there. Just going to have to kind of keep your eye to the sky. We've got those spotty showers just kind of making their way through our area today. Brian mentioned this before we went to commercial break. 30 years after Tupac was killed in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Dwayne Davis, 63 years old now, is headed to trial. The only reason he's the only one headed to trial is because he's the only one who's still alive. But it's not likely to reveal who pulled the trigger, but they said that he kind of orchestrated the same thing. And you were just saying you just so happened to be in Vegas in that area when the shooting happened.
I was there that weekend standing at the MGM Grand. It was fight night for Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
He had just knocked out Bruce Seldon. It was a big thing happened with Tupac was there, and he was killed with Suge Knight, who was the driver of this car. They were going to perform after being there. He was in a BMW. And it just a lot of people have been wondering. I mean, this is a big time. Tupac was bigger, larger than life at that time with the rappers. The rap scene was just huge, and
gang rivalries.
Were going on.
Labels.
But there were never anyone that really came forward. But what happened over the years is that Dwayne Keffy D. Davis here had admitted so much in some sort of like documentary that he was a part of it. And a lot of the prosecutor's case here is on that type of situation.
I mean, they kind of reopened it. It was never like closed, but they kind of reopened it in a way after he made those statements. And they believe that he kind of orchestrated the whole thing, that he had the gun that killed Tupac. And so, he's expected to go to trial on Monday. So we'll see.
Yeah. Tupac, he was
been in
shot
jail since 2023.
multiple times. He died 6 days later. It was just this is just going to bring up a lot of memories for a lot of people.
His family.
And also one of the things you're going to have to watch in this case is the evidence that they do have and what comes out for the prosecutors and how much they're able to lay their case to the jury in this.
New information coming about Anthropic and OpenAI testing their technology to see if it essentially goes rogue. And it keeps doing weird things. So their AI models broke into third-party software and tried to steal login credentials through email. Here's the wild part. I'm just going to read the whole thing. Anthropic's Mythos 5 model attempted a supply chain attack by creating multiple fake identities
to convince people like you and me.
Pressured an open source developer into introducing malicious code. That failed, tried to conceal its actions, and considered creating a new identity to continue the effort. Also collaborated with other AI models to gain the trust of human engineers.
It is just fascinating to understand the depths and the breadth of how intense and how scary this new technology and relentless it can be. And that's the idea behind it. They were unsuccessful. They didn't have any result in any real world harm. But it also brings up a thing where, my sister-in-law, who is a law professor at Duke, she's also an AI ethics expert. She speaks all over the world about it. And she talks about this thing called PDOOM. And PDOOM is called the probability of doom. And it's the shorthand form for it. But basically, it's the estimate that's used in the tech and AI safety communities where they always talk about the chance of advanced artificial intelligence that's going to cause human extinction or permanent civilization collapse. This is what they say that this is the end game of how it's all going to happen, as we can see. But she was at about 15%, which is where most people kind of are. There are some alarmists or extremists that are probably up in about the 70 or 80%, where that's going to be the mutual extinction of the world because of AI.
Humankind.
Her level is going up as I've talked to her about these type of things that have been happening because you see.
It's crazy.
Yes, it's called PDOOM. Yes, it's called probability of doom.
I mean, we've already had a number of instances where AI has gotten out of control, breaching Hugging Face's infrastructure. And then there was another one where during testing, AI accessed systems at 3 external companies. So President Trump has said that his administration is considering expanding just oversight of AI because we've had so many of these incidents.
One of the things that you've seen with tech, they've never really been able to rein in big tech. When it comes to like Facebook or any kind of social media over the years, there's always been that threat of doing it, but
it's like an outsider
really
trying
happens.
to understand it all. It's like when they question Zuckerberg on Capitol Hill, and they're just trying to figure out how to post to their Facebook page. But, you know, trying to understand it and then rein it in at the same time are two very difficult things to do at the same time.
Speaking of big tech, SpaceX, Elon Musk, he's planning to build out some land-based mobile services now, and he's trying to encroach upon the Verizons, the AT&Ts, and the T-Mobiles. His company, he's trying to increase his mobile presence now.
Right. So Starlink acquired basically extra wireless capacity from EchoStar. And it basically gives Starlink airwaves to expand its mobile services. And Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile, all of their shares fell between like 2.2 and 4% today as a result. Starlink is one of the more profitable sides of Elon Musk's, various companies that he has. And so they do quite well. It's more person to person, as we saw with Hurricane Helene. It's in areas that
we used
people
it over
don't
there in
have
Lake Lure
access.
and Chimney Rock that day.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you're able to get a signal out in a call to your loved ones. So again, just taking that and expanding upon it and having it be its own, mobile network looks like that's where they're headed. And that was announced in their new earnings call that they just had.
Fascinating.
Yeah. You know what else is fascinating?
Yeah.
This next rendition of the Star Spangled Banner.
I'm feeling very patriotic. We'll have more of that coming up. You're watching Queen City News Plus live.
Say, can you see by the dawn's early light?
It doesn't get any better. It's just the whole thing.
This is happening at a women's professional baseball.
It was the inaugural game.
Yeah, and a lot of people are very uncomfortable, as you can see from this rendition of the national anthem. And I think the one young lady who first started out sounded great. The other two in the background, what were they doing?
I mean, this is Motown legend Martha Reeves who's singing. So it's supposed to be such a big name for this inaugural game. Yeah. And then all of a sudden the three started singing and the whole crowd is like, what is this? It's one of those things. She said it wasn't a performance that she had hoped for, blamed it on field conditions, and she couldn't hear herself correctly. But,
that's so sad. But yeah.
Yikes. Yikes, yikes.
Hey, thanks for watching here on Queen City News Plus Live today. Have a great day.
Welcome into Turnkey on Queen City News Plus, your go-to show for everything real estate. We talk about the latest market trends, do's and don'ts of the industry, and provide expert advice on navigating this dynamic landscape that we call home. And today we're going to feature a very nice property on Lake Norman listed for a cool $18 million. If it sells for that, by the way, it would be the most expensive listing in North Carolina history to sell by a long shot. The runner-up was $14 million. And the guy who's got the listing is Tom Bramhall. Tom, you've been on the show before, and it was wonderful having you, so we thought we'd have you back.
I'm back.
Yeah. I noticed fireworks. Did you actually light some fireworks for that listing video?
I would love to say yes, but that
Little bit of
actually
AI?
was the beauty of AI.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say they look too perfect,
Yeah.
but it did give me a nice visual of what my life would be like if I decided to purchase this house.
Oh yeah, yeah. The property is insane, and being on an island, you'd be able to see all the fireworks around the 4th of July.
Yeah. So where exactly is this on Lake Norman?
It's in Cornelius.
Okay.
So that would be right off exit 28 on I-77. But yeah, it's right in the heart of Cornelius.
I noticed that it's Regatta Island. The road leading up to it is, I believe, Regatta Island Drive. Okay. But with a lot of these high dollar listings, you see this on HGTV a lot, that they give the house a name.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
You know, it's branding and marketing
Yeah.
is I think the biggest part of it. But I actually went through that myself. Was trying to come up with a name for the property,
Mhm.
and then I just ended up I was like, you know what, Regatta Island.
Keep it simple. It
It's
kind
Regatta Island.
It is. It's
on an island.
It's a great name for it. Actually, one of your marketing videos, you say something like, "How would you like your own personal island?"
Yeah.
And I thought, well, I would. I really would. I don't know if I would get approved for that big of a mortgage, though, unfortunately. So how do you get to even get in the room of having the conversation with these sellers? Ivester Jackson is the firm where you hang your license, and they're known for having some luxury listings. I know Reed Jackson, we've interviewed him in the past. He's had the most expensive listing in North Carolina over in the Highlands. But how do you get the listing? How do you get your foot in the door?
A lot of it's just relationship based, right?
Mhm.
That's how I was able to obtain this listing was through relationships. I think most agents, especially in the higher price points, it's a lot of it's relationship based. So yeah, just having a tight network and being available and being in the right place at the right time and putting in the work and having the relationship.
What's this I hear about something involving like a poker game or something?
Yeah. So, I was invited to a poker game. I met the seller, and just shooting the
In the breeze.
Yeah. And I had a good time with everybody that was there, and just kind of continued to foster that relationship, and then kind of came time to sell the home. I wasn't really aware that that was gonna be the day.
Was the poker game at the house?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So you didn't have any recon.
No,
You had to pitch it there.
Yeah, it was nearby, and then just one day just said, "Hey, just meet me at the house, and we'll take a look at it and let me know what you think." And then from there, it was just kind of coming up with a marketing plan and coming up with a game plan to launch the property and try to get it out there to sell it.
So what do you think set yourself apart when you show up at the house? I'm assuming you had some time to prepare for the appointment, but how do you sell yourself when you know that you're not the only one they're interviewing?
Yeah, I think part of it is having the relationship that helps a lot, but then also having the right firm. Our firm sells most of the properties on the lake, and then around Lake Norman. So that was a component of it, but also having the skill set with marketing. My background.
I was just gonna say
in
your
marketing.
background is marketing. You used to have what was it, Real Producers? Was it?
Yeah, I created a real estate magazine here locally, and then a video company where all we did was video content, and then I decided to get into the sales side of real estate. So my whole background was on marketing, and I already knew all the players in the industry, and then got into the sales side of it, and then just applied what I already knew, and having a big network. I've had a big network. I lived in Lake Norman for 30 years.
Well, it's easy to sell Lake Norman when you live there.
Yeah, I live
You
there.
understand it. You understand setback rules and,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I live on the
frontage.
lake, so
Yeah.
I understand the lake, and so it kind of all of those ingredients kind of came together, and we're able to get the listing. So now we got to get it sold.
Yeah. Too bad you're so shy that shooting videos must be so painful for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I know it's terrible. Well, having previously had a video company, I got a lot of reps in,
Yeah.
and I actually have a lot of fun with doing the video content. I know a lot of agents don't necessarily like doing that kind of stuff. For me, it's fun, and it's it's just how I market.
You know what I think it is it's so difficult when you're out shooting something to have the energy. I mean, you have to output 10x energy that
Yeah.
you have in that moment. And it seems like you're sometimes doing too much, but then when you watch it back on TV, it looks normal, right? And so when you're at someone else's house, walking through it, and you're not in your personal element, right? You're not in your home. You have to look comfortable and
Yeah.
confident
Yeah, you do.
and rattle off the lines like
Yeah,
like
and-
you're talking off
and-
the cuff.
Yeah, and oftentimes people think it's like it's so easy, or you did it like one time, and it's like I might have done it like 3 or 4 times to try to get it
Just right.
to get it right. But yeah, you kind of have to like overemphasize what you're saying so it translates on camera.
Mhm.
So and I don't know, for whatever reason, I always get like shyer on the camera, and people are like, just do what you normally do,
Right.
and you'll
Just
be fine.
be Tom.
Yeah.
Just be Tom.
Yeah.
So I think I've met most of your family.
Yeah.
Your brother Steve is a good friend of ours, and I don't know if I've met a quiet Bram Hall.
No. Well, you haven't met the loudest one then.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
So who's the loudest one then?
My brother Jim.
You think Jim?
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
Jim is all right.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Big personality.
All right, I've talked to him on the phone. He seemed a little shy, but maybe
Yeah.
that was just because I was asking him to come on TV.
That's probably it.
let's talk about the house. It's obviously gorgeous. Is that cedar on the outside?
Yep. Cedar exterior, stone slate roof.
Mm.
Yep.
What's
Pretty
your?
home.
It's north of 12,000 square feet. What is your favorite part of the home, or is it on the outside?
There's so many things I like about the house, but living in Race City, USA, having an 8-car garage is, I think, a unique feature. A lot of homes that are in this category tend to have, a 4-car garage, and this has an 8-car garage. So if you're a car lover, you can park all your hot rods or exotics or whatever you have right there at home.
So I got to ask the question that everyone's wondering, and I know what your answer is going to be, but I have to ask it anyway, is who's the seller? Okay. All right. We'll let that one slide just this time.
Yeah.
That's not uncommon though. You see with a lot of these properties that they like their privacy, and they have these houses is on 3 acres, right? They have it as far away from everyone else for a reason. They want to enjoy the peace and quiet life.
Well, I think that's also a big selling point for this property too, is the privacy. Yeah, you're located right in the heart of Cornelius. You're 30 minutes from uptown. And yes, it actually is 30 minutes because you can jump in the fast lane and you can get right there. I can be in South End in like 30 minutes.
It's going to cost you, but if you purchase this house, you probably don't care about the fast lane.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that's the privacy component, because when you pull into the property, you kind of go through a neighborhood, and then there's a gate, and then the gate opens up to your 3-acre island on Lake Norman. That's fully fenced all the way around. The property is 1,250 feet of shoreline, and then actually there's trees that surround the entire shoreline of the property, and we actually limbed them up about 8 feet. So when you're sitting there at the pool or on the back deck, and you can kind of look out and you can see the boats and you can see all that, but it's very private.
Okay.
And actually, when I drove my own boat over there just the other day, I was like, wow, you really can't see up onto the property like from the boat. Like you'd have to get really close to see up onto it. So I think for somebody looking for privacy when they're at their pool deck, they have it.
How long did, from the conversation of, yes, we want to hire you as our agent, to hitting the ground running, to actually having it listed?
Yeah.
How long did that take? And if you're comfortable saying, because I think a lot of people don't understand the monetary investment from the agent side, and the time that it takes. Just tell me what all goes into getting a property ready to list and how long that takes and involved.
Yeah, so from the interview until we had it listed, I think it was about 5 weeks, maybe 4 to 5 weeks. But I went into the listing with a plan already, as if I had the listing. Like in my head, I felt like I was going to leave there with the nod saying yes, guy. So I had already had a marketing plan in place. So really after that, it was just executing it. So that part was already in place. And because the home was, I would say, lightly lived in, the house was finished in July of 2024. So it's barely even been. So I had access to it, and there wasn't anybody really there. So it was kind of easy to get access and be able to do some of the marketing things that I needed to do. So yeah, we got it up and running pretty quickly, within a month. And then what was the second question?
If you're comfortable, the monetary side of it, and how much goes into marketing a property like this? What's all involved?
Yeah, it's a sizable investment. I mean, a house like this, you get lucky enough to sell it right away, or take here, sell a property like that. I think
or some who that doesn't sell at all, and then it goes off market and shows up under another agent's name. That happens too. Confident that this is not going to happen with you, but it does happen.
Yeah. No, it's tens of thousands of dollars to market a property like this, and that's the side that, HGTV and all that, they want to show you as like, they always focus on what your commission is, if you sell the property. but they're not factoring in, your splits and your taxes and then all your big marketing investment and your time and all of that stuff. And yes, it's a great living. Yes, it's a great commission, but there's also expenses that are associated with it.
Go into splits for people who might not understand that and how that kind of plays out for agents.
Yeah. So as a realtor, you would hang your license with a firm, and at that firm, they have expenses of being a business too. So to hang your license, they charge you a percentage of whatever your commission is. That goes back to the firm, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
And obviously taxes, and then all of a sudden you see this commission that's just like it started here and now it's here, then it's here, and then it's here, and you're like, man,
Yep.
okay.
It slowly erodes away.
Yeah. Uncle Sam likes to take his cut
Yeah,
too.
that's it.
How do you come up with the price? There are no comps.
Right. Yeah. So, at that price point, obviously you look to see in the area if there are comps, then you'll look and see, further out in other parts of the state, houses that are like that, are in that category, what maybe one has sold for, what one's on the market for. And then, you look at that plus, build costs and land costs and all of that stuff, and then work with your client on kind of arriving at a price. And listing is, it's an invitation to do business, right? So I think you have to invite buyers through price and marketing to come view your home, to then hopefully for them to submit an offer and then negotiate on what the sale price is that both parties are going to agree on. So I always look at listing price as an invitation to business.
This one's been on the market for under a month. I think you've already dropped the price by $1 million, which is, it's always perspective, right?
Yep.
For a home that's priced initially at 19, now at 18. What is that conversation like? Maybe if not specifically with this client, just generally, how do you have that conversation with a client of when to drop the price, why to drop the price, to what to, what?
I think it starts on the very front end is setting expectations. When you're at this price point, it's letting people know like, hey, this house, you're in a very, very small buyer pool here. And what is your how would you like to handle price drops? And then asking the client like how they would like to handle that, and just see where they are on it. Some people are a hard line in the sand. They want to be at this price and that's it. And some people are, hey, we're more negotiable, or, you can set an expectation of, hey, if we haven't gotten any showings or we haven't gotten any offers, within, 30 days, we should probably look at maybe doing a price reduction. And it's really different for everybody. In this case, we've been on the market here just a few weeks, and, sellers like, hey, do a price reduction. Like, okay.
Sounds good. You're the boss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a little different.
Yeah.
For Each case.
What would be one of the most common misconceptions about either a property like this, listing a property like this, or the space within the industry that you're in?
Well, I think just agents specifically would love to have a property like that, a property like this.
Oh, yeah.
And would love to be a luxury agent. But I think it also comes with a lot as well. There's a big expectation that's with that. And
Because
you're asking for a lot.
you do have other listings, right?
Yeah.
And you're still showing buyer clients homes, but this is kind of your baby right now.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there are other agents that if they have a house like this is their job for the year, essentially. But what are some of those expectations that you feel like are different when you list a luxury home versus a $500,000 home? Obviously, you're still going to put your all into it, but
Yeah, I think, I've treated all my houses kind of the same. In some regards, right? So I offer staging, staging something that I offer with all of my houses, but obviously this house was fully furnished and decorated and beautiful, and it's like I
Mhm.
didn't have to do anything.
Right.
It was gorgeous.
most agents would probably ask the seller to pay for staging, right?
In a lot
In
of
a lot of
instances,
situ-
yeah, and and some do, and some, some don't do it at all. It's just I've very particular marketing wise, and especially in this industry, I just feel like, or in this market right now, you really have to market a property, and it has to be ready to go. So I feel like staging's part of it, but I just think it's setting expectations, setting of what to expect, But I think that's with any house, regardless of the size of it. I think the stakes are just higher with a larger price point.
When it comes to the larger price point, luxury is just very different than maybe first-time home buyers who are looking to purchase a home. The first-time home buyers are watching the rates.
Yep.
How do you feel like luxury has changed throughout the years? Do you feel like it's gotten stronger, or do you feel like, I guess, what's the level of interest in
Right
luxury?
now, I think the higher price points are doing really well. That under 5 million at the lake is doing really well. If it's on the water, move-in ready, and it's under 5 million, it's moving. I
What's
think.
entry at the lake right now?
Oh,
If you want waterfront in a home that
you
at
want
least
good
doesn't
water.
need major renovations.
Yeah, if you want good water and a house that doesn't need major renovations, I think it's $2 million.
Okay.
I think 2 million is your benchmark.
That's not surprising.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. Yeah. And with waterfront, it varies because Lake Norman, you could be in the back of a cove and it be
Right.
on the water, but it's narrow, it's skinny water, it's not a big view. You have
Christian
access.
McCaffrey's home,
Yeah.
which he ended up keeping, by the way. It was on the market, and they ended up deciding to keep the house. He's tucked back in
Yep.
a cove for a very specific reason. He was really worried that he didn't want people, driving boats past his house and invading his privacy.
Yep.
So, I mean, there is a market for that too, but I think most people would want the view to be on,
Big view.
either the main channel or
view,
right off
big
the main
water.
channel.
Yeah. I mean, that's really what people want, but you also have to pay for that. So it might
Right.
be a
Sunrise
tear
versus
down,
sunset.
brick ranch or something. They're like, why is that $3 million? Well, because of the view. But you take that same house and you put it in the back of a cove where it has seasonal water and your dock is sitting in the mud in January because they dropped the lake
Well,
levels.
everyone's sitting
it's
in
a
the mud
totally
right now.
different price. Yeah, right now the lake is so low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lake Norman's always a little bit better than Mountain Island Lake and Lake Wiley when it comes to water levels because it controls it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We like to think we're the best lake.
Yeah. I wouldn't argue necessarily with that. So what else about selling waterfront is just different? What do people not know?
Well, I think where you're located on the lake, understanding what is important to them. If they're from out of town and they're from out of town, it's like, hey, this is what you can access, by the water. Understanding if are they big boaters? What do they know about boating? What would they like to do on the lake? And then being able to better hone them in on, hey, if you're on, the east side of Brawley School Road in Mooresville, you're able to access, Eddie's and Hello Sailor and all of these different restaurants. But if you're on the other side, it's a much longer drive, right? If you're in the back of a cove and you're purchasing a home and your dock is different than a dock that you would want on the main channel. On the main channel, you would want a fixed dock because boats are driving by it all day long, lots of waves, you get a lot of wear and tear on your dock. You need an agent that knows that because, a dock is $100,000, $200,000.
And regardless, you put your name and phone number on the dock because if something happens, a big storm, and it starts to go downstream, at least if someone finds it, they might give you a call.
Get your dock back.
Yeah, get your dock back.
Yeah.
I'm from Green Bay, Wisconsin. It would happen all the time,
Yeah.
especially, people, when winter's coming, they don't take their dock out, and all of a sudden it's gone when the ice comes through. So it happens. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So just understanding the waterfront, how people want to leverage the lake. Are they commuting? Are they going to be commuting into Charlotte every day for work? All right. Well, this is what this is what you can expect on drive times and traffic. That kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're on the west, even just being the west side of the lake versus the east side of the lake, there's a big difference in commute time there.
Yeah, commute and amenities, schools, like all of that. All of that stuff. There's a big difference between the Mooresville, Cornelius, I-77 corridor than there is on the Denver side, which is Highway 16.
Going back to this beautiful house that you've listed, we mentioned that it's called Regatta Island. Regatta is kind of lends itself to sailing. Any sort of connection there with sailing or a passion there, or is it just
for me personally?
No, for you personally.
No.
Just curious if
Yeah.
that's what inspired the name.
No, it was just the road name. So, and the neighborhood.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's a beautiful house, Tom, and I hope that you have luck selling it. I can't imagine anyone would want to say no to this, but I guess it's got to be right for the right person.
We have had a showing, so
Okay.
had a showing. So
Fingers crossed.
fingers crossed.
Yeah.
We need a couple more of the right showings.
Yeah. It just takes one, right?
It just takes one.
Well, thank you so much for coming on Turnkey. Really appreciate it. Making the drive all the way from
Oh yeah,
Lake
easy drive.
Norman.
No
Yeah,
problem.
yeah. Appreciate you being on the show.
Thank you.
To everyone else out there, thank you so much for watching this latest episode of Turnkey on Queen City News Plus. We'll see you next time.
News. Another police officer accused of misusing flock cameras. What Mooresville leaders are saying about the officer's actions and their use of the technology.
Well, it's more of the same in the weather department today. Another hot and humid day. Another round of those scattered showers and storms. Today, most of them are popping up so far in the mountains and foothills. I'll track those where we could see more developing later on this evening and tracking some hotter weather on the way for the weekend. Pinpoint weather forecast coming up.
And a North Carolina congressman dropping his re-election bid. What voters are saying about Chuck Edwards' decision and the scandal driving him out of the race. Good afternoon. I'm Matt Stella in for Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at 4 starts with breaking news out of Mooresville. Police officials there say one of their own has been arrested and fired for misusing the flock camera system. Queen City News reporter David Schumann joins us live from Mooresville Police Headquarters. David, what all do we know right now?
Matt, Mooresville's police chief says that Officer Elizabeth Snowman accessed the flock system 31 times in order to track her boyfriend's ex-wife. He says she did it while she was on duty and off. The chief also told us there are other officers in his department currently being investigated for misuse of the cameras. And he said we could be back here days from now talking about another arrest. Still, he believes the positives of the cameras in assisting police work outweigh the negatives.
People don't have an expectation of privacy in plates that really aren't owned by them or owned by the state anyway. But the question becomes what's being done with that data. So that's the rub here, right? It's not so much, they talk about the privacy issue, but listen, there's cameras everywhere. You drive by Ring doorbell cameras every day of your life, right? They're picking up those images. The problem becomes what do you do with, what happens with the data that's collected? Or in this case, what are cops doing that shouldn't be cops in the first place doing with this stuff?
Snowman has been released on bond. Now, there are constitutional questions surrounding these flock cameras. The question has not been settled in the courts, but there are legal cases pending. Many people have concerns over the invasion of privacy they say that the cameras entail. Reporting live in Mooresville, David Schumann, Queen City News.
David, thank you. Now, this announcement comes after the arrest of a Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officer for allegedly using the flock camera system illegally. According to court documents, Seth Elliott tipped off an alleged drug dealer about a vehicle that undercover officers were using to investigate him in Watauga County. Elliott is on unpaid administrative leave pending an internal affairs investigation. His criminal case is due back in court later this month. We're following some more breaking news now out of Caswell County. Officials say 3 people are dead and another in the hospital after a mass shooting. Deputies found the bodies before 8 this morning at a rural home northwest of Prospect Hill. Investigators say the shooter is among the people killed. They're not saying what led to the gunfire, but deputies say there is no threat to anyone else. We will update you both on air and online as we learn more. Well, the man who represents much of western North Carolina in the U.S. House says he will not seek re-election. Congressman Chuck Edwards faced mounting calls to drop out after a House ethics investigation found that he had inappropriate relationships with at least 2 different staffers. Chief political correspondent Andy Weber spoke with voters in Hendersonville about the scandal.
It's this extensive report from the House Ethics Committee that seemed to convince both voters here in Henderson County, as well as Chuck Edwards himself, that he should drop out of the race for North Carolina's 11th congressional district.
Obviously, the Ethics Committee found they were credible, and yeah, there's no place for that kind of behavior.
I'm really still researching it, but I'm leaning towards he probably should step out of the race.
Henderson County voters reacting Wednesday following this early morning post on X from U.S. Rep. Chuck Edwards. Edwards writing in part, quote, "After much prayer and reflection, I've decided to withdraw from my re-election campaign." His announcement coming just days after the release of this report from the House Ethics Committee, accusing Edwards of giving 2 of his female staffers expensive gifts, taking them on lavish trips, and sending them messages in the middle of the night discussing personal and romantic thoughts. Edwards' office not providing additional comment on Wednesday, and no one was available for an interview at his district office in Hendersonville.
This is a stunner. We just haven't seen anything like this. Really North Carolina politics in a very long time.
Western Carolina professor Chris Cooper says now it's up to local Republican officials to find a replacement to face Democrat Jamie Ager in November.
Whoever enters this race is going to have a real fundraising deficit and perhaps a name recognition problem. One real benefit Chuck Edwards had, of course, was name recognition. Whoever it is not going to have that kind of recognition.
And party officials have about 10 days to consider a new appointment for this race. Because of that, Cooper expects to learn the name of the new candidate within the next week or so. Edwards, for his part, says he will serve out the remainder of his current term, set to expire in January. Reporting in Hendersonville, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Early voting for South Carolina's special Republican Senate primary is officially underway. Polls will be open from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. through this Friday. Voters need a valid photo ID to cast a ballot. The winner will face Democratic nominee Dr. Annie Andrews in the November general election. The special primary to replace the late Senator Lindsey Graham is next Tuesday, August 11th. 4 of the Republican candidates took the debate stage last night. We'll hear more from them in our next half hour. Well, you're looking live at Independence Boulevard in East Charlotte. We're seeing More showers pop up across the area. Now let's turn to Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane at the Pinpoint Weather Center. And Tara, are we expecting any storms late tonight like we saw yesterday?
It is a possibility, Matt. Yes, indeed. So far, so dry around the Charlotte area, much of the Charlotte metro, really. But up in the mountains and foothills, some of the big winners today. Maybe you don't want to see any more rain, but you are getting it here. And in some cases, seeing some heavier showers and even a couple of isolated strong storms, mainly up toward the higher elevation. So looking northwest of Morganton, moving through the mountains of Burr County, up into the high country of Caldwell County, too. These are all drifting north today, as opposed to yesterday. They were kind of moving from east to west across the region. We've got a heavier storm approaching North Wilkesboro right now. Some scattered activity around Avery County and lifting up toward Boone and parts of Ashe County. Again, most of the Piedmont is dry, just a little couple of tiny isolated showers. We have one that's been moving through the eastern part of Union County and some heavier activity moving into portions of southern Lancaster and parts of Chesterfield County. In case you're wondering just how much rain have we picked up here over the past few days. And some of these higher numbers, some of that fell just only over the course of a couple of hours, and so that's why flooding will continue to be the main threat with any of these downpours. 5-6 inches, and that was with that flash flooding that was happening last night around Stanfield and southwestern Stanley County and down into sections of Lancaster County as well. So yes, we've got more of this to come, just a typical summertime pattern heading into the weekend. That will come with some hotter temperatures too. Check it out, my Pinpoint weather forecast in a few minutes.
Looking forward to it, Tara. Thank you. The man accused of shooting his girlfriend on I-77 before turning the gun on himself has now died. The shooting happened last month at the Brawley School exit, or Brawley School Road exit in Mooresville. Authorities say Jacoby Ramseur shot his girlfriend in the head as she was driving. She died last week from her injuries. Police say text messages between the pair from the night before the shooting mentioned a murder-suicide pact. Well, millions of state dollars may be on the line as Mecklenburg County leaders try to chart a path forward for juvenile detention. As Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone tells us, it comes as Sheriff Gary McFadden already plans to partially reopen a former juvenile jail to ease overcrowding at the Uptown Detention Center.
We want to run it. Allow us to run it. You have the $38 million.
A heated debate unfolds as Sheriff Gary McFadden and Children's Alliance Advocacy Director Frank Crawford disagreed over plans to reopen Jail North for juvenile detainees. This disagreement comes as McFadden plans to partially reopen the jail later this month to help with capacity issues for adult inmates at the main jail in Uptown.
Youth do better long term when they are served in their home communities. We have to be able to figure this out.
Crawford is calling on county and state leaders this week to reach an agreement or risk losing millions from the state to fully renovate and open it back up for kids. The problem, McFadden wants to operate the facility, but Crawford says they would have to lease it to the state.
It's just waiting on the state to come to the table and do what they need to do. But if Mr. Crawford has these things to fix it, and advocating as he's done, it should be an easy task.
Even if state leaders release the funding to reopen Jail North, county leaders tell us it would be impossible to keep it open.
We just don't have the money. When we're paying for mental health and public education and the courts and the sheriff's office, a bunch of stuff that the state should be paying for, and they're not.
The main detention center is currently over capacity by nearly 300 inmates. They will be transferred to Jail North soon, but McFadden doesn't want this to hamper discussion for juvenile housing. He says there is enough space for everyone.
You don't have to lease it, you don't have to worry about it. Provide us the funding, we will build it and run it. One of the problems with the numbers he's giving is that the state and the county are not going to agree to pay $18 million a year for a juvenile detention center here.
McFadden is asking for 120 days to find a path forward. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
And tonight, Mecklenburg County Commissioners will discuss how the new North Carolina state budget affects their government and the residents they serve. Among the planned discussions are talks about the provision to claw back funding for rejecting the I-77 Express Lanes project. Avoiding it would require the county to reverse its opposition to the project. The budget also includes more funding to hire and train social services workers. Commissioners will meet at 6 tonight in Uptown.
Showers and storms not quite as widespread as they were 24 hours ago. Most of the Charlotte metro is still nice and dry. It's hot and it's sunny. Temperatures sitting in the upper 80s. I'm tracking even more of a warm up on the way by the weekend and more rounds of showers and storms where they could be popping up by tomorrow. That's next.
A bill impacting North Carolina voting may be vetoed by Governor Stein. The reason Republicans may delay an override vote until November. And a lawsuit gets the backing for thousands of FBI agents. How their case targets Trump administration firings. Live look from West Charlotte on this Wednesday afternoon. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Governor Josh Stein says he will veto one of two election bills that North Carolina lawmakers are sending to his desk. Shabnam Dinesh has more on why Republicans say there's no rush on an override vote.
Governor Josh Stein says House Bill 958 would, quote, make it harder for you to vote, introduces unnecessary chaos into elections, and invites sore losers to try to overturn an election they lost. That's why he plans to veto the bill. The biggest change would reduce the number of early voting days from 17 days to 10 days for primary elections.
When you look at the stats and, people generally don't use most of those days, and obviously primaries are lower turnout, reducing that still gives more than enough time.
House Speaker Destin Hall says any veto override would happen after the general election.
If it's overridden in November, then there'll be plenty of time to do that. And, it's important to remember that deals with primary elections. We didn't mess with early voting in the general election, although, there are some folks who would like to see that done.
The bill would also require post-election audits and expand data sharing for more frequent voter roll maintenance. It would also make it easier to bring certain post-election ballot challenges while reducing the time to file them from 5 days to 3 days.
What I would say is this isn't over. This isn't just about these bills.
House Democratic leader Robert Reeves says Democrats will continue to fight any efforts they believe would limit access to the ballot box.
I think we should respect the will of voters. I think we should be encouraging everybody to vote.
That's our Shamnam Dinesh reporting. Governor Stein has not indicated whether he will sign or veto the other election bill. It makes changes to election administration, including giving more voters more time to fix certain ballot problems after an election. Well, thousands of FBI agents are backing a lawsuit filed by 3 former Bureau employees. The workers were fired last year for their roles in an investigation into President Trump's efforts to undo the results of the 2020 presidential election. The lawsuit was initially filed in March, but has gained major support within the last week. While the agents argue that they were punished for perceived political affiliation, the Trump administration claims that the agents were fired for weaponizing federal law enforcement. Chief Legal Analyst Cleve Rhodes weighs in.
You have parties that file a claim, right? And they're looking to figure out, how, hey, can I get my job back? And then you'll have someone that will respond and there'll be an answer. Typically, in this case, it's going to be the federal government. But then you have these outside, non-connected parties, these third parties. And that's what we have here with these amicus briefs. They will submit a brief, and that brief means it's a friend of the court. You know, I want to not join the party. I'm not asking to intervene. I don't want to be, joined in here. I don't have any standing, but I'm going to give you, court, my opinion.
That full chat with Cleve is on our website, qcnews.com. Well, Charlotte Mecklenburg police say they are seeing a significant rise in e-bike crashes involving minors. In a video posted to X, the department says that up to 50% of these injuries happen solely in kids, and that between 2024 and 2025, emergency rooms actually saw a tripling of the number of injuries. They add that younger riders speeding through traffic, ignoring signals, and riding in unsafe areas is leading to an increase in injuries. Well, Catawba County Animal Services will be operating with reduced housing capacity for about 3 months during a planned construction project. Shelter leaders say they're doing this to ensure the health, safety, and well-being of the animals in their care. As a result, all non-emergency owner surrenders are temporarily suspended until further notice. Well, you're looking live over King Street in Boone. Showers and storms continue to be the theme of this week, with more wet weather expected as we head into the evening. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane back with us. And given that, we really need this rain with this ongoing drought, it's sort of a weird question to ask, but will there be any break from this rain anytime soon?
Well, we'll get a little bit of a break as we head into the weekend.
Okay.
So I know a lot of people wondering, is it going to be raining at my house? I mean, we'll just get back into that typical summertime pattern where it's tough to pinpoint exactly where those pop-up showers and storms are going to be. But we do have more dry time for more of the area, and especially outside of the mountains as we get closer and continue to get closer and closer to the weekend. The mountain communities, though, and not too far from where we were looking live up there in the mountains of Boone, we do have quite a bit of rain, heavy at times. So far, it continues to be dry over most of the Charlotte metro. We had that nice mix of clouds with some breaks and peaks of blue sky and sunshine. And it's still possible that something could pop up over the next couple of hours, but the majority of the activity up in the mountains and foothills here today. We have a little bit and actually some stronger storms over sections of South Carolina, but all of this is lifting to the north. And so yes, Boone, it looks like about to get wet in a little bit with some light to moderate rain heading in. We have a stronger storm moving north of you all in Morganton over the mountains of Burke County, heading into the high country of Caldwell County and up near the Blowing Rock area. That's going to be moving in. That's moving away from Taylorsville. You all hear that storm. That's kind of near the Wilkesboro area, and more scattered activity across parts of Avery County and Point South. This is a stronger storm I was talking about over South Carolina. So heads up, friends, you can see just to the east of Kershaw and near Jefferson and Pageland, a downpour headed your way. Lots of lightning as well. So remember the old saying, when thunder roars, go indoors. However, let's check out Futurecast. So over the next several hours, not expecting as widespread as activity compared to what we had yesterday and throughout the evening, even overnight. Did some of you wake up and hear some heavy rain outside? I know it didn't rain everywhere, but yeah, we had quite a few downpours lingering a little bit later into the night. So best chance of any additional showers and storms will continue to be up toward the mountains and foothills, just kind of that hit or miss spotty activity expected across parts of the Piedmont and even going into the wee hours of tomorrow morning. So it's still possible you could get that spot shower, maybe an isolated storm going into the night, but not as much as what we had yesterday. 88 degrees right now in the Queen City. It's still so muggy. That's not changing anytime soon when you see those dew point numbers in the low 70s. So you factor the humidity into the actual air temperatures outside of the mountains where they're in the 70s. We've got the 80s, but yeah, it feels more like it's in the mid upper 90s in some cases. Look at that update just came in. Feels like 99 in the Queen City and out toward Monroe. Feels like 97 in Lancaster and mid 90s heading up along the I-40 corridor and the foothills. So more scattered storms expected again for tomorrow, mainly in the afternoon and evening. We get slightly lower chances of seeing some of that rain. As I was telling Matt, heading into the weekend, as we just get back into that typical summertime pattern, there's no real good focusing mechanism like a front or an area of low pressure to help get more of the widespread coverage of the storms going. So it's just that typical summertime pop-up showers and storms, that type of action with the heating and humidity of the day. Speaking of heating, yeah, we have more of that on the way for the weekend. So tomorrow, we're sandwiched in between high pressure offshore there and this stalled front up to the north and west. So that's just going to continue to squeeze out the possibility of more spotty downpours and storms, mainly in the afternoon. So walking the dog, you know how it goes. It's drier, better chance of just staying dry if you're walking the doggy there early in the day. But later we get into the afternoon, may have to dodge some of those showers and storms around. So we check out Futurecast and you can see how anything that's lingering out there later on this evening will be fading away again into the night. Back to some dry time early tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon by 3 p.m. or so. Again, best chance of more widespread coverage of the showers and storms, mountains and foothills, but we could see more of that developing by 6, 7 o'clock around parts of the Charlotte metro. Friday morning, back to dry conditions. Watch for more blossoming storms, but mainly in the high country for Friday afternoon and evening. So there's the slightly lower chances coming in for the weekend. They're low, but not zero, along with those hotter temperatures back in the low 90s starting Sunday.
Thanks, Tara. It's back to school season for thousands of students in the Charlotte area. How local groups are working together to make sure every child has everything they need for the school year. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored, the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Well, the David and Nicole Tepper Foundation, along with the Panthers, are helping support students in the Carolinas. Local nonprofit organization Classroom Central says this year's Backpacks and Basics campaign will be their largest to date, thanks to increased support. The David and Nicole Tepper Foundation and the Panthers funded backpacks and school supplies for 45,000 students this school year. Officials say that's a 17% jump from last year.
Yeah, my hope for the students that receive these backpacks is that they understand how much this community cares about them and believes in them and wants them to be successful, and really just to have that confidence to live into that possibility.
This year, the campaign will provide filled backpacks to every economically disadvantaged elementary student in 6 school districts across the Charlotte region. Now, the Charlotte Hornets and Bank of America are once again joining forces to give back for their annual Day of Service. This year's Day of Service is centered on expanding access to essential resources for Charlotte residents that are experiencing homelessness and housing insecurity. Today's volunteers included Hornets players Kobe White and Grant Williams.
For us, we feel like it's really special because they're not asking for handouts. It's for us an opportunity to say, you know what, we have an opportunity and a platform to help uplift what you and your family and the entire community. And so we think it's important that we take that responsibility on.
This is the 11th year of that event. Well, as early voting begins for South Carolina's special election, we hear where the top candidates running for Senate stand on the war with Iran. And we are just a day away from the first game of the NFL season. What we can expect from the Carolina Panthers in Canton, Ohio. Live look above Union County down in Monroe. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. We are staying on top of that breaking news out of Mooresville. Police officials say one of their own is facing charges for misusing the flock camera system. The chief there says Officer Elizabeth Snowman assessed the flock system 31 times to track her boyfriend's ex-wife while she was on and off duty. The chief also said that there are other officers in his department currently being investigated for misuse of the cameras and more arrests could be announced in the coming days. But still, he believes the positives of the cameras assisting in police work outweigh the negatives.
People don't have an expectation of privacy in plates that really aren't owned by them or owned by the state anyway. But the question becomes what's being done with that data. So that's the rub here, right? It's not so much, they talk about the privacy issue, but listen, there's cameras everywhere. You drive by Ring doorbell cameras every day of your life, right? They're picking up those images. The problem becomes what do you do with, what happens with the data that's collected? Or in this case, what are cops doing that shouldn't be cops in the first place doing with this stuff?
Now, courts haven't found license plate readers to be unconstitutional, but there are legal cases pending. Of course, many people have expressed concerns that the cameras are an invasion of privacy. Queen City News reporter David Schuman will have more on this story tonight at 10. Now, this announcement comes after the arrest of a Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officer for also allegedly using the flock camera system illegally. According to court documents, Seth Elliott tipped off an alleged drug dealer about a vehicle that an undercover officers were using to investigate him in Watauga County. Elliott is on unpaid administrative leave pending an internal affairs investigation. His criminal case is due back in court later this month. Well, last night on Queen City News, 4 of the Republican candidates vying to fill the seat of late Senator Lindsey Graham went head-to-head in a testy debate. Congressman Ralph Norman and Russell Fry, former Governor Mark Sanford, and businessman Mark Lynch discussed where they stand on topics like the economy, foreign policy, and party loyalty. Each candidate also spent time discussing how they view President Trump's ongoing war with Iran.
The president's done the right thing to take them out of commission where they can make a nuclear weapon. Biden paid bribe money to the tune of Obama paid bribe money to the tune of billions. Biden was basically numb to it and let it go. The president did the right thing to take them out by the air. Now, I trust his generals, Raising King, Jack Keane, and others are giving him good advice. He's destroyed most of their ability to what they're doing.
I agree with our Commander-in-Chief, President Trump. Iran cannot have access to a nuclear weapon. I believe we've seen that, and they can't have it. That's why we're there. But it's time to bring our troops home now and protect our men and women and work on the affordability issues, that the gas prices and everything our people are dealing with at home.
I believe that the Constitution is absolutely clear that only Congress can authorize war. And there's a process question. I fought against this with the Clinton administration. I fought against it again with the Obama administration. You have undeclared war that drags on and on and on. And there's a real value to what the founding fathers set up in having folks say, is that a good idea? I mean, the Bay of Pigs happened in the Kennedy administration. There were very bright people, but it was groupthink. There wasn't a diversity of different opinions. Say, is that a really good, hey, let's think that through. What's our exit strategy? And so I just think that we have to go back to the basics here.
Iran having access to any capability to create a nuclear weapon is a non-starter. I think the president has been very clear on that. The Strait of Hormuz has never been governed by Iran. It's an international body of water. So them controlling it in any degree doesn't make a lot of sense to me. What we have to think about is resolving this conflict. We can do that without putting boots on the ground. Look, my brother served overseas. I have friends that lost their lives overseas. But we have such a great, capable military and a commander-in-chief that understands peace through strength.
You can watch that full debate on our website, QCnews.com. The special elections winner will face Democrat Dr. Annie Andrews in November. Early voting for the special primary is underway. You are looking live at Independence Boulevard in East Charlotte. We are seeing more showers pop up across the area, so let's turn to Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane. The question a lot of folks have, Tara, when am I seeing the rain tonight, and just how much?
Well, I know a lot of people maybe don't like to hear this, but there's a chance. Yes, there is a chance. It's possible you could have that pop-up downpour over your neighborhood. I know it's been either kind of feast or famine, I feel like, these past couple of days, where a lot of you have stayed totally dry. Many of you just getting repeated downpours, and in some cases it's too much of a good thing if you're still hoping to get some more rain, and that's been leading to some flooding at times too, and especially last night we saw some of that. Majority of the mountains and foothills are seeing some scattered activity here. That's where most of the showers and storms are so far today. All of these moving north today, north away from Morganton. We have a pretty strong storm, so it looks like more rain heading up toward the Boone and Blowing Rock area along that stretch of 321. If that holds together, eventually that's going to move toward you all in Jefferson, southern Ashe County, and more activity it looks like maybe closing in on Avery County around Newland and Crossnore. All of these again pushing off to the north. Most of the Piedmont is dry, a couple little tiny isolated showers so far, and it appears that this storm I was tracking in between Kershaw and Jefferson, Lancaster, Chesterfield counties is weakening a little bit, but still some heavy rain, thunder, and lightning headed your way. Coming up in my pinpoint weather forecast, I'll show you where we could see more blossoming storms the rest of tonight and those rain chances along with some hotter temperatures heading into the weekend. Pinpoint weather forecast ahead in a few.
Looking forward to it, Tara. Thank you. Millions of state dollars may be on the line as Mecklenburg County leaders try to chart a path forward for juvenile detention. As Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone tells us, it comes as Sheriff Gary McFadden already plans to partially reopen a former juvenile jail to ease overcrowding at the Uptown Detention Center.
We want to run it. Allow us to run it. You have the $38 million.
A heated debate unfolds as Sheriff Gary McFadden and Children's Alliance Advocacy Director Frank Crawford disagreed over plans to reopen Jail North for juvenile detainees. This disagreement comes as McFadden plans to partially reopen the jail later this month to help with capacity issues for adult inmates at the main jail in Uptown.
Youth do better long-term when they are served in their home communities. We have to be able to figure this out.
Crawford is calling on county and state leaders this week to reach an agreement or risk losing millions from the state to fully renovate and open it back up for kids. The problem, McFadden wants to operate the facility, but Crawford says they would have to lease it to the state.
It's just waiting on the state to come to the table and do what they need to do. But if Mr. Crawford has these things to fix it, and advocating as he's done, it should be an easy task.
Even if state leaders release the funding to reopen Jail North, county leaders tell us it would be impossible to keep it open.
We just don't have the money. When we're paying for mental health and public education and the courts and the sheriff's office, a bunch of stuff that the state should be paying for, and they're not.
The main detention center is currently over capacity by nearly 300 inmates. They will be transferred to Jail North soon, but McFadden doesn't want this to hamper discussion for juvenile housing. He says there is enough space for everyone.
You don't have to lease it, you don't have to worry about it. Provide us the funding, we will build it and run it.
One of the problems with the numbers he's giving is that the state and the county are not going to agree to pay $18 million a year for a juvenile detention center here.
McFadden is asking for 120 days to find a path forward. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Mecklenburg County Commissioners will discuss how the new North Carolina state budget affects their government tonight and the residents they serve. Among the planned discussions are talks about the provision to claw back funding for rejecting the I-77 Express Lanes project. Avoiding it would require the county to reverse its opposition to the project. The budget also includes more funding to hire and train social services workers. Commissioners will meet at 6 tonight in Uptown. Well, we are a day away from the Carolina Panthers' first preseason game. The Black and Blue will be in Canton taking on the Arizona Cardinals in the Hall of Fame game. CSL's Gabe McDonald is here. Gabe, what should fans expect tomorrow night?
Yeah, obviously a lot of guys that are going to be out there fighting for those roster spots and really putting everything on the line to make a name for themselves. Usually in the Hall of Fame game, neither team is going to put its starters on the field, and that'll be the case tomorrow for the Panthers, as Dave Canales confirmed earlier this week that none of the clear-cut starters will play in Canton tomorrow night. So that makes way for guys on the bubble of making the initial 53-man roster to show what they can do in live game action. That includes rookie quarterback Haynes King, who will get a bulk of the reps under center after veteran Kenny Pickett leads the offense for at least one series against the Cardinals. Now, as the preseason continues, Dave Canales will likely mix in a few reps for the starters to get them equipped for the regular season, which would cut into King's playing time over the next several weeks. And with that, he knows tomorrow night will be the perfect opportunity to put everything on full display with the entire league watching.
It's very important, you know, and it's not just 53 as well. All the teams get to watch this film, so it's almost kind of like a cool little tryout for everything. You know, whatever you put on film, it's going to be there forever. And you know, the eye in the sky don't lie, as everybody says. But you know, I feel like it'll be fun, but also at the end of the day, like you say, it's important. It's important for me, and you know, whatever is for me in the future.
And given King's mobility and what he showed in college at Georgia Tech, he's drawn some comparisons to former Saints do-it-all quarterback Taysom Hill. And while he knows his ability to extend plays and use his feet gives him a leg up, King is out to show his talent as a true quarterback in the NFL and have plenty of chances to do just that tomorrow night in Canton. Matt?
Can't wait to see it, Gabe. Thank you very much. And unfortunately, Salisbury High School alum and Atlanta Falcons linebacker Jalen Walker is going to miss the upcoming NFL season due to a torn ACL. The second-year pick out of Georgia is coming off a strong rookie year, credited with 5.5 sacks and 2 forced fumbles. He helped push the Atlanta defense to second on the sacks leaderboard last season. Well, Charlotte FC is off to a good start in Leagues Cup play, winning the first match last night 3-0. The team took on the Pumas from Liga MX, which is Mexico's top soccer league. The club is back in action at the Bank on Friday night against Atlas FC, also part of Liga MX. That match begins at 7:30.
I'll tell you, by that time on Friday evening, the weather is looking pretty good. Warm and humid, yes, but it looks like a lower chance of rain by then. Best chance of rain here ongoing right now up in the mountains and foothills where we could see more of those developing storms the rest of tonight. I'll show you that and some hotter temperatures ahead for the weekend. Pinpoint weather forecast is next.
President Trump sounding optimistic when it comes to opening the Strait of Hormuz. Why he's confident a deal could be reached as soon as today. Have a live look at Uptown. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Turning to the war with Iran, President Trump says a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz could be announced today. Kristen Eskow reports on what officials in the Middle East are saying about the talks.
Officials in the Middle East say Iran and Oman have made progress toward a deal on the Strait of Hormuz and say that one of Iran's demands is the U.S. lifting its blockade on Iranian ports. On Tuesday night, President Trump expressed optimism about reaching a deal.
Could happen tomorrow or the next day. A lot of progress has been made.
President Trump told reporters Tuesday night that negotiations with Iran were moving in the right direction after what he called a, quote, very good day. He said an announcement regarding a deal could come Wednesday or Thursday.
They wanted to talk. We've been talking. They want to make a deal. They do not want to be hit.
Commercial vessels have struggled to get through the Strait of Hormuz since the war with Iran began. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says oil tankers are moving through the strait now, but says more ships need to get by.
I think that there's a conversation and a negotiation that we are involved in between Oman
safely in the short term as we move towards these longer term talks about denuclearization.
But Democrats remain skeptical a deal is near.
None of his deals have come to fruition, and gas prices continue to rise. Americans can't fuel their cars on wishful thinking and empty promises.
And keep in mind, the U.S. and Iran had reached a memorandum of understanding in June to begin a ceasefire, reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and start talks on the future of Iran's nuclear program. But that ceasefire ended after Iranian attacks focused on the strait. Kristen Eskow, News Nation, Washington.
Taking a look at gas prices that continue to be impacted by the war, AAA data shows that the national average of a gallon of regular gas is now $4.08. Here in North Carolina, drivers are paying about $3.75. In South Carolina, that average is $3.63. Meanwhile, a nonpartisan congressional watchdog group says FEMA is at risk of critically low staffing levels if there is a major disaster. The Government Accountability Office found that fiscal year 2025, more than 4,300 staffers departed from the agency. That's more than double the departure rate for fiscal year 2024. Records show, as of May, an additional 2,500 staffers have left this fiscal year. Well, you're looking live at, King Street in downtown Boone. We're tracking another evening of potential storms. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane back here with us. And Tara, you and the Pinpoint Weather team are expecting this rain to stick around heading into the weekend, right?
The chances, yes. Yeah. Typical afternoon, evening showers and storms. It looks like Boone has kind of a little sun shower going now too. The raindrops and a little bit of sunshine and even peaks of blue sky at the same time. So that's the thing. I mean, sometimes these things just pop up or they have been moving in today more from the south and out of some of the foothills and some of the higher elevations of Burke and Caldwell County up into that part of Watauga County. Meanwhile, across Charlotte Metro, so far so dry across the area here. Just a little bit of a touch of a breeze. You can see a little bit of the trees blowing around there in the foreground a little bit, mix of clouds and sunshine. That's not to say, though, we couldn't get a few more spotty pop-up downpours and storms even around parts of the Charlotte Metro later on this evening. The only thing showing up across the Piedmont up into Rowan County, south and east of Salisbury, maybe out toward Rockwell, getting a heavier shower right now. We have a couple of stronger storms over parts of South Carolina, but zooming in toward the high country, you can see all of this is moving away from Morganton and away from Lenoir, just kind of on the west side of Lenoir, just to the west of there. We do have that isolated stronger storm, a little bit of lightning at times, and heads up, friends, in Newland and more of Avery County, some heavy rain is going to be moving up in your direction. Flooding is going to continue to be one of the main threats that we're watching out for here, with some repeated at times and some of these slow moving downpours. Some activity still kind of scattered around parts of Lancaster County, South Carolina, a little bit of rain over Lancaster proper and heading toward Pageland and Jefferson, maybe some of that at least lighter rain, that western part of Chesterfield County. And just in case you're wondering just how much rain have we picked up over these past few days, it's been either feast or famine, I feel like, for a lot of neighborhoods, where a lot of you picking up a whole lot of nothing, but many of you a little too much of a good thing here. And that led to some flooding, for example, last night over southwest Stanley County around the Stanfield area. Radar estimates just over a couple of hours too, anywhere from 5 to 6 or so inches of rain. So no wonder why we had some flooding in that area. Lots of reports of standing water on some of those roads out that way, parts of southern Lancaster County over the past few days, picking up as much as 5.5 inches of rain. Only, though, about, say, 0.2 of an inch over parts of northern York County. We've had about 2 inches so far in Avery County, so just kind of a wide range in those numbers. Even though out at the airport in Charlotte, we're running still a little bit above normal. So far this month of August, we have just that little bit of a surplus, picking up just under an inch here. Now, that's at the airport reporting station. I know some of you have gotten a lot more than that, but we still have a bit of a deficit going on the year here so far by about 6.5 inches. So a little more rain is still needed, but certainly getting some good help and a big dent in the widespread drought conditions that we've been talking about here. But Futurecast shows possibility of more areas of rain, mountains, foothills, and even over parts of the Piedmont. Even later on this evening, as we approach 11 o'clock midnight or so, we could see some activity getting going here and moving across maybe parts of Lincoln County and up toward northern Rowan County and Iredell County, even around 1 o'clock in the morning. All right, so temperature-wise today, another hot one similar to yesterday. 88 degrees are high. We've got those 70s up in the mountains. Of course, it feels hotter with all this humidity factored in. And it's just that rinse and repeat type weather here the next couple of days. After we cool down into the low 70s tonight, showers and storms come to an end. We're back in the mid and upper 80s tomorrow afternoon, watching for more scattered storms. A little bit drier, it looks like, by Friday. Just as humid. No big change in that anytime soon. But by the end of the week and as we get into the weekend, the best chance of showers and storms it's looking like will be in the higher elevations in the mountains. So you can see 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, back to a dry start. Watch for some scattered areas of heavy rain and storms going into the afternoon and evening. Back to some dry time again early Friday. There's that better chance of rain showing up in the mountain communities by the end of the day on Friday. So just typical, about 30% chance of hit or miss spotty storms expected for the weekend going into next week. And the tropics continue to be nice and quiet. Quick check here across the Atlantic Ocean basin. No activity expected to organize or develop over at least the next week. And there's that 7-day forecast forecasting hotter temperatures. By the end of the weekend, we're back in the low 90s for a few days.
Here we go, Tara. Thank you. New data on America's reliance on food stamps. Why it's causing lawmakers to argue over whether the program is hurting or helping recipients. You're still watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We will be right back. New data shows a major shift in America's dependence on food stamps. According to the Department of Agriculture, there are more than 5 million fewer Americans receiving food assistance now compared to this time last year. The Trump administration attributes the 13% decline to a crackdown on fraud and new work requirements for recipients.
We have 5.5 million people who've moved off of SNAP just in the last 18 months. We're going to have more moving off because the jobs are so good.
That's money taking out of the mouths of hungry families, of starving kids, of veterans who haven't found their way yet.
And starting in October, states will have to pay a bigger share of the cost for food assistance, and some could lose their federal funding if they don't crack down on fraud. Well, Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools are helping families prepare for the first day back in the classroom. The district recently launched a back-to-school website. It simplifies the preparation process, allowing families to easily locate essential information before that first day of school. This includes a back-to-school readiness checklist, transportation, student forms, open house dates, and a lot more. Well, only on Queen City News Plus. Charlotte, of course, is a growing city, and that means buying a home is getting harder for the average person. Host Morgan Francis talks with the president of the Canopy Realtor Association about how student loans and parents are hindering and helping first-time buyers.
1 in 5 federal student loan borrowers are currently in default. Do you think that that will severely impact housing?
Once a student loan becomes the student's responsibility, we're seeing the bank of mom and dad come into play more than we ever have before, because many, many people's parents have this huge appreciation that they're sitting on for years in their home. And what better way to invest your money than your children? So I'm seeing that more than I ever have before, Morgan, but I do think long term it will affect the ability for individuals to be able to purchase a home.
You can catch that full episode of Turnkey right now for free. Just download the Queen City News Plus app on either your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire Stick. On Queen City News at 5, an uncertain future for juvenile detention in Mecklenburg County. The heated debate over millions of dollars in funding and why it's at risk. And we are just a day away from the first game of the NFL season. What we can expect from the Black and Blue in the Hall of Fame game. Watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Right now in Queen City News, another police officer accused of misusing flock cameras. What Mooresville leaders are saying about the officers' actions and their use of the technology.
Well, it's another day, another round of some scattered showers and storms, mainly up in the mountains and foothills so far. Coming up in my Pinpoint weather forecast, I'll show you where we could see more of those developing. Could they happen late at night again, like they did for some of you last night? We'll check it out in my Pinpoint weather forecast.
And a North Carolina congressman dropping his re-election bid, what voters are saying about Chuck Edwards' decision and the scandal driving him out of the race. Good evening to you. I'm Morgan Francis. Queen City News at 5 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
Starting with a developing story out of Mooresville. Police officials say one of their own is facing charges for misusing the flock camera system. The chief says Officer Elizabeth Snowman accessed the flock system 31 times to track her boyfriend's ex-wife while she was on and off duty. The chief also said there are other officers in his department currently being investigated for misuse of the cameras, and more arrests could be announced in the coming days. Still, he believes the positives of the cameras in assisting police work outweigh the negatives.
People don't have an expectation of privacy in plates that really aren't owned by them or owned by the state anyway. But the question becomes what's being done with that data. So that's the rub here, right? It's not so much, they talk about the privacy issue, but listen, there's cameras everywhere. You drive by Ring doorbell cameras every day of your life, right? They're picking up those images. The problem becomes what do you do with what happens with the data that's collected? Or in this case, what are cops doing that shouldn't be cops in the first place doing with this stuff?
Courts haven't found license plate readers to be unconstitutional, but there are legal cases pending. Many people do have concerns that the cameras are an invasion of privacy. Queen City News reporter David Schumann will have more details on this story tonight at 10. This announcement comes after the arrest of a Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officer for allegedly using the flock camera system illegally. According to court documents, Seth Elliott tipped off an alleged drug dealer about a vehicle that undercover officers were using to investigate him in Watauga County. Elliott is on unpaid administrative leave pending an internal affairs investigation. His criminal case is due back in court later this month. You're looking live at Independence Boulevard in East Charlotte. We are seeing more showers pop up across the area, kind of that copy and paste forecast we've been seeing the past couple of days. Let's turn it over to Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane. Tara, are we expecting any storms late tonight, like what we saw yesterday as well?
We could, yes, even as late as, midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. I was talking to someone earlier today before I came into work that said, oh my goodness, I was asleep and then woke up and just heard this heavy rain outside, and that was around the Denver area. So yes, those were the downpours we were tracking and moving in, developing from the south here during our 10 o'clock news last night. And as we look around the region right now, most of the Charlotte Metro and Piedmont so far so dry. Best chance of showers and storms continuing to be up there in the mountains and foothills a little bit. And notice some of this heavy rain, a little bit of a push to the east there and kind of on the west side of Morganton, western parts of Burke County, heading up into the higher elevations. For the most part, this is all moving kind of from south or southwest to northeast across the region. So higher elevations mainly being impacted by some of that. And just a couple of these little tiny pop-up showers still getting going just to the southeast of Salisbury there in Rowan County and around southern Cabarrus County, Union County, and some heavier showers and storms approaching Lancaster and parts of Chesterfield counties as well. So coming up, my pinpoint weather forecast, I'll show you a closer look at the timeline where we could see more rounds of some active weather tonight and again tomorrow afternoon. That's ahead in a few minutes.
All right, Tara, sounds good. The man who represents much of western North Carolina in the U.S. House says he will not seek re-election. Congressman Chuck Edwards faced mounting calls to drop out. A House ethics investigation found he had inappropriate relationships with at least 2 different staffers. Chief political correspondent Andy Weber spoke with voters in Hendersonville about the scandal.
It's this extensive report from the House Ethics Committee that seemed to convince both voters here in Henderson County, as well as Chuck Edwards himself, that he should drop out of the race for North Carolina's 11th congressional district.
Obviously, the Ethics Committee found they were credible, and yeah, there's no place for that kind of behavior.
I'm really still researching it, but I'm leaning towards he probably should step out of the race.
Henderson County voters reacting Wednesday following this early morning post on X from U.S. Rep. Chuck Edwards. Edwards writing in part, quote, "After much prayer and reflection, I've decided to withdraw from my re-election campaign." His announcement coming just days after the release of this report from the House Ethics Committee, accusing Edwards of giving two of his female staffers expensive gifts, taking them on lavish trips, and sending them messages in the middle of the night discussing personal and romantic thoughts. Edwards' office not providing additional comment on Wednesday, and no one was available for an interview at his district office in Hendersonville.
This is a stunner. We just haven't seen anything like this, really in North Carolina politics in a very long time.
Western Carolina professor Chris Cooper says now it's up to local Republican officials to find a replacement to face Democrat Jamie Ager in November.
Whoever enters this race is going to have a real fundraising deficit and perhaps a name recognition problem. One real benefit Chuck Edwards had, of course, was name recognition. Whoever it is not going to have that kind of recognition.
And party officials have about 10 days to consider a new appointment for this race. Because of that, Cooper expects to learn the name of the new candidate within the next week or so. Edwards, for his part, says he will serve out the remainder of his current term, set to expire in January. Reporting in Hendersonville, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Early voting for South Carolina's special Republican Senate primary is officially underway. Polls will be open from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. through this Friday. Voters need a valid photo ID to cast a ballot. The winner will face Democratic nominee Dr. Annie Andrews in November's general election. The special primary to replace the late Senator Lindsey Graham is next Tuesday, August 11th. 4 of the Republican candidates took the debate stage last night. We'll hear from them in our next half hour. Millions of state dollars may be on the line as Mecklenburg County leaders try to chart a path forward for juvenile detention. As Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone tells us, it comes as Sheriff Gary McFadden already plans to partially reopen a former juvenile jail to ease overcrowding at his Uptown Detention Center.
We want to run it. Allow us to run it. You have the $38 million.
A heated debate unfolds as Sheriff Gary McFadden and Children's Alliance Advocacy Director Frank Crawford disagreed over plans to reopen Jail North for juvenile detainees. This disagreement comes as McFadden plans to partially reopen the jail later this month to help with capacity issues for adult inmates at the main jail in Uptown.
Youth do better long-term when they are served in their home communities. We have to be able to figure this out.
Crawford is calling on county and state leaders this week to reach an agreement or risk losing millions from the state to fully renovate and open it back up for kids. The problem, McFadden wants to operate the facility, but Crawford says they would have to lease it to the state.
It's just waiting on the state to come to the table and do what they need to do. But if Mr. Crawford has these things to fix it, and advocating as he's done, it should be an easy task.
Even if state leaders release the funding to reopen Jail North, county leaders tell us it would be impossible to keep it open.
We just don't have the money. When we're paying for mental health and public education and the courts and the sheriff's office, a bunch of stuff that the state should be paying for, and they're not.
The main detention center is currently over capacity by nearly 300 inmates. They will be transferred to Jail North soon, but McFadden doesn't want this to hamper discussion for juvenile housing. He says there is enough space for everyone.
You don't have to lease it, you don't have to worry about it. Provide us the funding, we will build it and run it.
One of the problems with the numbers he's giving is that the state and the county are not going to agree to pay $18 million a year for a juvenile detention center here.
McFadden is asking for 120 days to find a path forward. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Mecklenburg County Commissioners tonight will discuss how the new North Carolina state budget affects their government and the residents they serve. Among the planned discussions are talks about the provision to claw back funding for the rejection of the I-77 Express Lanes project. Avoiding it would require the county to reverse its opposition to the project. The budget also includes more funding to hire and train social services workers. Commissioners will meet at 6 tonight in Uptown. Believe it or not, we are a day away from the Carolina Panthers' first preseason game. The Black and Blue will be in Canton, Ohio, taking on the Cardinals in the Hall of Fame game. CSL's Gabe McDonald is here. So, Gabe, let me guess here. We're expecting high intensity. All the starters are going to start, right?
Probably not. Honestly, it's going to be a number of guys putting everything on the line to make a name for themselves and get a roster spot. Usually in the Hall of Fame game, as we've seen over the years, neither team is going to put its starters on the field, and that will be the case tomorrow for the Panthers, as Dave Canales confirmed earlier this week that none of the clear-cut starters for Week 1 will play in Canton tomorrow night. Now, that, of course, makes way for Kenny Pickett to get the nod under center for the Black and Blue. After signing a one-year deal with the Panthers earlier this spring, the former first-round pick is really relishing in his role of elevating the guys around him that are fighting to make the team. Now, Pickett has spent the last several years bouncing around different teams in the NFL, like the Eagles, the Browns, the Raiders, following 2 seasons in Pittsburgh. And Dave Canales feels his experience in a number of systems will help him gel with a young group of skill players here in Carolina.
I would imagine being on several different teams, working with several varieties of the depth chart of wide receivers, tight ends, etc., that he's got experience trying to figure guys out pretty quickly. Different body types, different speed, different profiles, and so that's shown up. And he's able to and very comfortable playing with anybody and making sure that they understand what we're trying to get done.
And now Canales wouldn't put a timetable on exactly how much Pickett will play. We know it will at least be one drive, and then after that, we'll see plenty of undrafted rookie quarterback Haynes King under center. We'll have much more on him coming up in our next half hour, Morgan.
All right, Gabe, thanks for that. Charlotte FC is off to a good start in the League's Cup play, winning the first match last night 3-0. The team took on the Pumas from the Liga MX, which is Mexico's top soccer league. The club is back in action at Bank of America Stadium on Friday against Atlas FC, also part of Liga MX. That match begins at 7:30. Tara.
And as of now, the weather is looking to cooperate to get that match in dry out there Friday evening. This evening, on the other hand, it's quite showery and stormy, especially in some of the mountains and foothills locations. We have a couple little pop-up showers sprinkled over parts of the Piedmont where we could see more of the activity developing again later tonight and again tomorrow afternoon. Pinpoint weather forecast is next.
A bill impacting North Carolina voting may be vetoed by Governor Stein. The reason Republicans may delay an override vote until November. And a lawsuit gets the backing of thousands of FBI agents. How their case targets Trump administration's firings. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. Governor Josh Stein says he will veto one of 2 election bills North Carolina lawmakers are sending to his desk. Shabnan Dinesh reports on why Republicans say there's no rush on an override vote.
Governor Josh Stein says House Bill 958 would, quote, make it harder for you to vote, introduces unnecessary chaos into elections, and invites sore losers to try to overturn an election they lost. That's why he plans to veto the bill. The biggest change would reduce the number of early voting days from 17 days to 10 days for primary elections.
When you look at the stats and, people generally don't use most of those days, and obviously primaries are lower turnout, reducing that still gives more than enough time.
House Speaker Destin Hall says any veto override would happen after the general election.
If it's overridden in November, then there'll be plenty of time to do that. And, it's important to remember that deals with primary elections. We didn't mess with early voting in the general election, although, there are some folks who would like to see that done.
The bill would also require post-election audits and expand data sharing for more frequent voter roll maintenance. It would also make it easier to bring certain post-election ballot challenges while reducing the time to file them from 5 days to 3 days.
What I would say is this isn't over. This isn't just about these bills.
House Democratic leader Robert Reeves says Democrats will continue to fight any efforts they believe would limit access to the ballot box.
I think we should respect the will of voters. I think we should be encouraging everybody to vote.
That was Shabnan Dinesh reporting. Governor Stein has not indicated whether he will sign or veto the other election bill. It makes changes to election administration, including giving voters more time to fix certain ballot problems after an election. Thousands of FBI agents are backing a lawsuit filed by 3 former Bureau employees. The workers were fired last year for their roles in an investigation into President Trump's efforts to undo the results of the 2020 presidential election. The lawsuit was initially filed in March, but has gained major support within the last week. While the agents argue they were punished for a perceived political affiliation, the Trump administration claims the agents were fired for weaponizing federal law enforcement. Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes weighs in.
You have parties that file a claim, right? And they're looking to figure out how can I get my job back? And then you'll have someone that will respond and there'll be an answer. Typically, in this case, it's going to be the federal government. But then you have these outside, non-connected parties, these third parties. And that's what we have here with these amicus briefs. They will submit a brief, and that brief means it's a friend of the court. I want to not join the party. I'm not asking to intervene. I don't want to be, joined in here. I don't have any standing, but I'm going to give you court my opinion.
The full chat with Khalif is on our website, qcnews.com. Charlotte Mecklenburg police say they're seeing a significant rise in e-bike crashes involving minors. In a video posted to X, the department says that up to 50% of these injuries happen solely in kids, and that between 2024 and 2025, emergency rooms say the number of injuries tripled. They added that young riders speeding through traffic, ignoring signals, and riding in unsafe areas is leading to an increase in injuries. Taking a live look at Uptown from our Arlington camera. Showers and storms continue to be the theme of the week. More wet weather is expected as we head into the evening as well. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joins me now. I know we don't really want the break with all the drought condition that's going on, but when are we going to get a break from this rain?
By the weekend. So it's going to be a type of situation we just get back into that typical summertime pattern where we won't have as many showers and storms, but we'll still have a few maybe dotting the map as we go into the afternoon.
Unpredictable too, where they are and
exactly.
When they're gonna pop up.
I know when we talk about the chance of showers and storms, and some of you say I haven't had a drop of rain at my house in even days, and I know that's the case where it's really just been kind of feast or famine. I feel like these past couple of days, a lot of you getting too much rain and leading to some flooding issues. We saw some of that last night across sections of southern Cabarrus and Stanley and even Union County, and we've seen that up in the mountains at times, of course, as well. Meanwhile, in Charlotte, over the Queen City right now, you can see how it's nice and dry. At the moment, at least, we have that nice mix of clouds and some sunshine heating things up. 88 degrees outside of our studios currently, and with the humidity factored in, it feels like even close to 100 in spots. As we scan around around, though, the region, you can see the more widespread coverage, showers and storms continues to be up toward the mountains and foothills. And this activity, for the most part, has been moving kind of north and northeast. And so it's starting to get a little closer to Morganton, moving through the mountains of Burke County, and now more down the mountain a little bit into the foothills, Lenoir, some scattered rain in the vicinity, but we still have more of this at least lighter to occasionally moderate rain lifting up into parts of Avery County and Watauga, Ashe County at times, Rutherford County getting these lines or clusters of downpours, and at times some stormy weather too. They've had some severe weather over the Midlands of South Carolina, closer to Columbia and Irmo down there, but we have some downpours that are heading a little more north now into southern Lancaster, Chesterfield County. You can see little tiny dots of rain showing up. Union County, southern Anson County, Rowan County. So far, just totally dry across Iredell County and Mecklenburg County, but that could still change later on tonight. Let's check it out by 8 p.m. This future radar simulation shows more showers and storms at times up in the mountains and foothills. Some of that could clip Iredell County, and then even later on tonight again. And much like last night, midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, parts of Lincoln County, Catawba County, and really anywhere across the Piedmont as possible could get another round of some heavy rain, maybe that isolated storm. So just a heads up there. But then it's back to some dry time early tomorrow around sunrise and beyond. We've got 88 hot degrees right now. Those dew points are still sticky and steamy around 70. And so down the mountain, outside of the mountains, it feels like I said, mid to upper 90s with the humidity factored in across the region. So more scattered storms expected again for tomorrow afternoon and evening. Mainly, the chances start to decrease a little more as we get into the weekend. So we just get back, as I was telling Morgan, that typical summertime pattern, a few and far between showers and storms around as temperatures get a little bit hotter, responding to a little more sunshine for a longer period of time. Setup for tomorrow shows subtropical high pressure offshore over the ocean, and we're between that and a stalled front. And so basically we're just getting all this moisture shoved in, and that could lead to some scattered downpours again. Not really so much if you're walking the dog until later in the afternoon and evening. So morning or maybe later in the evening if you're not seeing the storm, the best bet. And even around lunchtime or so, we'll see a mix of sun and clouds before the storm chance starts to rise a little bit later in the day. So let's check out Futurecast. You can see 8 to 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, starting out with some clouds, maybe a touch of patchy fog, and then by 4 p.m. scattered showers and storms are possible really just about anywhere, but mainly it's looking like from the Queen City north and west. Not quite as much rain expected east out toward Richmond or Chesterfield County this time around. And then early Friday is looking pretty good, nice and dry, just a few spotty showers and storms by later in the afternoon and evening. And so those rain chances will be a little bit lower after tomorrow, but remain steady here. So it's just kind of a rinse and repeat forecast here. 30% chance, so 30% chance that you could get that rain popping up over your neighborhood each and every day. It is possible with those temperatures heating up a little more, low 90s for a few days starting Sunday.
All right, Tara, thanks for that. It is back to school season for thousands of students in the Charlotte area. How local groups are working together to make sure every child has everything they need for the year. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored in local news in Charlotte. The David and Nicole Tepper Foundation, along with the Panthers, are helping support students in the Carolinas. Charlotte nonprofit organization Classroom Central says this year's Backpacks and Basics campaign will be their largest to date thanks to increased support. The David and Nicole Tepper Foundation and the Panthers funded backpacks and school supplies for 45,000 students this school year. The filled backpacks will go to every economically disadvantaged elementary student in 6 local districts. Charlotte Hornets and Bank of America are once again joining forces to give back during their annual Day of Service. This year's Day of Service is centered on expanding access to essential resources for Charlotte residents experiencing homelessness and housing insecurity. Today's volunteers included Hornets players Kobe White and Grant Williams. As early voting begins for South Carolina's special election, we hear where the top candidates running for a Senate stand on the war with Iran. And we are just a day away from the first football game of the NFL season, what we can expect from the Carolina Panthers in the Hall of Fame game. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. Getting to a developing story out of Mooresville, police officials say one of their own is facing charges for misusing the Flock camera system. The chief says Officer Elizabeth Snowman accessed the Flock system 31 times to track her boyfriend's ex-wife while she was on and off duty. The chief also said there are other officers in his department currently being investigated for misuse of the cameras, and more arrests could be announced in the coming days. Still, he believes the positives of the cameras in assisting police work outweigh the negatives.
People don't have an expectation of privacy in plates that really aren't owned by them or owned by the state anyway. But the question becomes what's being done with that data. So that's the rub here, right? It's not so much, they talk about the privacy issue, but listen, there's cameras everywhere. You drive by Ring doorbell cameras every day of your life, right? They're picking up those images. The problem becomes what do you do with, what happens with the data that's collected? Or in this case, what are cops doing that shouldn't be cops in the first place doing with this stuff?
Courts haven't found license plate readers to be unconstitutional, but there are legal cases pending. Many people do have concerns that the cameras are an invasion of privacy. Queen City News reporter David Schumann will have more details on this story tonight at 10. This announcement comes after the arrest of a Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officer for allegedly using the flock camera system illegally. According to court documents, Seth Elliott tipped off an alleged drug dealer about a vehicle that undercover officers were using to investigate him in Catawba County. Elliott is on unpaid administrative leave pending an internal affairs investigation. His criminal case is due back in court later this month. Officials in Caswell County say 3 people are dead and another is in the hospital after a mass shooting there. Deputies found the bodies before 8 this morning at a rural home northwest of Prospect Hill. Investigators say the shooter is among the people killed. They're not saying what led to the gunfire. We'll update you both on air and online as we learn more. Last night on Queen City News, 4 of the Republican candidates vying to fill the seat of the late Senator Lindsey Graham went head-to-head in a testy debate. Congressman Ralph Norman and Russell Fry, former Governor Mark Sanford, and businessman Mark Lynch discussed where they stand on topics like the economy, foreign policy, and party loyalty. Each candidate also spent time discussing how they view President Trump's ongoing war with Iran.
The president's done the right thing to take them out of commission where they can make a nuclear weapon. Biden paid bribe money to the tune of Obama paid bribe money to the tune of billions. Biden was basically numb to it and let it go. The president did the right thing to take them out by the air. Now, I trust his generals, Raising King, Jack Keane, and others are giving him good advice. He's destroyed most of their ability to what they're doing.
I agree with our Commander-in-Chief, President Trump. Iran cannot have access to a nuclear weapon. I believe we've seen that, and they can't have it. That's why we're there. But it's time to bring our troops home now and protect our men and women and work on the affordability issues, that the gas prices and everything our people are dealing with at home.
I believe that the Constitution is absolutely clear that only Congress can authorize war. And there's a process question. I fought against this with the Clinton administration. I fought against it again with the Obama administration. You have undeclared war that drags on and on and on. And there's a real value to what the founding fathers set up in having folks say, is that a good idea? I mean, the Bay of Pigs happened in the Kennedy administration. There were very bright people, but it was groupthink. There wasn't a diversity of different opinions. Say, is that a really good, hey, let's think that through. What's our exit strategy? And so I just think that we have to go back to the basics here.
Iran having access to any capability to create a nuclear weapon is a non-starter. I think the president has been very clear on that. The Strait of Hormuz has never been governed by Iran. It's an international body of water. So them controlling it in any degree doesn't make a lot of sense to me. What we have to think about is resolving this conflict. We can do that without putting boots on the ground. Look, my brother served overseas. I have friends that lost their lives overseas. But we have such a great, capable military and a commander-in-chief that understands peace through strength.
You can catch the full debate on our website, qcnews.com. The special elections winner will face Democrat Dr. Andy Andrews in November. Early voting for the special primary is underway. You're looking live at Independence Boulevard in East Charlotte. We are seeing more showers pop up across our area. It sounds like there might be a little bit of relief on the way sometime soon, right? Let's turn things over to Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane for the answers. When are we going to stop experiencing again these consistent storms?
Well, Morgan, as we get into the weekend, later Friday and Saturday and Sunday, and really most of next week, we'll just get back into that typical summertime pattern. So basically meaning not as many showers and storms around, but still the chance won't be down to 0 for a while as it stays. Actually, it gets even hotter and it stays humid. We don't have any break in the humidity anytime soon. And so with all that daytime heating, evening. Some of that moisture to work with and the humidity that could lead to a few at least hit or miss storms in those afternoons and evenings. And we have quite a few, especially across the foothills right now, more so than up toward the higher elevations. Higher elevations, Avery County and heading up into parts of Watauga and Ashe County, we still have some areas of rain, but now we got some of those downpours right there lining up from Lenoir down through Morganton as they continue to spread a little more to the east and kind of a little bit of a jog to the northeast across the region. Rutherford County experiencing some periods of heavy rain too, so heads up if that holds together, maybe around Hickory. We could start to see some of that coming in over the next couple of hours. Meanwhile, we have more scattered downpours lifting into Chesterfield County, parts of southern Lancaster County, and just a couple little tiny hit or miss showers across sections of northern Lancaster and Union County, Cabarrus, Rowan County at times, Anson County, some spotty rain there, but much of Mecklenburg County up into Iredell County, dry for now. So looking good over the next, say, hour or two. But as we advance into about 8 to 9 o'clock, again, still best chance of rain at that point up toward the foothills. But even around midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, much like some of you experienced last night, we could track a few more additional showers, heavy at times, pushing across that area there and more north and west of Charlotte. So coming up, my pinpoint weather forecast, I'll show you a look at those, again, storm chances for the weekend and just how much hotter those temperatures get. Again, that's ahead in a few.
The man accused of shooting his girlfriend on I-77 before turning the gun on himself has died. The shooting happened last month at the Brawley School Road exit in Mooresville. Authorities say Jacoby Ramsier shot his girlfriend in the head as she was driving. She died last week from her injuries. Police say text messages between the pair from the night before the shooting mentioned a murder-suicide pact. An 18-year-old has been charged with murder for a deadly Cleveland County shooting. Deputies found the victim in the front yard of the home on Boyles Road last night. Officials say that person later died at the hospital. 18-year-old Kenyon Castillo has been taken into custody. He faced a judge for the first time this morning and is being held in jail without bond. Millions of state dollars may be on the line as Mecklenburg County leaders try to chart a path forward for juvenile detention. As Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone tells us, it comes as Sheriff Gary McFadden already plans to partially reopen a former juvenile jail to ease overcrowding at his Uptown Detention Center.
We want to run it. Allow us to run it. You have the $38 million.
A heated debate unfolds as Sheriff Gary McFadden and Children's Alliance Advocacy Director Frank Crawford disagreed over plans to reopen Jail North for juvenile detainees. This disagreement comes as McFadden plans to partially reopen the jail later this month to help with capacity issues for adult inmates at the main jail in Uptown.
Youth do better long-term when they are served in their home communities. We have to be able to figure this out.
Crawford is calling on county and state leaders this week to reach an agreement or risk losing millions from the state to fully renovate and open it back up for kids. The problem, McFadden wants to operate the facility, but Crawford says they would have to lease it to the state.
It's just waiting on the state to come to the table and do what they need to do. But if Mr. Crawford has these things to fix it, and advocating as he's done, it should be an easy task.
Even if state leaders release the funding to reopen Jail North, county leaders tell us it would be impossible to keep it open.
We just don't have the money. When we're paying for mental health and public education and the courts and the sheriff's office, a bunch of stuff that the state should be paying for, and they're not.
The main detention center is currently over capacity by nearly 300 inmates. They will be transferred to Jail North soon, but McFadden doesn't want this to hamper discussion for juvenile housing. He says there is enough space for everyone.
You don't have to lease it. You don't have to worry about it. Provide us the funding. We will build it and run it.
One of the problems with the numbers he's giving is that the state and the county are not going to agree to pay $18 million a year for a juvenile detention center here.
McFadden is asking for 120 days to find a path forward. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Talking about sports here, we are a day away from the Carolina Panthers' first preseason game, and the Black and Blue will be in Canton taking on the Arizona Cardinals in the Hall of Fame game. CSL's Gabe McDonald is here. So, Gabe, what can we expect from everyone tomorrow night? I mean, The 53-man roster deadline is this month, so there are some guys who are going to be probably fighting for their spots, right?
Absolutely. A lot of guys that are looking to make a name for themselves and truly, stake their claim to potentially getting a roster spot and helping this team here in 2026. And usually in the Hall of Fame game, neither team is going to put its starters on the field, and that'll, of course, be the case tomorrow for the Panthers, as Dave Canales confirmed earlier this week that none of the clear-cut starters will play in Canton. That also includes rookie tackle Monroe Freeling, who is slated to start at right tackle. So that makes way for our guys on the bubble of making the initial 53-man roster to show what they can do. That includes rookie quarterback Haynes King, who was undrafted out of Georgia Tech, who is set to get a bulk of the reps under center after veteran Kenny Pickett leads the offense for at least one series tomorrow night up in Canton. Now, as the preseason continues, Dave Canales will likely mix in a few reps for the starters to get them equipped for the regular season, which would then cut into King's playing time. And with that, he knows tomorrow night will be the perfect opportunity to put everything on full display with the entire league watching.
It's very important, and it's not just 53 as well. All the teams get to watch this film, so it's almost kind of like a cool little tryout for everything. Whatever you put on film, it's going to be there forever. And the eye in the sky don't lie, as everybody says. But I feel like it'll be fun, but also at the end of the day, like you say, it's important. It's important for me, and whatever is for me in the future.
And given King's mobility and what he showed in college at Georgia Tech, he's drawn some comparisons to former Saints do-it-all quarterback Taysom Hill. And he knows his ability to extend plays and use his feet gives him a leg up, but King is out to show his talent as a true quarterback in the NFL and have plenty of chances to do just that tomorrow night, Morgan.
Gabe, thanks for that. South Carolina high school athletics officials are changing the sit-out rule for transfer students. The policy requires students who change schools to sit out the next 3 games of a season. Now, transfer students are immediately eligible to play if it is their first transfer and if they do it on or before the first day of practice. Students who change schools due to their family moving will also not have that count against them. Tara?
All this talk about football makes me think of fall football weather here, given those fall vibes, but certainly still obviously does not feel like that. We are still in summer. It's hot, it's humid. That's leading to more pop-up downpours and storms across the region today, especially up across the mountains and foothills. They'll track those and our chances of some additional rain as we get closer to the weekend. That's next.
President Trump is sounding optimistic when it comes to reopening the Strait of Hormuz, why he's confident a deal could be reached as soon as today. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. Turning to the war with Iran, President Trump says a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz could be announced today. Kristen Eskow reports on what officials in the Middle East are saying about the talks.
Officials in the Middle East say Iran and Oman have made progress toward a deal on the Strait of Hormuz and say that one of Iran's demands is the U.S. lifting its blockade on Iranian ports. On Tuesday night, President Trump expressed optimism about reaching a deal.
Could happen tomorrow or the next day. A lot of progress has been made.
President Trump told reporters Tuesday night that negotiations with Iran were moving in the right direction after what he called a, quote, very good day. He said an announcement regarding a deal could come Wednesday or Thursday.
They want to talk. We've been talking. They want to make a deal. They do not want to be hit.
Commercial vessels have struggled to get through the Strait of Hormuz since the war with Iran began. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says oil tankers are moving through the strait now, but says more ships need to get by.
I think that there's a conversation and a negotiation that we are involved in between Oman and Iran on how more ships can be able to go through there safely in the short term as we move towards these longer term talks about denuclearization.
But Democrats remain skeptical a deal is near.
None of his deals have come to fruition, and gas prices continue to rise. Americans can't fuel their cars on wishful thinking and empty promises.
Keep in mind, the U.S. and Iran had reached a memorandum of understanding in June to begin a ceasefire, reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and start talks on the future of Iran's nuclear program. But that ceasefire ended after Iranian attacks focused on the strait. Kristen Eskow, News Nation, Washington.
We have had a hot summer, but it's not the hottest year on record yet. Climate experts say there's still time for 2026 to turn up the heat. Over the last few months, the world has experienced heat waves, wildfires, and warming waters. Experts are pointing to the Super El Nino, which is brewing in the Pacific. That, coupled with human-caused global warming, could spike temperatures and affect weather around the world.
Driver of the record warmth is climate change in the background, and it's a much larger contribution than El Nino, which is just 1/10 to 2/10 of a degree on top of that long-term trend.
Experts say the fires, heat, and other extremes that we're seeing this summer aren't related to the El Nino that's forming in the Pacific, since the effects aren't expected to be felt until the fall. You're looking live at King Street in downtown Boone. What are conditions looking like there tonight as we take a live look? Looks like the streets are wet, a little rainy out there, but it's not stopping people from getting out and about. We are tracking another evening of potential storms, of course. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane has been detailing all of those. It just sounds like this kind of like copy and paste forecast until we're in the clear eventually, right?
Copy and paste, rinse and repeat. And now the storm chances do go down a little bit as we head into the weekend. So if you're thinking of doing some things outside, starting Friday evening, maybe heading out to the Knights game, we've got the Charlotte FC match.
I need to do outside,
Right. So just know that, well, it's possible we could get that pop-up shower here and there. And yes, going into the weekend, and you know what, this is going to continue into next week, so the forecast really doesn't change a whole lot. The thing that will be changing is, well, along with the slightly decreasing storm chances and rain chances, the temperatures will be doing the opposite. They're going to be increasing here and responding to longer stretches of more sunshine across the area. So weekend isolated storms. Again, we are still, though, looking nice and dry across most of the Charlotte metro. Have a couple little tiny isolated showers sprinkled across parts of the Piedmont down to South Carolina. Some pretty heavy activity moving through Chesterfield County and up here, mountains and foothills. So the rain, as we saw from the wet conditions along King Street and Boone, has been a little bit lighter moving in that way in southern parts of Watauga County, heading through Avery County. But then it gets real heavy as we look off to the east from Lenoir. We have kind of this line that's formed down through Morganton and down into Rutherford County. So heads up, friends, in the far northern part of Cleveland County and east of Morganton, Sawmills, some of that could be slowly heading your way from the west and southwest here. And again, just a couple little tiny isolated showers sprinkled across the Piedmont, but look at that strong storm, torrential rain moving past Maccabee just a little bit ago, and that's lifting up toward Wadesboro and southern Anson County, Pageland, Jefferson, maybe getting in on just kind of the western edge of that rain. So more to come on top of the already several inches that some of you have picked up over the course of the past 3 days. And in some instances, like last night, the 6.2 radar estimated rainfall number you see in southwest Stanley County around Stanfield, that fell over the course of a few hours showers, and that did lead to some flash flooding in that area. Southern Lancaster County picking up as much as 5.5 inches of rain. Meanwhile, others of you, not so much. Only about 0.2 of an inch. Parts of York County and Iredell County, not quite as much rain up that way until you head around Statesville. They had just over an inch over the past few days, and up to 1 to 2 inches around some of the mountain communities. Officially at the airport in Charlotte, we picked up just under an inch of rain so far this month of August, so we have a little bit of a surplus going on the month, but still looking at that almost 6.5 inch deficit so far on the year. So we check out Futurecast. You can see through 8 o'clock this evening, best chance of any additional showers or storms, or at least the widespread activity likely up in the mountains and foothills. But then we get into late tonight, midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. Maybe some of you could wake up and hear some of that heavy rain outside if you live around, say, Lake Norman or Iredell County. So the rain chance still not totally coming to an end into the overnight. Topped out at 89 today, close to average for this time of the year. We've got 86 in Concord, 81 in Chester, South Carolina, and those 70s up in the mountains and down through the foothills. A little bit cooler after some of that rain around Morganton, but once you factor in the humidity, it feels like it's well into the 90s in so many of our neighborhoods. So hot and humid weather rolls on, and as I was telling Morgan, it's just that rinse and repeat weather over at least the next 2 days. So we'll drop it down into the low 70s by tomorrow morning as the conditions dry out a little bit. Rain chance goes down, and then it rises again. You can see the rainy and stormy pictures there by 6 p.m. tomorrow. So turning stormy again in spots. Those high temperatures back in the high 80s to near 90, back down in the 70s by Friday morning, back in the mid to upper 80s Friday afternoon. All the while, the muggy meter does not change really at all over the next couple of days, several days for that matter, staying solidly in the muggy zone and the humid zone. So we check out Futurecast. There's the dry start to the day tomorrow, mix of clouds with some sunshine. Watch for more scattered storms to get going late afternoon and evening, especially from the Queen City north and west up in the mountains and foothills. Back to some dry conditions early Friday, and then by 6 o'clock Friday evening, again, just a few hit or miss isolated spotty showers or storms possible, even around the Charlotte metro and up into the mountains as well. Mountain forecast, better chance of storms up this way, heading into especially the first half of the weekend, looking a little bit drier by early next week. And a quick check of the tropics. It's quick because we don't have any tropical activity expected to get going over at least the next 7 days. So 7-day forecast shows us rain and storm chances coming down a little bit starting Friday as temperatures get back into the low 90s.
New data on America's reliance on food stamps, why it's causing lawmakers to argue over whether the program is helping or hurting recipients. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. New data shows a major shift in America's dependence on food stamps. According to the Agriculture Department, there are more than 5 million fewer Americans receiving food assistance now than at this time last year. The Trump administration attributes the 13% decline to a crackdown on fraud and new work requirements for recipients.
We have 5.5 million people who've moved off of SNAP. Just in the last 18 months, we're going to have more moving off because the jobs are so good.
That's money taking out of the mouths of hungry families, of starving kids, of veterans who haven't found their way yet.
Starting in October, states will have to pay a bigger share of the cost for food assistance, and some could lose their federal funding if they don't crack down on fraud. Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools are helping families prepare for the first day back in the classroom. The district recently launched a back-to-school website. It simplifies the preparation process, allowing families to easily locate essential information before the first day of school. This includes a back-to-school readiness checklist, transportation, student forms, open house dates, and more. On Queen City News at 6, an uncertain future for juvenile detention in Mecklenburg County. The heated debate over millions of dollars in funding and why it's at risk. And we are just a day away from the first football game of the NFL season, what we can expect from the Carolina Panthers in the Hall of Fame game. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte.
Now on Queen City News, another police officer accused of misusing flock cameras. What Mooresville leaders are saying about the officer's actions and their use of the technology.
Another hot and humid August day, another round of scattered showers and storms. This time, most of them have been forming up in the mountains and foothills so far. I'll show you where we could see more of that storm development later tonight, if we could see some around the Charlotte area, as well as we get into the weekend in my Pinpoint Weather Forecast.
And a North Carolina congressman dropping his re-election bid.